I got bees on my head, but don't call me a bee head. I got leaves on my head, but don't call me a lead head. Please excuse me. I got to get my tree fed. All right, can everyone hear me? Can one hear me?
Not live yet.
Oh my god! I just wasted that perfectly good reference, and no one even heard it. Hello? Can people hear me? Let me know if the stream has begun. It's live. I need to know if it's live. Tabble. Okay, Tabble's saying it's live.
Yeah, it's live.
Why are you
Just started.
texting it's live if you're being muted in the Discord?
It's live.
Because there's a train.
Doesn't make. Oh, because it's a you're being. Oh, I'm sorry. How many guys? That's upsetting. All right, let me see. Where
It could be women. It could be women.
Not a train. You don't know what a train
There's
is.
a train outside.
No such thing as an all-female train. I'm sorry.
Oh no, he could be the one male. He could be the
No,
females.
you can't run a train with women. You can only run a train with dudes. That's the point.
You could run a train of women.
No, it can't because
I don't think you can.
because they have to connect. They have to have male ends to connect.
Well,
Oh, no,
you can get
they
fake
got
ones.
strap-ons.
Nope.
They got strap-ons.
That's not a train. That's a train. That's a train that'll
something
fall
else.
apart maybe.
It's a train. though.
A train built on a weak foundation is what that is.
It's still a train then.
No, it's not.
Isn't it a strong foundation? Because
It's
it
a
can
train
never
like
go.
one of those like
it can never
mall
it can never
trains or
shrink.
trains, you know? Like I
But
guess
the foundation will always stay strong because it cannot shrink.
it won't.
So
Okay,
it's
so
actually a stronger foundation.
it isn't. It doesn't have smaller.
I
Okay,
don't think so.
wait, hold on. Let's get
Charlie,
we're
come
here
on.
for a tier list. It's a part 2. People were asking me earlier why am I not putting part 2 in the video because I didn't change anything. I literally just uploaded the same everything and just repeated it. But also, people tend to not click on videos that say part 2. So they're gonna click on here and just gonna be conveniently, just surprised. They're just gonna be feel good about themselves. Like, oh, I didn't know this is crazy. Look at this surprise. I'm a little thrown off of how we should do this because normally I give people 15 freebies, but there are exactly 15 already here left over from last week. So there might not be any freebies, and we're just going to continue as is. And if you want to add new characters or new things or whatever, then you can just super chat and add new ones.
You said no freebies?
There's already 50. Are you watching the stream? Are you?
Can I pay for more freebies again?
That's not a.
Oh.
That's not. Stop it. No, freebies are
can
free.
we pay for
And then
freebies?
super chats are 2 different. You're confusing shit unnecessarily. No, you can't pay for more freebies. And Jim, don't do that. That was
You can't stop
irritating.
me.
Took us like
You
2
can't stop
hours
me.
just to get through all of them.
You
This
can't stop
asshole
me,
want to be
Rouga.
like, give people 10 freebies. No, stop it. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I guess it's weird. This is like we don't have like, there's no beginning. It's all the setups already done. We could just like go. It's strange. It's weird.
Just go?
We could go over like any changes because the new episode come out. Does it change any?
Okay, they want to put Jim in gay hell.
What changed?
Jim, how do you
Oh,
feel?
I guess Thrag's stronger and can
about
airbend.
being put in. That's true. If things gonna change now because a new episode released, so that
Well,
we have to
I
like
would
go
say-
back and redo
Yeah,
shit.
Viltrumite stocks are down.
Things-
Freaking
things
Space
are
Racer
changing.
stocks are up though. Space Racer
Stocks are not up.
How
What do you
where
mean
did
they
you
ain't
get that
up?
Space Racer stocks are up. He didn't do shit during that.
He didn't do anything.
He's literally planetary. Freaking he
Thrag was
destroyed
sitting
the
there aura
planet.
farming
Doesn't
and
matter.
he missed him.
Dude, he never
then he
even
did nothing
attempted. Not a
afterwards.
single time did he attempt to shoot at Thrag. Not once.
And it seems like they changed this gun. It can be just a consistent beam now. Like, unless I was
Was it?
misinterpreting the way they, because yeah, I
No.
swear at one point he was just holding it and it was
No,
a
he
beam
wasn't. It
crossing
was like
the
a long.
screen.
It's a long beam. It's ridiculously long.
Oh, that's not what was going on.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's not like a. It's just like, well, no, you might be right. I have to think. There may have been.
Yeah, I have
think
to
I
go
know what
rewatch
you're
the
talking
scene.
about.
It looked
There
like he
may
had
have
it like
been.
a
Yeah, no.
laser.
I think you're right. I think there are times.
No,
where
I
it's
don't
just
think.
shown to be a long
I feel
ass beam.
like it's always just like the same length. It's just if they show us it.
What?
Nano, I just answered that question, dude. I just said we're not adding any more freebies because there's
I don't think Nano
15
was here for that.
exactly on the list currently. But you can super chat any you want. Add Mass Effect. Dude, I thought we could skip this part and just start the thing, but no, we wanted to have a conversation about Thrag. And they're like, you're not going to get this, just start. Fuck you. Have we been on for
Let's
a
see if I
minute?
can
Yeah, it's
find
been
it.
almost 5 minutes. We're good. I could swear. Okay, let's add Mass Effect, I suppose. I was really hoping, like really hoping that there weren't any like sometimes this I've just had this tier list all open on my computer all week, and I was really hoping that this week it wouldn't have just like rebooted, because sometimes it just reboots, and it didn't, and I'm so happy because I have to go and re-find all these pictures because I deleted these pictures from my phone. So I'd have to like go and remember what they all were and find them and whatnot. Okay, let's see. Is it too late to add a faction? I just said no. It is not too late to add a faction. Hey, can you add 5 more? No, Jim. You tell me what you want added. I'm not doing that again. No. For people who aren't aware, last week Jim paid $20 and said, "Hey, can we add 10 more?" And it took us like an hour for people to give us 10 like new universes to throw on.
It wasn't that long.
It was longer. I'm way underselling it. It was way longer. It was considerably longer. I'm not doing it. If you wanna super chat ones, you tell me what it is you want put on. You're not just giving it to other people who don't have any idea of what they want to do. All right, let's see. Mass Effect. Let's add Mass Effect. Mass Effect.
Oh, and another thing, why did Tech Jacket never use those darts on Thrag?
Because it was
Because the
bad.
show has
plot.
Because it was bad.
He
was
just kept
poorly
using it on the
written.
nothing characters that Alan can probably
It
already
was poorly. It was poorly written. Like I do have issues with it. A friend of mine, right after he saw it, he's like, "Oh, this was the best episode of Invincible all 4 seasons. This is better than the finale of season 1, which was his previous favorite episode of the entire
I
show."
wouldn't say all that.
And I was like, "Okay, well, you know, I hope it is." And I started watching it, and I'm like, I think he's high. Like, there's some serious issues with this episode. The fighting, like, I feel like people, I don't know, it's like, maybe it's one of those turn your brain off and just watch it and unfold in front of you, but the fight didn't make sense. Like there was, I understand, it was just a collage isn't the right word, but it was like a montage of different scenes of random characters punching each other without any organization of who was fighting who and there was no story behind the of what was happening. Like at one point you had Thula fighting Thetis, and then it would go away and show other people fighting, and then eventually it comes back and Thula's fighting Battle Beast and Thetis isn't even there.
Battle
And it's
Beast,
like,
yeah.
wait, what happened? And then characters, and then we never get a clear sense of how many Viltrumites are actually in the fight. So we keep seeing all these Viltrumites getting ripped apart by Ragnars and being shot and all this different kind of stuff happening to them. And I have no idea how many they started off with or how many are left. And this is just violence without me understanding what is happening in this fight. I have no idea what's going on. And it's not directed and put together and blocked. I don't know if you can call it blocking in an animation, but blocking, if you're not aware, in a film, blocking is essentially where the actors have to stand, where they walk to, their placement within a scene. I don't know if you would call it that in animation, but essentially that's what I'm talking about. There's no blocking for us to know where anything is or what is happening or who is interacting with who. It's just a bunch of random scenes of people punching each other where they're like teleporting around the battlefield and fighting, and it's very strange. I don't get it. And it doesn't make any sense that Thrag is just standing there doing nothing as Viltromites are dying around him, but yet twice in the scene,
And then he lets
it's
Mark
referenced
and
that
Nolan
he
live.
cares and that it deeply hurts him when Viltromites die. Well, when it's revealed how powerful he is, he could have just stepped in at any moment and stopped the people who were killing everyone, and he just sat there and watched it happen. Like, we see how powerful he is. He would have been able to wipe them all solo. He could have went out there by himself. And then I ended up finding out when I looked up...
because later on in the comics, I think
No. But in the comics, I talked about this in one of my videos. In the comics, Thrag's not that powerful. In the comics,
that's true,
Invincible fights Thrag, and he's capable of making him bleed. He gets multiple solid hits on him
from like 2
in his fight. They made him so strong that his fights don't affect him, which I don't actually care about the strength increase, but they also change it to where he wasn't a part of the fight, because in the comics he was a part of the fight. He just wasn't as powerful as to take everyone on solo. In this one, he's very clearly powerful enough to take everybody on, and he's just not, and he's just watching all of his people die without really caring, and then we're supposed to believe that he leaves Invincible and Omni-Man alive because he doesn't want anyone else to die, but he's just totally cool with standing there and watching them all die. So it's just like
So I have a devil's advocate for that. So I can understand the point where he's not really he's mostly straight facing it. However, part of his character that they're trying to convey is that from the Emperor, he has this mentality of might makes right, and the strongest are the ones who are supposed to survive. He is still trying to follow in his footsteps and let the Viltromites win through strength and not intervene and protect them.
Then Invincible would be dead.
I understand, but the whole point of when he actually let Invincible and Omni-Man live, he was at his breaking point where he finally said, "Okay, I can't do this anymore."
He had, that's the idea. When that fight started, he had like 30. They said he had like 30 something people or 40. I think Omni-Man said there's 40 left. I think is what he said.
But then the planet, but at the point he gave up the killing Mark and Omni-Man, the planet now blew up, which was way beyond than just the Viltromites. It
doesn't matter. When he decided not to kill Invincible, he referenced how few there were of them, not the planet. He's not like, I'm not going to kill Invincible because our planet blew up. He's like, I'm not going to kill him because there's too few of us left. Because a ton of them just died in the battle that he stood by and allowed to happen.
Yes. Yeah. Seeing it again, him blowing up Viltrum was
hold on. That's why I'm saying it's his breaking point. He was trying to follow through with that ideology. Now is the point where it's like, it's too much.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
And maybe it could have been better,
that makes no logical sense whatsoever. And it's not the first time Invincible's villains don't make any logical sense.
Just someone holding to their ideology to the bitter end, even when it's screwing them over.
Well,
I can understand
to the bitter end.
Point. He directly states that it hurts his soul in the episode every time a Viltrumite dies. That's what he says. What you're saying is going counter to what he says about himself.
No, but I get what but his actions when he allows
his actions don't make sense. No, you're trying to make up a reason to make it make sense, but the show did not give you enough information, or it does not give you the information to make it make sense. So you're trying to fabricate it in your mind to force it. It doesn't make sense.
Well, where I get my logic from is whenever he is shown being alongside the Emperor, he's defending his. He always talks about the original Emperor's idea of how things are supposed to go, and the reason, and as the causation for why he does the whole purging event with the Viltromites.
That's not the reason why he did the whole purging event. The reason why he did the whole purging event had nothing to do with Argon or Argyle. I'm forgetting his name. Argon's. It had nothing to do with Argon's theology, or not theology, philosophy. It had to do with the fact that he wanted to make sure that he blamed the betraying on weakness. He tied betrayal to weakness. So he wiped it. So the actual, I was really kind of annoyed when we saw the actual slaughter because it made no sense. Like in season 1 when they brought it up, I was imagining that there was some kind of splinter faction that was formed within the way that it was described. I thought it was a civil war occurred between two different ideologies. When we actually see it in season 4, it's not a fight between two different ideologies. It's not like there was a splinter between the philosophies of different groups of Viltrumites. It's just like, hey, just everyone kill each other because one dude betrayed us. So we're going to wipe out half of our race. Like, it made no sense whatsoever. Like, I talked about this, I think it was last stream, where the philosophy of the Viltrumites doesn't make sense, just in general. Like, I don't buy that Thetis would be the first person to ever betray his people. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's like, we see how horrific it is to live under them. They're literally slaughtering children for getting questions wrong in school. Like, there's no way Thetis would have been the first betrayer. We have actual examples of real-world fascist governments with no link to the outside world, where there are uprisings and people who are fighting back against the government, even in places like North Korea, where they literally can't get on the internet to see anything. They literally think it's a post-apocalyptic wasteland outside of North Korea, and there are still people who try to get out and try to betray because they're so miserable. And the Viltrumite Empire is like that. They are killing their own children and doing all this kind of stuff. They're so open to just slaughtering their own people. They would have never become that numerous to begin with. There's just so many issues. I don't buy that Thetis is the first person to ever betray them. I think it's really, really dumb. I think that's there would be multiple splinter factions within the Viltromites based on how they run their empire.
I could definitely agree with that. I was just trying to argue on the consistency of
I don't think it's
Thrag's
consistent.
actions.
I don't think it's consistent. I don't think it's consistent at all. It doesn't make sense that he would even say something like, every time a Viltrumite dies, it hurts my soul. Why? You caused a purge that wiped out half of your species.
Yeah, he literally caused the
just
purge.
on a whim. Like, either you care or you don't care. And it seems like he doesn't care. But if he doesn't care, then he shouldn't have let Invincible and Omni-Man live. Because they're just going to cause more deaths.
I don't think it makes that much sense to try and apply.
So why I tied that to
people, even
so I mostly
you know, talking over each
well,
other.
I had tied that to the Emperor's philosophy because he was ordering the death of other insubordinate species for acting out and for the actions of a few. Like he wanted to wipe out 25% of the population for misbehaving, and then the rest of it if they misbehaved again. And
yeah,
so that's why I tied it.
I don't see what that has to do with wiping out your own species, though, because one dude. Like, in that scene, they directly state that they keep fighting back, and this has happened multiple times. So, this is something that people did in real life. It's called decimation, where you would kill 1/10 of a population to get the rest of them to start, like, behaving. That's something that we did in real life.
Yeah.
That's just what they were. They were just doing a variation of decimation. But you wouldn't do that to your own species because one dude became an assassin. One dude who Thrag already kind of thought was gonna betray them anyway, even before he questions his loyalty earlier in that episode. So now, okay, we're gonna totally wipe out our entire, like, half our population. Like, in what? There is no world where that makes sense.
Yeah, this is where you and I come to agreement of it being a bad decision, because what I think they were trying to go for is Thrag had an emotional reaction to someone who was close to dying, but it was a very poor decision because it was just so unbelievably stupid and for how empathetic they make. I'm just trying to argue there is a train of logic behind it. It just flawed.
I didn't say there wasn't a train of logic. It's just not a consistent one.
I always thought that I always thought the purge was to pretty much breed loyalty by bloodshed, pretty much.
They went to weed out.
Exactly.
That's not what he said. You guys are saying things that isn't what he said. What he actually said in the show, what he directly states, is he wants to get rid of the weakness because it was weakness that led to betrayal in the first place. He linked weakness to betrayal. That's what he did. That's why.
Then would he not then link loyalty to strength?
Sure.
Yeah.
But then why? Should. But then why keep Invincible alive?
Well, I don't think. Well, I do believe there could be like a path for him to have some sort of character development since then. I don't think the show has actually portrayed that for him to reasonably make the decision. It's too sudden, and that's why I argued of it being a breaking point, because that's the only thing that makes sense for why he did it.
Yeah, but the fact you're having to do mental gymnastics to try and force it to make sense in your mind is a problem.
You could say that.
I didn't really have to do mental gymnastics.
I don't know, man. That sounds like
I thought I was piecing things together.
No, I don't see it either. Because
I here care about spoilers.
This guy, like one dude likes to kill. One dude shows a ruthless mindset for killing. Another guy is obsessed for his approval for some reason and makes a bunch of emotional decisions at some point. That's kind of how I see it. Like, I don't think it was well done, but that's what I think they were trying to go for.
Why are you
and I don't
trying to defend something you know it wasn't done well?
Right, how much does anybody here care about spoilers from the comics?
I just thought I had a point for what would change, like, the latter half to make sense. I thought it was.
I don't know. Does anyone know what blame is?
Blame?
Yes.
Yes. That's why I put
Blaming
it there.
someone?
I know.
Oh, you know.
Okay.
Well, I didn't know you were fucking here, bitch. I didn't know.
It's fine. I didn't even know you were starting the stream. I thought it was at 7.
Is
blame
the one with the
he does 7 his time.
The solar system.
Of course, it's 7 my time. Why would I do 7 anyone else's time but mine?
No.
You should have 7 my time, Rouga. Honestly.
Actually,
I'm gonna go eat my food.
We're gonna do 7 UK time. That's what he's gonna say next stream.
All right, so They don't. They haven't revealed this yet in the show, but something that I think Thrag may have realized when he was currently holding Invincible by the skull is that Invincible is actually the heir.
That doesn't
or
matter.
One of the heirs.
That doesn't matter. Thrag doesn't know that.
But he's
never happens.
Well, okay,
Never happens in the
first,
No.
wait. I also want to say he's not because we actually see Omni parents, and it's not.
That doesn't mean that he's not the heir.
Doesn't
That
mean
just
anything.
means that the way he would be the heir would have to be different. Like he would have to have a different relation.
Well,
Or you could be
they
distant.
also live for
Yeah, he would be.
thousands
He would
of
have
years.
to be a
I don't
grandson.
think he was.
Or maybe they'll introduce some sort of situation where like that wasn't his real dad or something. I don't know. There could be 100 different things they do. The reason for the change we don't know. Maybe they just wanted to reveal.
I don't think Argyle was ever Nolan's dad. I think he was just a descendant.
I don't know. I've heard people
I
say
believe
that
it
he was
was.
his
The
dad, but
dude
I
has
can't say for
probably a
sure.
lot of kids.
The way I always viewed the scene with Invincible was that the planet's explosion put it in perspective for him. But
I think it's.
Maybe
This
I
sounds
don't
like some. This.
I don't think the planet being destroyed made sense in the comic or the show. It was kind of dumb.
They say Space
just-
Racer's gun makes
I don't
sense.
know.
It's just
I
Okay.
say
I mean,
the planet.
it is a
Yeah,
comic
I don't know if the
book. It is-
Viltrumites
it is
did.
Okay,
It
you
is
guys
something
are
I didn't really
going into
understand.
SCP conversations right off the bat. I have so the comics have better explanation for why this happens. Status states plainly before they fly through the planet that it's going to restabilize and it's not going to fully fall apart if they don't go through. That's why they do
I'm
in the
not
comics.
talking about.
They don't
No, I'm
ever
talking about
say
blowing
that
up
in
the
the show.
planet as a like. It didn't make sense. Like, why did they do it?
Well, in
They're
the
in the middle
show,
of a fight
I
and
actually
blew
think
the
the
planet.
reason for blowing up the planet makes sense in the show, because because they directly state in the because they add a conversation between Thrag and Omni-Man where he talks about how we're going to rebuild, and he's like, "No, you're not." Like that whole conversation, Thrag is essentially saying why he's fighting and what he's doing, and in Omni-Man's mind. If we also they changed whose idea it was to destroy the planet in the comics, it was Status. In the show, it was
Status in the
Omni-Man.
comics, yeah.
Omni-Man
do actually
deciding to
like that
destroy the
scene.
planet based on the conversation he had with Thrag, where Thrag wanted to rebuild, and that was his whole goal. In Omni-Man's mind, if the planet was destroyed and there's nothing to rebuild, they have no reason but to surrender. There's no longer anything to rebuild. That actually, I think, made more sense in the show than it did in the comic, because Status was like, let's just blow up the planet, and they do it. And there's like, I'm not saying it didn't make sense in the comic. I mean, you're there to fuck up the Viltromites, so blowing up the planet, like, sure, let's just cause whatever damage we can.
I mean
but
like in my head,
in the
they're
show,
already
they
barely on
gave
the planet
more
in
of
the
a
first
like
place.
a reasoning as to why they came to the conclusion that they would blow up the planet. And it didn't seem like Omni-Man or Thetis cared once the planet was destroyed, whereas it was like a big sacrifice for Omni-Man to do that in the show. That I actually think was done better. But there's a lot of other stuff that was like, because I mean, the planet destroying stuff in the comic, like them deciding to destroy the planet and then flying through and destroying the planet, is literally a page and a half. And in the show, it's like 5 minutes of the episode. It's like a lot longer, and there's more talking, and there's like no.
Well,
What's up?
It is a pretty cool moment. It is a pretty cool moment, and I can understand why they might want to drag it out.
I think it would have made more sense if they didn't drag it out. But I'm okay with the added explanation for like why they were doing it. Like the reason
it didn't make sense that they still had their pants
made
on.
more sense. The actual flying through the planet, I think, made less sense because I don't understand what they were doing to destroy it. And it seems like everyone I ask gives me a different answer of what happened. But at the end of the day, it just doesn't make sense because it seems like the beam would have destroyed the planet even if they didn't fly through it.
Yeah, the beam just destroyed the planet on its
I
own.
didn't understand that one either. Like, I was looking at it and they're just playing tag along. Honestly, I thought they were doing it because, I don't know, they thought Thrag could stop the beam somehow. Don't know why that one would
Yeah, Thrag was like flying. He's like, no, I must stop them. And I'm like, what are you going to do? Like,
No, I think you're trying to stop them from following it.
But they didn't do anything. Not according to the visuals of how the planet gets
They just
destroyed.
kind of flew right behind it.
I think
And, like,
yeah.
Also, it
the
doesn't
only
make
other-
sense. Also, like the beam hitting the planet and causing an explosion and knocking Thrag away, but not knocking those three away. That didn't make any sense.
You know, the power of friendship stopped it because they were all like friends, right? So they
They
flew
were
together,
close in
and the power of
proximity, so they could just fight through
the power of
the
friendship.
energy of
Exactly.
of the blast. Yeah. there
Hey,
Hey,
was
does
Super-
anybody here
most
know about
powerful
any
person in
hard
that
science
show?
superheroes?
The only other thing I could think of was
totally
maybe they
ignoring
were
that,
trying
man.
to use
Just
it
talking
to
right through his
cover their
question.
escape.
I see you, Jim. I see you.
Yeah.
I was
What
maybe
was
they were
Yeah,
Red,
just
Redbeard, what were you saying?
stopping it from collapsing back in on
I'm
itself.
saying, like, does anybody here know about any hard science superheroes?
Hard
Like,
science.
like superheroes that are.
I'm
like
not.
any
I'm not
superhero
asking.
comic
For, no, no, no,
universes.
no, no. I've talked about this. I'm not asking for hard science with superheroes. I'm asking for things to make logical sense based on pseudoscience. It's not.
But
It
they
doesn't
never
Yeah,
make.
do.
from the way they showed
That's
it,
the thing. Comic books.
Space Racer
Comic books
could
are
have just
not
shot
a
the beam
thing.
and the planet
I
would have
don't care.
exploded.
We're not watching a comic book. We're watching a show. And
Well,
Also, like,
I would say
comics
that
do
if,
have
and I would say that if
pseudoscience.
things and
Superheroes in and of themselves don't make sense.
comic books show individual images that are supposed to represent a lot of different actions because you can't put a frame by frame. So in the comic book, it's just they shoot the beam, then there's an image of them flying towards the planet and an image of them popping out the other side and the planet exploding. It's literally it's like 3 pictures, and we get the whole thing. They flew through that fucking planet and it blew up. In the show, they go into painstaking detail of how it happened, where the beam is, where they are, and none of it makes sense. It made way more sense in the comic that it can show it less. That shouldn't happen. That should and again, if this was something that like this was like a one time like it's I think there's a point where it's nitpicking. Like for instance, I think it's nitpicking to say, well, Mark punches Thrag in the face and there's a shockwave, but how is there a shockwave in space when there's no air to create a shockwave? I think that you're nitpicking. However,
Yeah,
when
it just
in
looks cool.
a single fight, there's like 4 or 5 different things that happen back to back to back where you're just like, what? Like you're just constantly like this. None of
To
this
be
shit
fair,
makes
they
sense.
thought there's air in space. In that episode, the amount of like
Yeah, like he gets
F,
hit, and he
like-
gets hit at one point. Mark gets hit, and then loses his
He's
breath, and then he starts
choking.
breathing in space to like regain his breath, and it's like, what? It's like it's constant. It happens throughout the whole episode.
all their
throughout that whole
clothes
fight.
are like moving like there's air.
Oh no, could that be? Oh no, could
There was
that be
also a
because-
scene where
Could that be because they're in the upper atmosphere of the planet?
They're not.
No,
No, they're in
there's no
space.
way.
they're not. They were in.
If they were in the
space.
upper
Yeah.
atmosphere, there would be there would be gravity. But
See
there isn't it.
what Thrag was trying to do when he was racing the laser was obviously he was just going to punch the planet out of the way.
Oh,
Obviously.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
to
because
be
he-
fair, with how overpowered they've made him, it wouldn't surprise me. In
He's the one
comparison,
who moved the planet that everyone's trying to say Omni-Man moved.
yeah, it was yeah.
He
It's
was
just-
the one he had to call. He had to call in
Well,
Thrag and
he's
be like,
so-
"Can you pretty please move this planet for me?"
He's so powerful that Mark can't even hurt him. That's kind of insane.
Mark can't hurt a lot of people.
I don't
in
care
all
about
fairness.
I don't care about the power. Like I don't care about the power up. I don't care about the power inconsistencies all that much for the most part. I don't care about like cool things that happen that don't make sense when you compare it to science, and I do think a lot of that's nitpicking. But when you have like every couple of scenes at sometimes, and usually it's 2 or 3 times per episode, almost for the entire season, almost for the entire show, where it's like, wait, what? Wait, what? What? That doesn't. What? Like, there's just a certain point where it's like, when is it not nitpicking anymore? When is it like, okay, this is actually becoming a problem. I can't take this seriously anymore, and I don't believe the world that you've created in this show. Like, then it's no longer nitpicking. It's a lot of weird shit, dude. There's a lot of like strange things. I mean, honestly, I don't think there will be. I am not going to forget anytime soon the fucking disc episode where the ship parks over and just the shadow freezes the fucking aliens. Now, I don't think I'll forget that for the next 10 years. Yeah, after this show has left my mind, I'll never forget how stupid that is. Like,
That disc is going to stand there resolute.
I'm not talking
in
about the
your
disc.
skull.
Like even if you want to explain the disc away, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the chick pulling the
just the
ship above
consistency.
them, and the
she
shadow
parked the
of
ship
her
above them.
going over them
Yeah.
freezes them all instantly. Like that is some like a ridiculous level of stupidity.
Because they're cold-blooded, bro. God.
It doesn't matter. That's not how it works.
I know.
They
It
freeze
is.
every
You know,
time, every night,
Rouga,
every
cold-
night cycle.
okay.
They freeze.
Ruga never had a fucking
Yeah, he's
reptile
not-
Also,
attack, clearly.
shouldn't they be
Around,
frozen
doesn't
in space?
Yeah.
No.
That's a bit. Yes.
No,
they-
because
Yeah, that's
it's
what I was
light.
thinking of. It doesn't make
No.
sense that they're in space
There's
at
no
all.
no shadows. They need a shadow to freeze. Oh,
There's mostly void in space.
You know what?
There's no shadow.
If Frag like stood in front of them in the right way, like where the sun was behind him, they would have froze. Obviously.
Could have grabbed. Actually, could have grabbed. He could have grabbed it from the ship.
I'm curious
true,
what they're
true.
gonna do with the Battle Beast Thrag fight. Now that Thrag has been shown to be so goddamn powerful, Battle Beast can't stand a chance.
They're gonna do.
I mean, in that episode,
They
Battle
gave him
Beast
a
in
buff.
space.
They're gonna do the
Yeah,
bullshit.
Battle
Battle
Beast
Beast
in
I mean, it
space
might
is
be one of the
heavily
main
nerfed.
things they changed.
He's nerfed in space. They make that
Yeah,
very
he
clear.
can't fly because he can't
Yeah,
fly.
he can't
That's
fly.
the biggest
He's
thing.
not-
He
Like,
doesn't
I
have
know.
the small
Look,
platforms
in
to
reality, I
make
think the
those
reason why they made Thrag stronger is because Robert Kirkman wants to make the series longer. He says that they only need like another 2 seasons to end it, but he wants it to go on.
Yeah, he
for
said
10
that he wants
seasons.
like 9 seasons. That's
Something
such
like that.
bullshit.
So it's
What?
like
It's gonna be nothing but
chances
filler.
are he
Years
made
easy?
Thrag more powerful so that he
To make
can
it
add
last
more
longer?
storylines and things to prolong how long it takes for them to be able to overcome him. That would be my
Nice.
guess. I mean, we still have the whole Satan thing going on in the show that wasn't even in the comic, and that seems like a whole plot line in of itself with Damien Darkblood
Yeah.
I
and
like
Satan
that,
being
though. I
wanting to
do
come back,
like that.
come to Earth or whatever. It's like that's a whole new plot line. So they're definitely going to prolong the show past where it is, which is the same thing that Kirkman did to the live-action Walking Dead show, which did not work out for that show. That show went downhill, down, eventually became
Can
unwatchable.
only go well.
I don't even know how they have so many The Walking Dead spin-offs, because I don't know a single person that watches The Walking Dead still. Who is watching The Walking Dead spin-offs?
Their views are not great.
They've got like 4
They're a lot.
spin-offs. Like it's
They're
crazy.
a lot of they have 5 now, I think, because they've added more.
Jesus
Some of their
Christ.
some of their spin-offs are on multiple seasons now.
Yeah, no, it's very strange. Let me see. If not Digimon, we were complaining about logic in a series that had the time traveling crocodile man. I'm not talking about real world logic. I'm talking about in world consistency. It needs to follow its own set of logic. It doesn't have to follow real world logic, but it has to follow its own, and it
But even
doesn't
comic
follow
books
its
don't do
own. It establishes rules and then breaks the rules constantly, so that I don't know about but I can't buy into the universe as being a real place. That's the problem. And you can't say something like, you're not supposed to buy into the It's trying to be a serious show. It's extremely dramatic. It has very, very harsh, real scenes. We are currently dealing with a definite abortion storyline. There's murders and people like break down crying and have fucking PTSD from shit that happens to them. This is not a show where you just turn your brain off and watch and you can just ignore all the cool and just watch it just for the cool fight scenes, ignore everything else. It's not set up that way. So you can't try and be a serious show and then on one hand and then on the other hand be like, don't worry about it. We can just do whatever we want and nothing has to make sense outside of that. That's not there's a disconnect there. And I said this in one of my videos this week, and I'll say it again. I think as the seasons go on, you're going to see the viewership drop. And this show is going to have half the viewership that it does now by the time it actually ends. Because people are going to get fed up with it as each season. When season 1 came out, the only complaint anyone had was Amber. Everybody was loving this fucking show. By season 2, the complaints went up, but it still wasn't a big deal. Now, it's like half the fucking videos that come out online are complaining about Invincible and its quality. It's going to keep rising because more and more people there are people who are okay with it right now who can see the problems, but it's not bothering them enough for them to stop, who are eventually going to get just as fed up as the people who have already dropped the show. Like, it's going to happen. There's not really any getting around that. And this follows the line of Robert Kirkman-ness, where he did literally the same thing for The Walking Dead, where it started off, people liked it, and then every season people were like, okay, that's pretty good, that's kind of dumb, that's bad. And then everyone just fucking was like, we're done when the Glenn death happened. And then even after that, each season the viewership has dropped till now. I mean, good luck finding someone who fucking watches that show anymore. Like I wouldn't know where to look. I genuinely don't think I know a single person in my life who watches it. You watch it?
Oh, you don't like me? Fuck you, Rouga.
You watch it? You watch the
I have.
spin-off?
I'd watch. Yeah.
watched the
No,
later season?
okay. Like I tried to watch the spin-offs. I've watched 2 of them. I couldn't force myself to watch them.
There you go. You don't even like your hate watching.
I try. Yeah, I am. I hate watching it, but I've watched it.
Do you
I
think
stopped
people are
watching
going
it.
to get mad at the show because of what happens to Eve's baby? I think a lot of people are, and I think a lot of people are going to praise the show for what happened to Eve's baby. It's going to be split, and I think overall it won't affect viewership all that much.
Oh, yeah, and the time in between now is way shorter.
Yeah,
So I feel like it would
for all
make
for all the
They're
people who are
actually
gonna,
gonna do the Anissa scene.
She did it. I think she did in the comics because she thought he was dead.
yeah, for all of the people who are gonna leave the show because of the abortion scene, which I think are very, very few. Even people who are totally against abortion probably won't drop the show because they do an abortion arc.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I mean, even people who are just completely against it probably still won't leave the show because of it. It's gonna get just as many people who are like, oh shit, they did an abortion arc. Oh, let me check it out. Blah blah blah. You know, so I don't think it's really gonna change anything. It really depends on how they do it. If they do it the way it was done in the comic, I don't think people are gonna really be that bothered by it. If they do it the way that someone like Seth Rogen would do it, Seth Rogen needs to keep his fucking hands off of any kind of writing around that, because he cannot just have something happen. He has to fucking just shove it in your goddamn face. Don't do what Amber was. Amber was just a stand-in for feminism. If they have Eve have an abortion storyline, then have an abortion storyline. They cannot have Eve, Mark, and the abortion storyline solely exist for the purpose of propaganda towards how awesome abortions are. If that's how it is, you're gonna piss off a lot of people. If it's just here's the reality behind it, then that's different. But it just depends on how it's done. But overall, regardless of how it's done, I don't think they're gonna lose a ton of people. I think you're gonna lose more people from like all of the inconsistent, weird story shit that happens more than that. But
Indeed.
And the terrible animation. Oh my god, the animation's bad.
Yeah, I saw someone showing off the fact that Mark turns into fucking. Mark turns into the other guy.
I mean, have you seen worse with a budget this high? I doubt it.
The budget goes towards the voice actors, bro.
That's not an excuse. That's a terrible excuse.
I'll be honest with you.
It's a horrible excuse.
I'll be honest with you. I don't actually think the animation is something that anybody really cares about. I think that most people who watch the show don't even notice.
I've noticed it,
don't
but
notice
it's
until I
not
see
like
posts online.
as abhorrent that I can't
How
watch
do you not
it.
notice things? How do you not notice?
A lot of people don't notice.
Like I saw that.
Things are literally disappearing
off screen. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. If One Punch Man Season 3 didn't do as bad as it did, then I don't see any other reason no one would notice. Like, no one's going to notice it for that reason. If we saw a way worse popular show go in the toilet with animation recently, all the problems with animation for Invincible don't stack up to that.
I don't know if you can say it's more popular, but
didn't a lot of people stop watching the show?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of people just dropped One Punch Man.
I don't think that's a
after
fair
that.
comparison to make, because one, I haven't seen One Punch Man Season 3, but I've heard it's way worse than Invincible. But also, that's a show that used to be one way and is now another way. Invincible's never really had great animation. It's had a couple of cool scenes of animation. It isn't just going to, like, it's not like it was great, now it's going to shit. So, if you stuck around this far because of the through the animation, you're not going anywhere now.
I mean, Season 1 wasn't was probably the best of it, but even then, wasn't.
That's because they're doing yearly release now, so they're rushing it more.
Well, that was part of my point, is how bad it is why no one would even pay attention in the first place, because it's just not going to catch on to most of the public, because there's a way bigger example existing already. So, also, there's just more problems with the show than animation.
No, I'd bring up that is going to leave the public consciousness like pretty soon after. And I also remember seeing both Invincible and One Punch Man being ragged for that, like online.
Yeah, but again, One Punch Man is a
just
drop
about
in
everything.
quality.
No, it's undoubtedly worse. They had like 2 well-animated scenes, and that was it.
One Punch Man is basically a slideshow. There are bad inconsistencies that even poor quality animes wouldn't make. Like it was a huge issue with them being rushed unbelievably to make anything happen, and there are so many mistakes they didn't catch. A dude randomly grew tits in the middle of
Had like 7
fight.
years to make a new season, and they were
The worst thing is, it's not a bad animation studio. It has to be something like it was rushed, because they have been behind good, well-animated anime before.
How rushed are you to turn Mark into fucking Paul?
How is there? How do we know that One Punch Man was the only show they were working on? There was a good chance because of how some anime companies are, they had to do back-to-back different shows, which weren't as popular. Because that's what a lot of companies or writers have been put through it before.
And I think it was probably the distributor, which I can't remember who technically owns the animation rights to One Punch Man at the time.
This is not a One Punch Man stream. Let's not turn this into a fucking One Punch Man stream.
You've just been
Let's get into
jibber-jabbering
the sorry guys, I'm eating a gyro right now, so I haven't eaten
A
dinner.
what?
A gyro?
A gyro.
Gyro.
What's that?
gyro.
What's that? Oh,
It's something that tastes good, so you don't need to know about it.
oh, fair enough.
They certainly
Yeah.
don't have it.
Stick
in
to your
England
beans
because of
on
how
toast,
amazing it is.
fucker.
No, it's lamb meat.
No, it's just bread on toast. It's even worse.
No, it's freaking it's a wrap, and it's got lamb meat in it, and there's like lettuce and tomatoes, and it's just a really big.
Yeah, it sounds
packed
flavorful.
wrap.
I don't want to know about it.
That's crazy, dude.
It
You're gonna go
has
eat your
more than salt and
pasty
pepper.
Or pasty or whatever it is, and ignore
A pasty is
the
fucking
Okay,
beautiful.
that's a bold assumption that he can even handle salt, much less
Yeah,
pepper.
He's gonna eat a very hard
I had
baguette.
salt and pepper to all my
Like a
food.
vampire.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think if one granule of salt touches your tongue, you start burning.
Like a
Imagine if
slug.
it touches my skin.
It's like you're like a slug.
No, yeah, if it touches my skin, I start like
This
plating.
fucking tongue is just a slug. All right, let's get into the thing. All right, first up we have Mass Effect. I think they're getting fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I think they're getting like instant death. Honestly.
Wow, wait, instant death? You don't think they could maybe handle
No,
the...
because they're entirely reliant on the relays.
Viltromites could just
The
break
Viltromites
them.
destroy the relays. They can't leave their system.
Wait, aren't those relays like incredibly durable?
We don't. I mean,
it,
they're big. They're big in metal. Are they more durable than anything else we've seen the Viltromites destroy?
Wait, well,
That's also big in metal.
yeah,
Well, first we gotta understand.
I would point out Conquest was literally encased in like freaking tungsten cube and was just able to kind of break
Yeah, what was it,
out.
like 400 tons or something?
Yeah, it was like 400 tons.
He struggled against Mark, who got his ass whooped by some street tears in the same season. But that's neither here nor there.
In the same season.
Inconsistency, don't care.
In one of your earlier videos about Mass Effect, where I don't remember who the survival challenge was, but you made a great argument where like they probably won't handle it because all of the factions hate each other.
That's also a good. Well, it depends on what point you're taking it. If you're taking it before the Reapers show up, then all the factions hate each other. If you're taking it after the Reapers show up, and they're all united, but now you also have to deal with the Reapers, and they have bigger problems to worry about. But I don't think it matters. I think the Reapers are getting slaughtered by the Viltromites. I think that
you don't think their weapons can hurt them.
They could hurt them, but wouldn't kill them.
I find that maybe. I think the ship weapons could do something.
I mean, your average Viltromite, if they get like caught lacking, might get hurt. But anybody of like Omni-Man or Conquest level,
but the Viltromites have their own military.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have their own
They
force.
don't actually need to use the 50 Viltromites that they have. They have a galaxy-spanning military, and that military still has ships that can do FTL without the mass relays.
That's fair, but that's also a double-edged sword because the Viltromites are too proud to not get involved in the fight, and B, they wouldn't want to let their
I'm not saying that they won't do anything. I'm saying they have an entire military they can rely on.
Would Shepard not
But that military can turn on them. That military can turn on them with a massive
It hasn't.
any benefit.
It hasn't.
Yes, it has. What are you talking about? In the very episode, they were actively releasing saving planets
That wasn't their
in the
military.
newest episode.
It's a different
But
race.
yet,
Indoctrination takes
What are you
years,
talking
though.
about?
It takes years.
In the newest
talking about in
episode,
Invincible?
they were talking. Yes, in Invincible, they were
That's a
talking
different race.
about
That hasn't happened. They were talking about
Yes, it
not
has.
killing. They were talking about not killing the invincible slave soldiers because they're slaves and they can help them, but we never see them actually help them yet.
Well, we
They
do
just
see
talk
that
about it
there's
as
still
being a
species.
possibility.
There are still species that were freed after the montage of warfare that turned against the Viltromites, which was confirmed.
Yes, but
those
yes,
still
but
exist.
yes, but the Mass
And
Effect
not
universe.
one-
Yes, but the Mass Effect universe would actually have to free them first, which they can't do without mass relays.
And also, something to point out.
But if they kill the Viltromites, they can turn the guys there on the
They're
battlefield
not
against
killing.
them. They're
Well,
free.
then they have to kill Viltrumite for that to work.
Yeah, they have guns
on
on
the
their ships
battlefield?
that shoot near the speed of light. I don't see how that doesn't have. And they also can make plasma weapons. The
If they
heat
can
of the
hit
sun.
Viltrumites, they've never had to hit a target that small flying that fast with a ship.
I mean, well, to be fair, we see in the show Viltrumites
Normal
don't
guns
fly
should be
that
able to
fast
do something.
in combat.
But
Not in combat, but they won't be in combat. They'll be
Yeah,
flying
they-
towards the
also,
ship,
what if-
flying through it.
Guys, this
There's
is
also way more ships.
Why don't-
Hold on,
why
there's
don't
way
they do
more
that?
ships than Viltrumites. You can send a barrage, which
Also,
would just
something
kind of
that-
like make a blanket
We
in the
see
sky, which is
in
the
the-
real world tactic for anti-air.
We see in the show Viltrumites fighting ships, and they don't just fly through them like that.
Where did they not? We saw Mark.
They do
it.
though.
We saw Mark
yeah,
do it.
we
We saw that.
random female Viltrumite do
yeah.
it as well.
There we
And
go.
those two random Viltrumites that destroyed their ship.
No,
also
she
did.
didn't. She like flew fly through it like the speed of light, like you're saying she would.
I didn't say she would. Why did I? I didn't say speed of light. I said they could just fly through the ship.
Yeah, but she can go very fast. Is my point.
Doesn't
She would-
matter.
she would-
They don't
They don't
have
have to.
But the bullets have the speed to catch up to them, and if they're hit with enough force,
I'm not
they can at
saying
least
that
knock
they
them
don't.
around.
They're not going to be able to hit a target that small that has that free of movement. There's no evidence that they can hit something like that.
They
It would be like trying to hit a
Also,
leaf
like,
floating.
have-
It would be like trying to hit a leaf flowing through the wind with a pistol. It'd be
Well, we
basically
might
Also,
impossible.
It'd be
Even
more
if we
like
try to predict their trajectory,
Whoa,
they
whoa,
can
whoa,
make
whoa,
their
hang
own
on,
leverage
hang on,
and
wow.
immediately move.
It's a matter of accuracy.
Yes, hang on. Wow, hang on. So there are ships that are capable of holding a handful of people that can still be shot by their cruisers. I don't see why that's much of a different target.
Wait, what are you talking? Wait, what are you saying? What do you mean?
So like the carriers and whatnot have been shot out of the air before Mass Effect. Like they're little personal carriers that can hold a handful of people. That's not a person size thing, but their maneuverability ought to be equivalent. There should be a target.
It's not even close. Viltrumites
I don't
can
see
literally
how that's
create
close.
their own leverage in space and propel themselves
In whatever
at
direction.
whatever
So
speed,
you're saying
whatever
the
they
ships-
want.
They would be
Yeah.
considerably
You're
harder
saying
to
a ship
to hit.
Well,
Also, something to
I'll
keep in
definitely
mind.
argue
the
that it's
Viltrumite-
difficult, but it's not. But I don't think it's out of the line for them to be able to take down the 50 Viltrumites over the span of
Okay,
a war of them coming
okay.
at them.
Okay, but it doesn't matter because the Viltrumites have a military, and you know what that military uses? Lasers. And guess what? Those kinetic barriers of Mass Effect are weak against energy weapons.
You know what's an
okay?
interesting
They're gonna get
question? You
ripped
know what's an
apart.
interesting question? Whose cells would take over, the Viltrumites or the Asari?
I don't know, man.
Honestly,
Both of them
I
rewrite
wanna-
I don't
genetic
understand.
code. Both of them rewrite genetic code to take complete over. Like an Asari child with a human has no human DNA. It's just an Asari.
No, it does have human.
Oh.
I have an answer to
No,
this.
it has like a genetic.
No,
has,
it doesn't.
Like, genetic
It doesn't have.
reflections or something. I forgot exactly how it's worded.
No, it does. It doesn't have the genetic code. It's like a genetic reflection, and it's
Yeah.
just variations within the Asari genome. That's
Yeah.
why there's that one Asari that talks about like we could do away with all this with just a little bit of radiation to make the genetic.
There's literally a scene where you talk to an Asari who has a Krogan mate, and she says, like, I'm trying to explain to him that an Asari child, even if I have one with him, that child will not be a Krogan. It'll be completely 100%.
Well, I see, because what's her name?
don't know much about
Liara is actually part Krogan.
No, she
No,
isn't.
only in terms of like it's only
Liara's
a
a
reflection of her
pureblood.
personality and whatnot.
I don't know much about
There's
the
no such thing as a non-pure blood Asari.
No,
There's
no,
just no such thing.
What I think.
One of the main Asari
This is a massive plot point in Liara's story. Both of her parents are Asari. She is considered a pure blood. She's considered foul to the Asari culture.
No, both her parents. But I'm talking not her parents. It'd be like one of her grandparents was part Krogan.
Doesn't matter. That doesn't make her part Krogan. And
Yeah,
and her grandparent would not be part
Their
Krogan.
biology is
That's what I'm
not
trying
the
to
same
tell
as
you.
human.
They're not.
So
She
yes,
would
not
not
like
be a
humans.
Krogan.
Don't think of human biology.
The Viltrumite and the Asari is that they'll start out as an Asari and then slowly morph into a Viltrumite, kind of like Oliver.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think so. Because here's why. The Asari, when they reproduce, the thing that comes out is 100% Asari. Where when you have a Viltrumite hybrid come out, it's like part whatever it was, part Viltrumite. But over time, like you say, the Viltrumite sort of takes over. But there's no Viltrumite to begin with if there's an Asari. The fact that there's nothing but Asari and Asari children, but Viltrumites. Look at Mark's younger brother. I can't believe I'm brain farting his name.
Oliver?
But like Oliver. Look at Oliver. He's clearly not 100% Viltrumite. I think between the two, you would just get like an Asari.
I think eventually he will become 100% Viltrumite. That's like the whole point.
Well, but the DNA is removed entirely.
Yeah, if it's not there at all. Yeah, no, because Oliver is like, part Viltrumite, part Thraxan, whereas Asari hybrids are 100% Asari.
Yeah,
if that's the case, I don't think so.
I think the Asari would just become Asari with Viltrumite like properties, but there wouldn't be any Viltrumite DNA actually in there.
No. I don't see why. It would be a map.
You basically
it
get
just
Viltrumite
depends.
strength.
Are there properties that are given to them by the other species in Mass Effect?
Yeah.
Supposedly, yeah, but they're not like.
But mental properties.
Not supposedly, we
mental
see it.
properties.
No,
Well,
not just mental. We see a Krogan. There's a bartender Asari in the game who's a Krogan, and her skin is like reddish with kind of scales on it, and it's lizard-like, kind of like a Krogan type. Yeah. She's in. I think she's. I'm trying to remember where she was. She was a bartender. I don't remember. I think she was in a level.
I think I know who you're talking about.
I remember where she was. She was in Mass Effect 2 when you go to visit Liara. In that one level, there's a bartender that's like in that one room to the left, and yeah, you talk to her, and she's like, "Oh, my dad was a Krogan or whatever," and she's got like a red forehead and it's kind of scaly. So no, they do get physical aspects as well. It's just not.
Okay.
It's just
Maybe would get smart atom.
Smart atoms.
That'd be scary.
Because that's the thing that makes Viltrumites the way they are.
Because they already
smart
have
atoms are
essentially
the.
that.
No, that's not Viltrumites the way they are.
Smart atoms are the explanation to their strength and flight and all that.
Oh.
Yep.
It's a different kind of smart atom. Yeah.
I thought the smart atoms
pseudoscience
was their
bullshit.
ability to take over all of the DNA of whatever.
I think it's both.
No, it was.
It's both, yeah.
I think it's just
it's
combo.
all of the property. It's all their properties are just by the smart atom that can be like.
I don't know if flying, because I know that flying is benefited by some like weird inner ear thing, so I don't know if the Asari would get that.
Was it robot or one of the?
It's not benefited. It's just their sense of equilibrium and balance, so that they can actually like feel, in place
It's literally
while they're flying.
So
it's literally the same as people.
It.
No, it's literally no. Well, you wouldn't consider it benefiting it because like that's like saying our sense of hearing and whatnot benefits our ability to walk. It's like no, it's just part of the whole thing. Yeah, but it's a weird argument. It's a weird way to put it.
If they didn't have the advanced inner ear, way more advanced than any part of their
if we didn't have our advanced inner ear, we wouldn't be able to walk. That's why if you go and poke someone's eardrum on one side, they're gonna be really weird walking around for a while. Like, they just lose their sense of balance and all that sort of shit. Just cause. I don't think that's like a weakness. I think that's like saying something's weak to fire. It's like, no, all life is weak to fire. I think it's sort of the same.
It's a lack of immunity or a lack of resistance.
Yeah, that's not the same. That's like, okay, they're sort of like people. You poke their ear, their inner ear, they lose their equilibrium. That's same as us.
I'm eating bread.
It's just they do it with flight. I don't know. Somebody find a goose and poke its ear.
There's something to point out here. Mass Effect severely lacks in like fucking range. Like by the time that they engage fucking like anything, they're gonna be dead. They're dead already. It's fine.
I got contact my
Well, here's something I'm curious about. Here's something I'm curious about. Could any of the biotics be similar to Power Plex's abilities or that nerve gun that the Muller twins used?
No, why would they?
That's stasis, I guess.
Because they use abilities based off the nervous system and attack people like with sci-fi energy weapons with various different abilities with electricity and
their powers
gravity.
Don't affect other people's nervous systems.
Do they at least have electricity? Like, don't they like shock you with shit? Or...
I thought they had stasis. Don't they have stasis or anti-grav?
They have stasis.
I mean that.
Yeah.
Stasis is pretty good.
Are they too strong for stasis though?
No, it's a time lock.
Also,
the time lock.
Could you? They have the ability to kill them, but I think they even have the ability to kill them if you time lock them.
It's hard to argue that the guns that Mass Effect people have would actually do any damage to. They're still limited in the strength of their guns by recoil.
They are.
Don't they?
Yeah.
Don't they still have weapons hotter than the sun, which is needed to damage the skin?
I don't think so. They have a black hole gun.
The incendiary gun.
I thought
it's incendiary ammo, and it's really really hot, and it can turn people to ash who they shoot at it.
Yeah.
But it has to actually penetrate them first.
Is it like instant?
No, you have to wear their. It's a death animation once you kill them, they turn to ash.
Right.
You kill them, but
It's like if you pumped enough of these rounds into this dude's chest, they're going to spontaneously combust. But if the thing you're pumping into them is like hot enough, that'll happen.
No,
what is
superheated
burning
rounds
but
into a person's body, and it's hot, and it's really really hot. And
so how do we know?
But you still have to penetrate their body with it.
Penetration?
What?
But how do we not know the heat doesn't help with the penetration? Like it's just how
it does.
Well, no, it doesn't actually.
Well,
generally
heat
for penetration,
helps with penetration.
Sort of, but like at a certain point, the thing loses structural rigidity. In which case, you want it to be hard so it can actually like punch through shit.
Okay,
if it's going fast enough, you can get like an RPG which like shoots jets of superheated molten bullshit into like tanks.
If something is hot enough, then being in its presence will cause that to heat up, and if it reaches
if it's hot, it's going to add to penetration. I'm with Doug on that. But it still
but it would also have to be present there long enough to do the thing.
It still has to be physically strong enough to actually punch through, and I'm just not sure if it would be strong enough to punch through when you have dudes who can literally be chucked through like several fucking buildings and be totally fine. Or I don't know. I'm not sold on Mass Effect weapons doing that much damage outside of like guns on fucking warships.
Well, also, unless you're talking about like the one that like shot a black hole, like miniature black hole bullshit. Like there's some guns that are like weirdly cracked because of lore. What he was talking about with like recoil is the thing. If you're a human, you can only shoot so much in one direction because there's an equal amount of recoil going the other direction.
I don't buy the black hole gun would be that. I don't buy the black hole gun would be that strong against Viltromites because of how not like a lot of people like to be like, oh, but science and stuff. If it was science, a black hole the size of a dime would be enough to destroy the world according to fucking bullshit physics where they don't actually know what a black hole even does at the moment, but they're going to make all these weird guesses on how strong black holes are. That's the theory. But in the game, that clearly doesn't happen. He opens up a black hole that's like the size of a fucking truck, and it sucks some people up, and it kills them and spits them out once the black hole goes away, and now they're all dead. And that's how it works. I don't see that being strong enough to kill a fucking Viltrumite, just because it can kill regular dudes. You know what I mean?
That's fair. So, could the turrets that are manned by dudes be able to have enough firepower and aim, or like hit their target? because they would be able to have the same technology and they'd be able to have it endure far more recoil and be incredibly more accurate than a ship-sized gun.
I just don't think I just don't think it matters. I think you're leaning way too hard into the 50 Viltromites. The fact is,
you're forgetting about
the fact. I'm not arguing for pre-scourge is out of the question.
We keep talking about whether or not their guns can kill Viltromites. They have an entire galactic military force, and they're a galactic military force that's faster than what Mass Effect. If you destroy the relays, Mass Effect is stuck where they are. They can't move at all. And then you have a galactic force to go anywhere they want and attack whoever they want.
But they're also
not to mention
they can attack them. They can attack them. You are right, but they would still have to win the fight. And if they're able to kill Viltrumites, the soldiers there would not want to help.
Why wouldn't they win?
Why would not? You're also not getting the point though. They don't have to use Viltrumites.
They will in certain locations. But in certain
would.
Locations, they would use Viltrumites, but the vast majority of locations wouldn't have Viltrumites. They literally don't have the Viltrumite to send to every battlefield. Most battlefields would be just massive armies.
Even in universe, like, you can see the galactic map and, like, all the struggles. Like, obviously, there's more conflicts than 50 going on at any point. So, like, there's plenty of battlefields without Viltrumites.
And if they're showing up before the Reapers show up, then they're not even fighting. There are no full-on galactic empires to face off against them because all the different empires are scattered. No one likes each other, and they're all one massive Viltrumite empire is going to have to take on a bunch of much smaller empires, and I mean they can take. And if you're destroying all of their ability to travel between one another, they can't even properly organize to team up and fight. They're stuck. The Turians can't have the humans come help. The Krogans can't have the Asari come help. They're just on their own.
Right, and I would also make the argument that the sheer show of force that the Viltrumites could bring to bear, like, say they just fucking eradicate the Krogans because the Krogans decide to fight to the last man. In the eyes of the other races of Mass Effect, that would be fucking horrifying.
Honestly, I think Krogans, because of how quickly they breed, would be a race that the Viltrumites just wipe out.
You think?
Oh, well, I mean, they already have this plague thing, so, like, they don't reproduce that much now.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, it depends on at what point in the story you have it in that, but they do end.
I don't even
generally cure it, but yeah, you're right. If we're doing it before the actual invasion, we're doing it like almost at the beginning of Mass Effect, then yeah, that would be the case.
And even if you did it at the end when they cure it, it's like they don't have enough time to reproduce either.
Which would be more advantageous for Mass Effect, if we did it before the Reaper invasion or after? Or during?
I mean, usually after.
I genuinely don't think it matters.
But yeah, I don't think it matters. I think no matter where you put them, I think they're gonna get wrecked.
No, I get that.
You want to know what I honestly think?
Which one do you think is more advantageous?
After.
Like if they had 1% chance on one and then a 1.5% chance on another, which one do you think is the 1.5% chance?
I would say after purely because everybody is united and like on the same page for.
But then you also
that's not true. Wait, you're wrong because they were united for the fucking Rachni. You just get them then.
United's not the right word.
They were fighting together.
Well, the humans weren't a part of the Rachni Wars. And the Krogan were just entered into the war.
But the Krogan were at max breeding capacity at that point.
They weren't off-world though. They didn't have space travel.
I don't think they were at max breeding capacity on their planet. They weren't max breeding capacity across the galaxy.
I still think it's a pretty moot point. I don't think it matters.
I don't think it's entirely.
I mean, do we think that if the Krogan off-wheel the Xenophage that they could be wiped out, given how fast they leave?
I think the main weakness they're going to have here is the mass relays. You destroy the mass relays, and they're done. They literally are just all trapped in their systems. They're basically no different than something like Cyberpunk, who's trapped on his planet, except it's just multiple systems that they would have to make it through. Like, no one is coming to help you, and the Viltrumites can literally take as long as they want, going through each system and wiping each one by one if they want.
So I want to think about this. So I want to think about this a little bit differently, actually, for a second, because
what
Rouga
if the
just pointed out
Viltromites? What if the Viltromites go to the Krogan and say we'll cure the genophage because we have really advanced technology? If you fight for us against everybody else,
that is something that they could do.
They would.
Who actually has more advanced technology?
Yeah.
Like that's
I think that, genuinely speaking, the only option they possibly have are those really smart aliens that like make the genophage to begin with. They might be able to create the same disease that the Solarians that like mess up the Viltrumites. Just because we know that it can be done, and like if anyone's gonna do it, it's the Solarians.
I think there's a number of factions in Mass Effect that would, I don't know if I would go as far as say happily join, but would join the Viltrumite Empire. Like I think the Batarians are probably gonna join. There's a good chance they can get the Krogan to join, because the Krogan don't fucking like any of the other races anyway. They're really the only ones that would really, Jesus, stop breathing your mic. The only one that would really just straight up be like no would be the Asari, Humanity, and the Turians. Basically everybody, maybe the Quarians, but they couldn't put up much of a fight. Pretty much everybody else would be.
Well, how reliably could they make their own disease scourge virus, or a better one?
I think the Quarians would literally just do a risk assessment and be like, yeah, we're joining. And that would be the end of it.
Heck, there's a beetle that can actually that creates an enzyme that can be synthesized to remove all their strength. How likely is it to make an enzyme that could do the same thing? Since that's a possibility.
Well, they would have to find that. No one knows about that except for Omni-Man.
So there's
also
a caveat to that thing. So those beetles originally aren't the ones that make that enzyme. In the comics, it's like a plant that actually has that enzyme. And the beetles were sent there to eat all the plants, so it would. So the beetles just start producing the enzyme after eating and deleting all those plants.
Either way, I don't think that they're gonna find them.
Yeah,
don't they have to modify it even after they get it?
On one planet that's capable
well,
of doing
the issue
that
they can't even search for the beetles.
Listen, this is important. Yeah. This is important. If we're taking these two galaxies and we're just like pretending they're the same galaxy, or like it doesn't really matter what we do, none of these worlds that are on the Viltromite side have relays. So Mass Effect won't be able to go there anyway.
Oh.
It will forever be a one-sided war, no matter what.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Whenever the
which means eventually they lose.
That's where they'll invade. The Mass
and
Effect
they make something with their own resources. Can they make anything that could do what they did to that has happened to the Viltrumites before? I get that they won't have that exact knowledge, but they've already thought to use
they have the time?
biological warfare to win a war. If they do it again, what they do?
They don't have the.
Yeah, I think time would be an issue. Ability to organize with other people would be an issue because they won't have the ability to be able to travel and communicate with the relays destroyed. You have. They would actually have to get their hands on the corpse of a Viltrumite, which would be basically impossible for them to do. There's a lot of problems with it.
Also, this is the biggest problem in my opinion. It's really the mass relays themselves, because like once they're destroyed, they cannot be rebuilt.
Not true.
All right.
Not true.
Really?
I
thought that was a technology they didn't understand. Okay, fair enough. Even if they can, I don't think they have the time.
Well, let me explain. It was originally that was the case, but then BioWare ended 3 with a massive plot hole because all the relays got destroyed, and then people were like, this ending makes no sense. You just doomed everyone to die. They're all stuck on Earth. So they came out and they made the new ending, which explained that they can get the relays back online. Now that might not necessarily be because we see them blow up. We see them blow up in that ending.
They're pretty fucking blown up.
Yeah. So no, because basically they didn't realize that they made a plot hole by having them all be destroyed in the original ending. So they went back and made it so, which was a kind of a retcon because they shouldn't know how to build them. Now, maybe you can argue that they don't know how to build them, but they do know how to piece them together once they're destroyed. Maybe, I think that it's iffy. It was all because of the original terrible ending.
Even if you could, rebuild them. It's still like one of those things. It's a technology they don't fully understand, I don't think. I just don't buy that they have a full understanding of it. Even if they could rebuild it, it'll take time. And time is the thing they just don't have.
Also, I don't think the Viltromite
and like
ever let
once
them
those things
it.
are just
I don't think they're gonna them. Like they're gonna send a bunch of construction workers out there to try and put everything back together. You're gonna have a bunch of ships show up to just kill everybody who shows up. I don't know. I just don't.
Yeah.
And again, like the Viltromites are a galaxy-spanning empire. None of the Mass Effect factions on their own are, which means individually the Viltromites should outnumber all of them.
And again, it's sort of like when it comes to
my whole thing is that whenever there was the fight, what is it? Whenever Alan and Omni-Man were getting fight, a bunch of lasers were able to chase them off to where they had to go back for cover.
I agree,
like,
that was annoying, but another thing you have to look at is that the lasers, again, this is bad writing on Invincible's part, the lasers weren't actually doing anything to them when they were hitting them. Like, the
lasers were literally doing no damage.
Again, I think the show's poorly written. The Alan and them are they're you have like 8 dudes fighting against 3 Viltromites, and then a bunch of dudes with little laser guns come out, and Alan and all of them are like, we're outnumbered, we can't win this. As we're watching the guns bounce off of them and not do anything, it's like, why are you outnumbered? Because those guys don't matter. You're only fighting against 3 Viltromites. You should be able to win this, but they just run anyway because the plot needs them to run. But we see the lasers actually hit their flesh and do literally nothing. Like Alan literally just puts his hand in front of his eye, and it's like bouncing off his hand and bouncing off his chest. Yeah. And it's like, can you hurt them? It looks like you're just like shooting airsoft guns at them, really. So it's weird.
That's fair, but the guns from Mass Effect are confirmed to be near the speed of light, and they have a variety of heavier weapons. But the mass that it hits you with isn't that you're by saying that I'm not dishonest isn't the right word. It's kind of a manipulative to say that, and I'm not saying you're meaning to be. It's just the word is escaping me. Yes, the speed of the bullet goes up, but it's still that's what Mass Effect technology is. It increases the speed but lowers the mass. They're still limited by recoil. The gun cannot fire any stronger than the person who's holding it can handle that recoil. So it's traveling at light speed, or not light speed, it's traveling at a percentage of light speed, but it's still hitting with like a really strong, shotgun blast or sniper rifle blast that a person can hold in his hand. If it was too strong, they would fire the gun and their fucking arms would rip off and it would shatter their shoulder. They are still limited. If you're stronger, you can have a stronger gun. So Krogans will have stronger, more powerful guns than humans will, than Solarians will. What about
the real benefit?
I'm not trying to think of the small arms weapons, but those heavier guns that they can have in large numbers against them, that could at least help them up the list to where after Scourge, it's doable. Because if the Viltrumites get screwed over, as likely as it would be,
but the Viltrumites have their own ships.
They have their own Mediterranean.
They have their own warships that can fight against the sorry, my chest. They have their own warships that can fight against the warships of Mass Effect, and they should theoretically have more of them.
I mean,
by magnitude,
the numbers aren't really known, but the thing is Viltrumites have a habit of getting out of their ship and getting into fight.
And we know they're a galaxy-spanning,
and even with the ships,
that's at war.
But But the thing is the Viltrumites still get out of their ships. Even in one of the engagements of the compilations, they were leading their own ships.
But you're talking about a maximum of 50 locations, but usually not, because there's usually where there's one Viltrumite, there's almost always 2 or 3.
As low of a chance as it is, it's still a problem.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean they would win.
Insubordination for any of them to see the Viltrumite die, and then Mass Effect now has the travel technology of their ships. Because they got a handful of dudes say, hey, you can help us here. Let's give you a hand in our tech so you have a better chance.
I think that's
unlikely, but doable.
I would want to bring up the fact that it's not like the freaking writers in the show is going to show us the freaking armies that aren't interesting without Viltrumites.
But also, I don't like this position that you're arguing from, Doug, where you're saying that, well, if this happens, and if this happens, and if this happens, then this could possibly lead to this, and it could lead to them doing... And it's like, you're having to do all of these ifs and buts and maybes and could they's, but if you just look at the military, Viltrum's going to win. They have all of the advantages. Even if you wanted to argue, like, I'm not sure what you're arguing. Even if you want to argue that there's ships in Mass Effect that could get a lucky shot off and could kill a Viltrumite, that doesn't mean they won the war. They still lose. They don't. And do they have a single gun that can harm Thrag? One in the entire Mass Effect universe?
No. Like, we've seen fleets combined and they take out a single Reaper.
So, like, what does it matter? They had literally the entire fleet. A whole Citadel fleet was fighting against one single Reaper, and they were struggling to take it down.
So with my main argument was, hold on, I'm mostly conceding on this. Hang on, let me concede properly. I was mostly arguing with the Viltrumites. If they die and any of their subordinates who are the mass of their army were to see that, they could easily betray them. And then now the Mass Effect has their help, which gives the advantages.
Well,
hang on.
No, they
hang
wouldn't.
on.
They have to liberate it wouldn't just be a Viltrumite dying. It would be their planet and species being liberated, which won't happen.
I agree with Ruby. You're coming up so many if, buts, maybes, ands to make any of this
coalitions
work.
of planets were going around specifically liberating the worlds that were under the Viltrumite's thumb. We've already established that Mass Effect can't do that because they don't have the travel to do it. Even if you didn't destroy their Mass Effect relays, because there's no Mass Effect relays in the Viltrumite's territory. They can't liberate
It's sort
those
of game
planets.
set. It's sort of game, set, and match in like 30 different ways.
This isn't a win. This is not a win for Mass Effect. And if you're it seems like you're playing devil's advocate, and you're going way too far trying to play devil's advocate. Because like it's like 35 different ifs need to come to conclusion just for them to begin to harm the Viltrumites.
I still think there's one win con. I still think that there is exactly one. I don't think it's likely because everything is working against them. But if the Solarians can somehow figure out the plague thing, that is a win condition. But again, the amount of ifs and whats, that's like how many times out of 100 do they figure it out?
They'd have to steal the corpse of a Viltrumite. They'd have to be given tons and tons of time to actually develop it. They would have to get
I don't know how much time.
Cells.
They need time.
They would no. They
I don't need. They need
time.
tons.
They would need a lot of time. They would need a lot.
I would find
They're pretty fucking smart.
Doesn't matter. They would need to get over the concept of smart cells that don't even exist in the Mass Effect universe. Like there's a lot of stuff they would have to jump over to even have.
Again, I think that everything is against them, but I do honestly think that is their one way they can pull it off, and it's like, yeah, no, it's again.
You also have to think
if you ran this in a simulation 100 times, how many times do they do it?
Another thing you also have to think about is that the person who made the Scourge virus was a Viltrumite. It wasn't made by the enemies of Viltrumite. It's not like they got the smartest minds in the entire galaxy to do it. It was a Viltrumite that are the most advanced people in the galaxy and who understands the biology of other Viltrumites.
Again, I'm not trying to even say it's remotely likely. I'm saying it is literally the only chance that they have. And I don't think it's big enough to even worth like considering too much, but it is the one thing they can do. Yeah, because it's for consistency, for completionist sake. I don't know.
You failed, sir. All right, so I'm gonna place it at challenge post Scourge simply because it's gonna. I mean, there's still multiple galactic empires that need to be taken out by the Viltrumites, and just time-wise, it might take a bit.
They are not doing better than Halo.
What are you talking about?
I actually agree with that.
I don't know why we even put Halo down here. I don't remember what the reasoning was. Does anyone remember what the reasoning was?
You thought it was down there because you didn't think they could kill Viltrumites or do anything.
I actually think that the lowest level of actual what do you call it?
Oh no, I remember the reasoning. The reasoning was that the Halo universe is small as shit. They get completely eclipsed. They only
Yeah,
exist
true.
around the Orion belt or sector or whatever. They're
Yeah,
very,
they have
very small.
200.
All right, yeah,
Yeah,
only
that's
millions,
it.
UNSC has like
6 quadrillions.
200 light
Yeah.
years towards colonies and shit. It's a
Yeah,
tiny
it's
ass
actually
country.
not that big.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
So
It's-
it's,
I mean,
it's
if you wanna
just due to
go-
sheer
Yeah,
numbers,
that's fair.
they won't be able to
Yeah.
challenge them,
But
regardless
it's
of how
way
many-
more. It's way more.
Arguably a better
Yeah.
discussion if you're gonna bring any galaxy spanning anything to Halo, talk about the Forerunners because they do harbor a galaxy.
No, we're not gonna.
And
No, we're not gonna talk about the Forerunners.
Well,
No,
to be
Forerunners also
clear,
can do
to be
that
clear, let me
crazy
be clear,
shit.
since Doug wasn't here last week. Jim,
Yeah.
not Jim. Liam, we asked Liam what faction to use, and he said the UNSC. So this is the UNSC specifically.
Yeah.
Just the UNSC.
Pick the
here's
the smallest fucking faction, or like
Now,
the
here's-
third, whatever.
They have some of the best
He
weapons.
chose though.
So I'm going to throw this out there, though.
Forerunners who can blow up whole ships by themselves. Bungie had in mind to make Forerunners
I
who
don't
could.
care.
Yeah, but we're not.
I don't
But we're
know.
not arguing. We're not arguing for
No,
for
Doug's
Forerunners,
just getting
though.
annoyed that Liam chose the UNSC.
Okay, I'm gonna
instead of a
say
better
this, Doug.
faction.
You guys don't. No,
I don't know
Doug.
why you are against
Doug-
this idea. It makes no sense.
Because again,
Go.
okay, I'll explain it. I don't know enough about the Forerunners. They don't interest me.
There you go. There you go, Doug. If you came to last week's stream, you would have been able to argue for your boys, but you couldn't. But Liam, you can't get irritated that the Halo's that low when you chose the UNSC, which is one of the smallest factions on this list.
I think you're. That's fine. I still think there's a better chance because they have way more better weapons.
So I think that they're better. I honestly think they have a better.
Their weapons are better.
Wait, no, hold on. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
At what point?
If they were the best weapons, then the Forerunners wouldn't even be a conversation.
Oh my god! I'm not talking about the fucking. Are you not listening to the conversation?
He is trolling at this point.
I am.
No, you're not.
You're not, because why would you think we're not talking about the Forerunners? I said on this list.
They do.
Yeah,
I
ancient
specifically said
technology
on this
matter.
list, and the Forerunners aren't on this list, so listen to the conversation, obviously.
Well, are you
I
paying
tell you
attention
what,
to the
you wanna-
stream?
They do use
Liam?
their technology at one point.
Yes.
UNSC do.
Read the chat.
They just add Forerunners a cunt. Oh,
There you go.
God.
Oh, well,
And you
I guess.
read, so you're gay.
Thank you, Temple Clock.
Dang.
I do
double.
want to say though, I do think that the UNSC actually does better than Mass Effect, just because the UNSC, I think they actually have the capability of killing a Viltrumite.
I mean, to
The
be
Mac
fair, I think
rounds
they
are
live in a space that
motherfuckers
they
of
can travel
weapons.
better.
Yeah, at least
I
they
think
can.
they're better
kill
because they can travel better. So that's
No,
more
the
than
Mac
that.
rounds,
No.
the Mac rounds are better. I've like looked at the numbers, I've looked at the sciences. I can tell you definitively, the Mac rounds do more damage than the
You look at the
Halo
sciences.
or the
All of
Mass Effect.
sciences.
Well,
Every
I would
science there was.
I mean,
you
they
looked at.
definitely.
I would also
Mhm.
just say we
Hard.
see like multiple megaton do nothing to Covenant shields, yet Mac rounds can blow straight through them.
Penetration
Mac
over, over like power.
Yeah, and
makes
that's
sense.
more important when you're talking about killing a Viltrumite.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah,
orbital
yeah.
rounds have like fire a tungsten shell that's like multiple tons, 40% the speed of light. If that hits a Viltrumite, that Viltrumite is
Well-
completely obliterated. There's no chance
So
they
I
survive
agree
that.
fully
Answer
what you're
them,
saying
Vinny.
about the power output compared to Mass Effect, but I argue it's a lot harder to hit a Viltrumite with a base station sized gun than a ship
They do.
sized gun.
They hit dropship, which are pretty fucking
Hit
strong in
dropships?
comparison.
I mean, okay, so that definitely ups its possibility. So that might be.
I was about to
equally
say,
as
and
good.
I'm not, and like, let me put it this way: I'm not saying that like they're going to win. I straight up like when you think about the number differences, yeah, they get eclipsed, so like
Yeah.
that's it. But I do think they do better
Yeah.
because at least they can kill the Viltrumites. They might actually take out a couple Viltrumites, whereas Mass Effect, I don't think they're taking out one.
I think they're too small. I
Yeah,
think that the
that makes
UNSC can be wiped out without a single Viltrumite being sent even into the area.
I don't know if
Same
they
could be said
fight,
about
like,
Mass Effect.
Go about it that
Well,
way.
I was
Because
Well, okay,
the Mass Effect universe spans the entire galaxy.
But again, if they're fighting the way they do, then they're just gonna get wiped. Like the UNSC, like
But they're
per
only
ship
fighting
would
the way
wipe
they
them out
do
so much
because they
more.
have to fight the way they do because they're losing the war
That's
currently.
right.
No, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about like their range. They can just fire. They can wipe them out from so much further away at a safe distance. Well, we don't see a lot of it, but the little we do see.
I mean,
they're,
unless they
like,
can be on one side of the
ship-to-ship
galaxy
combat.
and wipe out the other side. I mean,
No, but they
how
could be
far?
on. they can be on one side of a system. And
Yeah, systems
Which
aren't
we
big.
see.
No, they
Systems
don't
Solar
aren't big.
system?
Systems
They don't
aren't
have
big.
that. They don't have that amount.
No, the
not
speed
that-
the speed of light's not that fast. You'd have
No,
to be
I'm talking- no.
relatively close.
I'm talking about like in the. We can see them shooting planet to planet. Well, we don't see that, so like the actual ship combat would be very
But
one-sided.
it doesn't matter when you're talking about the size of their empire and how much they outnumber them. Also, here's a good question. I know that maybe it's just a numbers thing. It probably is a numbers thing. But the ships are so fast. I've heard you guys say they can bend space, so they can travel from one side of the galaxy to the other, right? With their ships.
In Halo,
Forerunners, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no. The UNSC.
well, which faction?
Obviously, the UNSC, that's the one which. Why is it so confusing? No, the UNSC.
The UNSC don't have it. The
They
UNSC
can.
Theoretically,
they have comparable travel speeds to the Viltromite ships. Yes.
No, they don't.
So
no,
why
they
are
don't.
they?
I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
Definitely
So wait,
don't.
let me get all my question out before y'all start arguing again.
Guys, yeah, Jesus.
Why are they stuck, or why does the entire story take place around this Orion belt if they can go anywhere in the galaxy whenever they want?
I don't think they can. No, I don't think they can.
Hold on.
Okay,
So, hold on. So the Covenant themselves are expanding in size and numbers, so they don't have the numbers to fill up the galaxy yet. And the UNSC themselves are stuck by the Covenant, and the Covenant also fall apart at the point of the story before they can advance at the point they are. We're seeing the Covenant fall apart in real time.
Yeah,
the UNSC are getting their ass kicked.
We're not talking about the Covenant. We're talking about the UNSC. Couldn't they just go and colonize any world in the galaxy if they want to?
No.
No, well, they could. Well, okay, in theory they could, but they wouldn't have the numbers.
They would
I
need
cannot
habitable
understand you
planets.
guys when you were talking at the same time.
Okay, they okay, no, it's not the travel speed, it's numbers.
No, it is.
They
No,
just don't.
objectively, it's the fucking travel
Oh my,
speed.
Lizzie, Jesus.
Part of it
Calm
is
down,
travel.
Lizzie.
I do agree that part of it is travel speed and communication. If
No,
you
'cause
just
they can travel
go
as far as they
fuck all-
want.
Yeah, they can travel as far as they want, but it takes a long ass time.
Yeah, that's why they have the
to
sleep
go
thing.
into cryos. Yeah, they have to go into cryo sleep. So if you're going and setting up 400-500 years away from Earth, you're literally you have to be completely self-sufficient at that point.
So yeah,
you're not
realistically the UNSC can't fight against the they can't fight against the Viltromites any better than Mass Effect can because they have the same problems with traveling.
Well, I'm talking about like they
so, but yeah.
I would say defensively they could, because if you went to like say like a planet like Reach,
I would actually argue
you'd have...
no. I would argue not less so because in Mass Effect Andromeda they literally travel all the way to the Andromeda galaxy in Mass Effect using cryo sleep. They're capable of doing it. They just have to use cryo in order to do it. They're not fat. In order, it's not that a Mass Effect ship can't go from one side of the galaxy to another. It does. Honestly, it seems like if you take away the Mass Effect relays, the UNSC's travel speed and Mass Effect's travel speed is basically the same. They can do the same shit.
Maybe.
So I don't see how they have an advantage over Mass Effect when their travel speeds are just as shitty compared to the Viltromites, and also they are significantly smaller.
But
it's slightly better. It's also slightly better because they're not restricted to these specific locations. They can technically go anywhere, despite their speeds and everything.
I don't give a shit about their travel speed. I think that weaponry is the big thing. The fact that they could kill Viltromites. The fact that they would dominate in space combat.
Completely wiped out without any Viltromite ever even showing up.
Okay. They will dominate in space combat based off the little we've seen.
Doesn't matter. They're outnumbered by too large of an army. It's an entire galactic empire that spans the galaxy against a couple of small systems or a couple hundred. I don't remember.
I'm not arguing they're gonna dominate. I'm saying they do better than Mass Effect will.
I don't think they will because Mass Effect is far larger.
I feel like
I'm not sure it is.
It's gonna take. It's just going to take
it is multiple galactic
the ships
empires
being better doesn't matter when the Viltrumites have to chew through, like Rouga said, multiple galactic empires. Yeah. Halo is just much smaller. They have less to deal with. You can roll through and destroy 20 planets, and that's far more significant blow to the UNSC than it is to one of the Mass Effect factions.
The UNSC has 800 colonies, and they're fucked.
That's not a lot, yeah. That's
they're tiny.
Well, I say if you bring
Those
up
are
the
the colonies,
population of
not
the
the
colonies,
planets.
it seems even worse because Reach had like 200 million people on it or something like that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, you picked the smallest faction.
God.
I'm aware, and again, I don't care. I don't give a shit about the Forerunners. I don't find them particularly interesting.
We could have said
You
like
can, that's fine.
I mean, okay, fine, but you know, Forerunners would have just done better.
I mean, yeah, they're a
It's
more
like-
powerful faction, obviously.
we could have chose
Yeah,
the Covenant. Out
I mean,
of
if you wanted to
everything,
pick
we could have
a
chose the
team,
Covenant.
that would
Hey
lose.
man,
I mean, go
not
with that.
everything's
You
about
do you.
not everything's about the most powerful thing makes it the best.
You know, I'm just saying
I
the
never
thing
said it.
that,
So
the thing that you
we don't.
don't
So
really
guys,
know about
just to compare
Forerunners.
just to compare sizes,
Yeah.
just to compare sizes a little bit. It says here that Earth just in the Mass Effect universe, Earth just got the ability to actually colonize worlds less than 50 years ago, and they have 134 planets. But factions like the Asari, who have been doing it for like I don't know how old
Thousands
are
of
the Asari?
years.
More than
Thousands of
'cause
years.
Individual Asari live to be over 1,000.
Yeah.
So it's way more
So,
than thousands of years.
Many thousands. Many.
People like them and like the Turians who have been around for basically since like prehistory for humanity. They have like thousands upon thousands upon thousands of worlds. So there's no doubt that they outnumber significantly.
I just think they would get rolled so much harder than Halo would at planet.
Rolled. I think you're using rolled wrong. Rolled means they go in, they sweep the Viltrumite Empire. There's nothing they can do about it.
No,
and they just
the
rip it
other way
off.
around. No, the other way around. I'm
easier than Halo.
That's what I meant.
Oh, like Viltromite. Well, and, like I said, it's numbers. It's numbers, and it's
longer.
It's numbers. It's biotics, which again, Liam and
biotics
Doug,
are-
you have both been able to. You have both admitted in the past that they can't deal with biotics.
Hey, I'm not saying UNSC is doing better Mass Effect. You get it, Liam, not me.
No, I'm saying the two Halo fans in this call right now,
Oh, okay.
Liam and Doug, you've both admitted that there really isn't anything any soldier can do in Mass Effect against biotics specifically, and they have biotics, like that. I don't disagree necessarily with Doug that it is possible they may be able to kill a Viltrumite because they do have things like stasis or whatever. That does exist, but the main thing is I just think that they're just outnumbered, dude. They won't be able to leave their system to actually invade the Viltrumites. That's a massive problem with any decent amount of time at least. And it's just going to be Viltrumites sending a bunch of ships, and the reason why Mass Effect is higher is because it'll take them longer to be wiped out. That's it. It's just they have more people. It'll take way longer to do. That's the only reason why they're up there and why they're considered a quote-unquote challenge. With the UNSC, they'll be wiped out way faster. Like way faster. Super fast.
Si, senor.
Yeah. Okay, anyway. So what we come to the conclusion with that conversation of a topic that we already covered last week is that the UNSC is not moving, and it is still instant
Right, what's the
death.
JSA is moving.
Instant death to post Scourge. The Shinobi Alliance? Really? Oh, okay. All right. Did I add the Forerunners? I did add the Forerunners. Okay. Add the Flood. Are we just gonna be talking about fucking Halo this whole goddamn stream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is $10.
Let's go.
Say nah.
So wait, did Pokemon and Star Wars and that third thing get bought?
Lame.
Or...
Yes.
Oh yeah, it was. Never mind.
Yeah, these were all. Yeah,
Like just recently.
They were all purchased,
15.
motherfucker. I'm keeping track.
I
Somewhat.
didn't know. I was just making sure.
Somewhat.
I'm the one out of the loop.
I gotta get the.
I do think we should probably specify what point of the Shinobi Alliance, though.
Okay, the Flood's actually kind of interesting too.
They're not gonna last that long, anyways. The Shinobi Alliance is probably the worst one to pick because there's
No,
only...
not really. First off, they have hacks.
Whoa, we are not at Shinobi Alliance yet, motherfuckers. Chill.
Okay, my bad.
Like, did you trying to skip everything?
Talks away. We ain't there yet.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
My bad.
Okay.
I'll hold my horses. I'll hold the horses.
That, like, if
I
we
haven't even
talk about
uploaded
it-
goddamn pictures yet, and you guys are just jumping on it.
That like if we talk about it, Rouga will be to do it now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
here we are.
you're right.
Okay.
You're so right.
Bang! Look at that. Boom! Shinobi Alliance and the Flood.
It's like what Liam did with Halo.
So I know the Flood went.
But first, the Forerunners.
I think it goes in front of Blame too, and then Shinobi Alliance goes.
Well, Flood got $10. Forerunners got 2. So
yeah.
Does it matter how much or the
You
order?
go higher up.
more
You go higher up. I actually think Flood is next because I'm pretty sure it got more than Pokemon too.
Blame.
I might be wrong about that. I think Pokemon.
Blame and
okay.
Pokemon got $15. I know because I paid
it was $20, but he added Pokemon. Yeah, Pokemon was more. Pokemon goes first. Well, no, he added 2, so it's 10 and 10. So yeah, Pokemon goes first, and then Blame, and then the Flood. Okay, there we go. All right. So next up we have Pokemon.
They dominate.
No.
Yeah, I think.
Hold up. The main question here is: do any of the god level beings within Pokemon do anything?
Yes, they very much interact with Pokemon.
Yeah, they are very
do they
interactive.
actually try to stop the Viltromites anyway?
Yeah.
Not like
First off,
wait, no, it's
literally one of them.
Hold on,
around in the
guys,
ozone.
one at a time. Go.
Isn't the entire thing behind?
Yes, will 100% take
crazy.
100. Okay, go ahead, Jim.
I was gonna ask. Isn't the entire thing behind Pokemon Legends Arceus is they literally dragged a trainer back in time to prevent that? Meaning Arceus does care about the humans.
Yeah.
Yep. So all you need genuinely is just Magcargo. Literally all you need is
The
Magcargo.
No, but there's a difference between caring about the humans.
Literally,
now, for the
that's
most guys, there's a difference between caring about the humans and going out of their way to stop the humans in every war that they find themselves in.
We do know war exists in Pokemon.
We do, but we also know Mewtwo wanted to wipe out humanity, and Arceus was nowhere to be found. So
he didn't show up because he knew the humans would be able to handle it.
Okay, but the Viltromites aren't here to wipe out humanity. They're here specifically and only to breed with humanity and take them over. Is there anything saying that Arceus would even care if the Viltromites, who are another biological sentient species, dominate another biological sentient species?
Probably not Arceus.
The problem that we come across. Hold on. The problem that we come across is that there's. Let me speak. The problem that we come across is that Arceus isn't the only block. There's also Palkia and the other guy. You have Rayquaza, who again
I'm talking about
protects
all the gods, not just Arceus. I'm talking about gods across the board.
Okay, then.
Actually, hold on. There is something to be brought
even
up
if
Rayquaza,
the Viltrumites are being, and even if the Viltrumites are coming over, there's also the concept that since they like breeding with other races, why aren't they just breeding with Pokemon? Once the Pokemon are targeted, it's a problem.
Like to breed with literal animals.
I mean, it is stated that humans breed and marry Pokemon. So
yeah,
what?
Gross.
Yep, it gets weird.
Yeah, it's a thing.
That is truthful.
Fucking furries.
Anyway,
yep.
The thing is, even when you're not talking about all of the godly level Pokemon, your average Machamp can fucking bench mountains.
There's also Gardevoir who just casually opens up.
I actually don't buy that. I don't take the Pokedex seriously because canonically the Pokedex is written by people who are not
Dr. Oak.
Yeah, they're people. They're well, it depends on which game you're playing, but essentially the Pokedexes are written by people.
But even if you ignore the Pokédex and just look at the actual moves that they can do, there's a fucking move that all fighting type Pokemon can do where they literally suplex you from orbit or some shit like that. That's just a thing that Pokemon can do.
Yeah,
Hold
but that's
on, it
also
is a
not
thing
well,
where
maybe, but that's also not something that would do
I,
that much to
I
a
would
Viltrumite.
I would also state it's considered very impressive to be able to shift continents in Pokemon. Like that's the whole reason why Regigigas is one of the legendaries.
Yeah, I think people exaggerate Pokemon quite a bit. Like I don't think that every single little Pokemon that you bring out is going
I'm not
to have
saying
this
they could.
Not you.
But that's one.
But a lot of people.
Not
Like, well,
every.
he just said every
I
fighting type can
didn't.
suplex you from orbit. And
That
it's
is-
just.
I mean,
There's just
that
one he
is
was
that is
referring
a
to.
That's just
any
literally-
Pokemon that can learn that move can do that.
What's
yeah,
the move?
that's a thing that they can do.
Well, how
That's
legitimate
awesome.
is that?
It's not-
Because if I recall, that's just an animation in a game, not so much of like a lore thing.
It's
Like,
embellishment.
No, that's how
Exactly.
the moves are like described. Like Solar Beam, no matter who uses it, is always described as using solar energy to make a giant ass beam. Same with Hyper Beam.
But the
same with
suplex,
literally
though.
almost all those other types.
Yeah,
of
but a
moves.
solar beam doesn't mean you're
What
being
about the
shot
suplex?
with the sun. Like that's that. You know, it's just
No.
we can create
That's
solar
exactly what
beams
solar
here on
beam
Earth.
is, though.
The thing still stands.
Right, but
30%
but the-
of the
also the
Pokemon that
orbital
are in
thing.
existence do wipe
Does
out
any of those
Viltrumites.
Does any of those descriptions even say they do the actual like jump into orbit and body slam?
No, it's embellishment.
Now, I would believe that, stuff like Tyranitar just does somewhat terraform mountains and the such.
Yeah.
That one seems
Yeah,
that's how big they are.
Now the thing is about Tyranitar though is that we don't exactly know whether it takes many or one or how long. It's a thing that they can do. We just don't know like the time frame,
However, I do want to ask you, Nano, because I know you know a lot more about this than I do.
Okay.
Would Rayquaza have a big issue with the Viltrumites even coming to the planet? Because that guy is
100%.
xenophobic as hell.
Yes, he is the biggest xenophobe in the world.
Rayquaza
When
could probably
Deoxys
pull
first, can I speak?
There's planetary scale.
When Deoxys first entered Earth's orbit, Rayquaza immediately decided to fucking attack two of them. By the way, he does not anything that like threatens the skies and the ground. He immediately recognizes, and he'll always be the first one to go. When he sees Viltrumite ships just start showing up, he's not even gonna waste time. He's gonna go straight for it, and I highly doubt the Viltrumites will stop. He's gonna hyper beam point blank the Viltrumite. He's gonna point blank.
There couldn't even be a Viltrumite coming in to test the waters sort of situation
Wait, so
where
is that-
Rayquaza would just show up.
Is that just
Rayquaza
an
gets
alien
planetary,
coming
so,
to the
like-
planet and getting attacked for it immediately?
And anything that seems like a threat.
That
I was
was
gonna
what
Asteroids, anything like
Deoxys
that.
just was bacteria in space, came down on an asteroid, and freaking
Mind his
Rayquaza
business.
just threw hands.
I was gonna say because that is kind of a thing. Like,
Unless you can just make it
yeah,
all
so the
over
Viltrumites
once
might
it
just have to
needs
deal with shit like that. I don't see them winning if they have to.
Viltrumites will get destroyed.
Yeah, and here's the thing: if they try, I was gonna say if they try to destroy the planet like they do with other planets with threats, some of those godly figures are just gonna get involved and go like, "Hold on there, simmer down, Buster."
Yeah.
We see plenty of times like
planet.
Also, Arceus is omnipotent, meaning you can see
is
a future where if they do.
Actually, a lot of Pokemon.
So
have
if they
future
do
sight.
that in the future,
a lot
we
of
might
the
just
psych
wipe them
types
from
just have
existence.
future sight. They could just.
There's
see
a couple
what
of them
the
with
fuck's going
some nasty hacks. They could just send them to,
All the ghost types would just rip off
nightmare
their
realm.
That is a canonical ability for them.
like Darkrai. Darkrai can just put
Darkrai would
everybody to
just
sleep and
destroy
just rape
anything that comes
you.
around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
I just
Again,
don't-
they're
I'm
not going to
really
do
like-
anything to the Viltrumite army because they're not going to go out to Viltrumite. They're not going to stop them. Anything that comes to them, though, is definitely going to get, dusted.
Okay, the big question comes. The big question comes here. I think we've pretty well proven that the post Scourge is probably not going to happen. Rayquaza's going to throw hands and stuff's going to happen. But pre Scourge, because that's a lot more Viltrumites.
Well,
Viltromites, but the more pressure you put on the Pokemon world, the more likely more of the other legendaries are gonna come out of whatever bullshit they're doing and be like, hey, I fucking live here too, motherfucker.
Yeah, and when you bring that up, then Arceus is going to pull the trump card of all the best trainers. Show up, please. Save us.
We literally see that out on planetary
will just picture this.
Guys, one person at a time.
I can't hear him.
Guys, one person at a time.
Yeah.
So
picture this.
We see that.
Reggie?
One person.
Right, so I'm gonna go.
No one.
So there's a Pokemon from the guy from Sun and Moon, the Sun Pokemon. I'm like pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Ash is like pretty good friends with him, isn't he?
He's well acquainted with Solgaleo more than a lot of the other legendaries.
Wait. What continuity are we doing here? Isn't the anime and the games and the manga all completely separate continuities?
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure. I thought Red existed in the anime, didn't he?
But they're not the same. But Ash doesn't exist in the games.
And the multiverse is canon to Pokemon too.
Doesn't matter. Because the Viltromites aren't multiversal beings. They don't travel to different multiverses. They only gonna.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they're different. They're not the same continuity. Like, they're all confirmed to be separate.
But they're not. But which one are we doing for this? Because the multiverse doesn't matter if the Viltromites are only going to interact with one.
I don't think it really matters either way. Yeah, either way you do it, they're both equally goofy and ridiculous in the things that are shown and stated. So regardless,
I don't like if you use every time I see any kind of feat that someone has for Pokemon, they almost always show a manga panel. It seems like the manga is more powerful than the games or the show.
Okay.
Well, if you use the games, then you have fucking 10-year-olds being like, Master Ball. Now I have fucking Arceus. Yeah.
Actually, do you think they could catch a Viltrumite?
Yeah, no, that brings up a very good question. Do you think they could they catch a Viltrumite?
Yes.
No, but the Viltromites
Now you need to argue it. Why can't you?
Because the Pokeballs don't count
yes, they can.
People.
Yes, they can. Let me tell you why. They can. There is actually a Pokemon in Generation 5 that is canonically confirmed to be an intelligent alien species. You hear him in
you're talking about Beam.
But they're still a Pokemon. But they're still a Pokemon.
Yeah.
Well,
Viltrumites aren't
here's the
Pokemon.
thing. No, here's the thing. Also, literal creatures from other dimensions come into the Pokemon world and they're able to capture them.
Some of the Pokemon are literally alien.
Yes,
like, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, but are there Pokemon that are human? And can you catch them?
No.
Has a Pokeball ever been shown catching a
biggest
human?
exception?
Kind of.
Because
you think they could catch all of them?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're aliens, if they're water creatures, air creatures, space dragons. Doesn't matter. They're all under the species of Pokemon. Viltrumites aren't.
Not Ultra Beast.
Ultra Beasts are described as separate.
Can you catch them?
Yes.
Yeah. You have to do certain things.
Has anyone ever tried catching a human with a Pokeball?
It
hits them. It's just a ball.
Okay, then why are you assuming it can catch Viltrumites?
Because
I don't think it would.
Because why not is the question. It's not like they have the same biology.
They have more similar biology than they do to Pokemon.
Pokemon have similar enough biology to humans to be able to intermingle breeding-wise. It's not
why don't Pokeballs catch
put in the back?
I think it's a literal block for Pokeballs programmed in, probably.
Okay, so why would it be able to? So why would it be able to catch?
They were to do that
because Viltrumites aren't humans.
Viltrumites are. What are you talking about? Viltrumites can also mate with humans. They have much similar biology. Apparently, they have the same blood vessels and shit. Like they have way more
they're
similarities
not
to human than they have.
humans.
That is true. That is true.
I don't
They
see.
fly.
You guys
I don't
don't.
see
Yeah,
it
but you.
for
It doesn't.
Viltrumite.
Yeah, but the Ultra Beasts
That
and
is
something
true.
are nothing like humans. The Viltrumites are. They literally look like humans.
I think you could catch Oliver in a Pokeball.
No, what?
And regardless, if they really wanted to, we don't know why they can't catch humans. So if it is an actual just restriction on the Pokeballs, then they could, in theory, just remove the programming, and boom, you've got a Viltrumite in a ball.
But have
Here's
they
the
ever
problem.
done that?
Oliver might be a bug type.
Ash is gonna pull up the world champion and be like, Grand Regent Thrag, I choose you.
So
is it required for the Pokeball
so
to
I
open
just
if you
looked
have
it
a
up and
typing?
it says that Ultra Beasts are considered a special category of Pokemon.
But they're still Pokemon.
They're still Pokemon. You guys said they weren't Pokemon.
And
so the Pokeballs have never caught anything that aren't Pokemon.
But Deoxys is also considered a Pokemon, even though
He
it's
is
a
a Pokemon.
fucking space alien.
Yes, but it's a Pokemon. It's a Pokemon. Pokeballs capture Pokemon.
Okay,
you're
I'd
treating
have to
Pokemon
ask
like
you-
any Pokemon is the same species when that's not the
I would have to ask.
Yes,
what makes a
Pokemon
Pokemon
are
a Pokemon?
yes, Pokemon are a specific. They're different, sure, but Pokemon are in the same categorization. They're not animals. They're not humans.
Well, hang on. What is the categorization itself? Because it could just be
Are there animals in the Pokemon universe? No, I don't even know.
Hang on, it could just be a term for creatures they capture for games and fighting tournaments.
Yeah, it's like
what
the
does
same
the
way how
Pokemon
we
term
classify
mean?
mammals and fish and birds, but it's not like they all share that same genetic thing. You know, it's not like a Gardevoir is the exact thing. Like it's like the same umbrella term you use like as a mammal. You know? Like we're mammals, but we're not like an elephant.
For all we,
there is a
I
big.
haven't been much engaged in the idea, but for all we know,
there's a big question.
Pokeballs could have been coded.
Pokemon here.
I'm sorry, huh?
The Pokeballs could have been coded to not activate on humans as a safety measure, even if it doesn't work initially on Viltrumites. Who's to say they couldn't turn it on, turn it off?
Because according to you guys, they've never done it.
No, they have. They've thrown it at Ash. Ash has just been
Was he
bopped
caught?
with the head.
But it doesn't open. It just hits them in the head.
Okay, so what?
You go
so
into
they
the
haven't
wall?
done it.
Sucked into one?
It seems that
No, you guys
Pokemon
are
have
making a
energy
massive
that
leap in
Pokemon
logic,
have.
saying that they can alter the programming of the Pokeballs to catch Viltrumites if they wanted to. But it doesn't sound like that's ever happened.
I think that's bullshit.
Okay, y'all are just making stuff up. That I know that didn't happen. They can't catch humans.
I think that
Viltrumites aren't Pokemon. Pokeballs have only been shown catching Pokemon. I don't see why you can make the argument that the Viltrumites.
I think it's arguable that like Pokemon
might be able to catch Pokemon themselves though.
Well, hold on.
That's
I
true.
think that like
point.
Pokemon is an in-universe classification.
Yeah.
If Viltrumites came to the Pokemon universe,
They wouldn't be Pokemon.
would they be
Pokemon.
considered?
No.
Sure, they would.
No,
Just like the other
they're
aliens.
humans.
Because they look just
why
like
are they called Pokemon? Why are they called
The
Pokemon?
logic of a Pokeball was what is it scanning? Is it
No, but
scanning
hold on,
typing?
hold
Is it
on, hold on.
scanning
There is-
body type?
Because the term
No,
Pokemon could
blood
refer
type.
to a species that looks like a lot of animals,
No,
or
the
it could
thing is,
refer
like,
to
I
a
don't
multiple
think humans
species of
would
monsters they
probably
capture,
do that.
and that leads to wildly
Yeah, but I
different
don't
assumptions.
And to do that because Viltrumites look so similar to humans, they probably won't view them as like Pokemon enough to really decide to go that route. You know.
There are
And one
Pokemon
with
that
the
look like
Pokedex.
humans, but they still
And one with the
classify as
Pokedex, and
Pokemon.
they're gonna
does.
be like, smart
does.
Adams, and they're just gonna be like, oh, these
No,
are
that's not
Pokemon.
So
No,
there might be
I
an
don't
answer
buy.
to this.
I don't buy that.
I don't think they'll be able to catch Viltrumites because we do see that they can kind of, but they're ghost type. Like humans that die do become ghost type Pokemon.
Even then,
They can catch those,
let's
but they're
say,
not Viltrumites.
on the assumption the Pokeball opens for a Viltrumite is gonna breach out of it. They're not gonna be able to get.
Well, it depends on.
You are correct about that. There is in fact a chance of it
It's one
failing
more thing to
entirely.
bring up.
You are right about that.
There's one more thing to bring up with that. It's not like their wills are changed. Like, yeah, a Viltrumite in a Pokeball is still just the same Viltrumite.
The moment they get summoned to battle,
Never let it out.
They'll kill the person that summoned them.
Well,
so angry.
Listen,
so
guys,
angry.
There's a lot of psychology that goes into Pokeballs we should not get into.
Yeah. You know what?
Slavery and all.
No, there isn't really slavery in Pokemon. Not with the Pokeballs against humans or
physically stuff.
It's like you're forcing them to work for you, though. At the end of the day,
look, y'all keep kind of batting around what Pokemon. Like, what are Pokemon? We know what they are. They're pocket monsters. That's what they're classified as. Viltrumites aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it could be.
I'm trying to understand.
Even
they're monsters. We just haven't put them in a pocket yet.
So hold on. Some of those pocket monsters are the size, are like 3 feet tall, and some of them are way bigger than the people. Some are aliens, some are ghosts, some are
but they're
fish,
all
some
monsters,
are birds.
which Viltrumites aren't.
Some are mountains.
Hold on. Keep this in mind. Pokemon were not always caught. Back in Legends Arceus, it was revealed that Pokemon pocket monsters wasn't even like a popular term because they just viewed them as monsters because they were so goddamn chaotic. It wasn't until scientists started to make Pokeballs for the purposes of trying to tame and catch the creatures. Before, they weren't even deemed like that. They were just
it was to make it easier to catch.
I think you're using the terminology too literally to say it defines the rules. But if the Pokeball, if they were never called Pokemon,
I think y'all are making up stuff that doesn't match the rules at all.
What? Absolutely. Yes.
Y'all are just saying they can tweak. Y'all literally said they can reprogram the Pokeballs. There's no evidence of that.
The Pokeball thing should not be a question.
How did they program them to function to begin with, then?
Okay, why don't you guys, as the Pokemon fans, answer that? But you can't.
Stop with the Pokeball. They're not useful.
We don't know enough about the Pokeball. Master Ball is a one-off. There's only one technically.
The one Pokemon got
this isn't technology that they found and used. They built it themselves. I don't know why it's that hard to make an assumption that they can alter it because they built it themselves. There is no evidence that it's new technology they discovered and don't understand.
What they needed it to
you don't know who made the Pokeballs. You don't know how they make them. You don't know the rules behind it. You don't know where the power for the Pokeballs come from. You don't know the technology, if it even is technology or if it's magic. That's why.
It is tech and magic, unfortunately.
That's why
we don't know anything though, other than
the origin of the Pokeballs. You're making 12 different assumptions to try and come to a conclusion that Viltrumites that are not monsters can be captured by them.
Okay, Pokemon fan here, but jokes aside.
If they could capture humans using Pokeballs, don't you think Team Rocket would have done that shit by now?
Yes.
No, they're totally chill.
Because there's no point in capturing even if you could capture a human with the Pokeball. What are you gonna do when you throw them out? They're just gonna be pissed and deck you in the face.
What do you mean?
Because that's how slavery
Team
works.
Rocket being able to catch Ash with a Pokeball would have been useful like 1,000 times.
Also, no. This guy understands how slavery works. Okay, we should listen to him.
I do.
So, okay, Pokemon fan here. I'll
drop the Pokeball.
Look,
I'll say, jokes aside, I don't think Pokeball can catch a Viltrumite.
Weapon that'll
I'm a Pokemon fan, and I don't think so. I think it'd be funny and absolutely fucking hilarious. I think would love it.
Entertaining. Said that half as a joke.
I don't think it would be genuine.
Guys, stop.
I think there's a genuine argument to be made.
Guys, all are talking over each other. But also, I feel like y'all really wanted to debate and have Palworld on here, where you can do that. But y'all are y'all trying to make Pokemon Palworld, and it's not.
I mean, it's just a possibility, but at the end of the day, they don't need to capture Viltrumites and Pokeballs to be able to fend them off. There's plenty of legendary and mythical Pokemon that are more than strong.
I think the world is fucked if they have billions of Viltrumites to deal with.
Yeah,
I don't
there's
think
a lot of
Viltrumites. There's a lot of Pokemon that have insanity powers.
Not
yields.
Hold on. Funnily
not just
enough,
the air ones.
I think the types that are gonna excel in any sort of war against Viltrumites is gonna be like electric, psychic, and freaking like ghost.
Oh, the psychics are gonna.
Could they hit the ghosts?
No, that's
no, they can. They can.
Can they?
I mean, first off, rules of Pokemon kind of abide by a certain magic. It was said at some point that like a lot of Pokemon type moves are like magic excrete or waste that they accumulate and use as power.
Sick.
So it's like magic fire that they're shooting at ghosts. It's not like normal fire. Like it still burns down forests and shit, but like the reason why they interact with each other on the daily is because they abide by like this magic rule.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that if that's the case,
you can't shoot a ghost.
The problem with that is if that is the case, then why is it that the normal attacks don't work if those should also be magic?
No, normal attacks don't work.
That's just
I know they don't work, but shouldn't that also be magic?
That's just
no, that's typing exempt.
That's so. So
really.
I don't think Nano's correct when Nano says that. I'm actually not sure if that was Nano who was speaking. I wasn't listening, but he was saying that like that's what that Pokemon can hurt ghost types because they use magic, but their normal attacks are also magic, and that doesn't work. You're making an assumption that their abilities should be able to harm ghosts because of magic.
How do you know
the weakness of the ghosts isn't? How do you know that the ghosts just aren't specifically immune to non-elemental attacks?
Well, they are.
The Viltromites should still be able to hit them.
Like if the Viltromites put on some brass knuckles, now it's a fucking steel damage type, and they could punch the fuck out of a
super resistant, but
a hunter or something.
I mean,
it's like elemental
how that works.
Cylinders is better for that.
I mean, you have.
This is an interesting premise because the Viltromites will against surround the planet, but they're not going to be able to overtake it unless they do.
Billions would be able to kill almost everyone on the planet.
Billions would be able to do a whole lot.
Billions of Pokemon.
There's a lot.
It doesn't matter. Each individual
Pokemon
Pokemon can't take on a Viltrumite.
And then
no, but there's enough of them that are very powerful. Not just like Entei and all of them.
Not billions. All the legendaries are unique.
Yeah, the legendaries are unique, and there's not enough of some of those special types that would have a possibility of taking one on, like said psychic types.
We see Omni-Man wipe out the face
There's
of
a lot
the
of unknown guys.
Guys, we see Omni-Man wipe out the face of the Flaxen homeworld casually just by flying through the city. You have billions of people like that. If two of them decided to do it, that would murder 80% of the planet.
That's disingenuous. Omni-Man is considered to be one of the stronger. And
but you have
one
multiple.
of the stronger.
But not the strongest. And we've seen him be in fights with 3 or 4 different Viltrumites that are capable of fighting against him just fine. If there are billions of Viltrumites, you're going to have at least a couple 100,000 bare minimum that are going to be of comparable to Omni-Man. You don't think that someone like Anissa, who's not as strong as Omni-Man, could do the same thing? Anissa is directly stated to be faster than Omni-Man, despite not being as strong.
Arceus recognizes that Viltrumites are on their way.
Name a Viltrumite that we've seen that can't travel at least massively faster than light because they can go from one planet to another in space, or at least light speed. If any of them go on the surface of the world and fly in one direction, they're destroying everything.
That's irrelevant though, because if they try doing that, somebody like Arceus would get involved.
There's billions. There's billions.
But he would know beforehand.
And he would have to know beforehand that it would even happen.
He does.
He's literally omniscient. Yeah. He's literally omniscient. He has all of the knowledge.
So would he show up? So would he show up in a? So would he show up and just
trainers to assist?
So would he show up and just erase all of the Viltrumites from existence?
Yes.
No, he doesn't involve himself that way.
Okay.
He gets
I'm
other
getting
things to do it.
Okay, wait, hold on. If he doesn't involve himself that way, then like why are we arguing for him at all?
He's the final stage. He wasted a last second. When the world is in possibly trouble, that's when he steps in.
Not true.
I've seen Pokemon's world be in trouble at multiple instances where it was near world domination or destruction, and Arceus was nowhere to be seen. How many storylines has Arceus even been in? I bet you it's like
He's
one or two.
He's aware that there's individuals that will subvert that.
He was in Legend of Arceus. He was in that movie where he technically died.
Those are different continuities.
He was.
That's not the games.
Those are different continuities. A movie and a manga are 2 different continuities.
I don't know about the
Okay,
manga.
well, in the games, if we're talking about games, he's been in 2 of them.
I don't know what we're talking about, but I don't know what we're
Diamond
talking about. But if I say if I say something like, you know, how often does he even come out, and then you start pulling from all of these different continuities, all of the different times that he's appeared, that's not relevant. Like
it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if he doesn't show up. There's like 50. There's like plenty other Pokemon that could easily wipe them all out.
I like how it went from 50 to 3.
I will admit their light speed does bring up an issue, but with the Arceus omnipotence, you're kind of in a block. So I wouldn't know where to put them, to be fair. Cause...
if the Viltromite sent a couple of people to the planet and they got wiped out by super strong Pokemon, the Viltromite's #1 goal from that point is to wipe out that planet of life. Whatever that means, that would mean pushing the planet forward towards the sun like they did, destroy the surface of it. It doesn't matter. And you guys are just saying, well, Arceus will just pop up, but we've seen the Pokemon.
Arceus is not part of this discussion.
Not true.
Not according to like 8 people in this room, because they keep bringing them up.
Get Arceus out of the fucking discussion. There are several Pokemon on the fucking planet that will say no to that.
What do you mean say no? How do they stop billions of people? What do they do? How do they?
Evoltal.
You have
Evoltal is literally
Evoltal. Yeah.
All of them immediately. His sheer presence is literally said to strip the life of anything around him.
Okay, so why isn't the Earth dead?
You have Zekrom. You have Reshiram.
Because he's been a
Xerneas. He has a good equivalent.
I can't understand anything Nano's saying
there
at all.
Opposite to the fan.
I didn't hear any of that.
You're confusing the fact that just because of the calamity, you can hear
I'm not
me?
confusing anything. I'm asking you questions. You said he could strip the life from anything. Why is anything around him passively? Apparently, why
is Xerneas?
Why Vettel and Xerneas have
something called equilibrium on the planet?
You need to fix your mic, dude.
Opposite to.
Nano.
Also,
for that one, Yveltal has a equivalent of Xerneas, who pretty much restores the life to that, you know, the whole freaking equivalence thing that.
Yeah, he makes everyone
doing. That's why the entire planet isn't dead. Not to mention Zygarde exists on top of that to ensure neither of them get too strong.
One who life and death.
Okay,
he's literally the antithesis of both.
Okay, so where's the evidence that they can just instantly wipe the life out of billions and billions of Viltrumites?
Because it's happened before. He's reset the planet before. It happened before.
I mean, okay. How about this? During the first Pokemon War, I believe what was his fate? Z used the powers of
You just can't make Pokemon sound cool, even when you put the word a war behind it. It's just not possible. Go ahead. What were you saying?
So AZ used the power of both Xerneas and Yveltal to bring his one Pokemon to life, and it caused nearly a mass extinction in all of Kalos.
Okay, where's Kalos?
Reactivated
a continent.
Kalos is,
okay, that's a continent. That's not a planet.
Okay, it's not a planet.
Okay,
really
so they can't. Is the answer to that question?
Well, actually, it might be multi-continental because we know that the Mega Evolutions are everywhere in the world.
Is a problem.
Yeah. What's up?
Is not a wipe for the Pokemon, but pre-score the Scourge. It's definitely going to be a problem.
I'll be honest with you. I think you guys. I think the Pokemon fans are bullshitting. Just like they were bullshitting about the Pokeballs. I think that this is why I'm asking so many questions. Oh, they could just wipe out all the life. Okay. No, it was a continent. Okay, so that wasn't true. Like, I think you guys are exaggerating with the things that you're saying, and I think you're taking certain powers that are impressive, but you're relaying it to us, or the people who are not Pokemon people, in a way that is making it sound more impressive than it is. If you had billions of Viltrumites arrive to the world and start fucking it up, there isn't a Pokemon there that would snap their fingers and kill all the Viltrumites and not affect any of the humans. But you made it sound like that when you talked about the dude who could just wipe souls, or whatever, just wipe life. But that's not what he did.
There's not enough Pokemon with light speed, unfortunately.
Yeah, I do think that individual Pokemon could hack Viltrumites, like ripping out souls.
That's where it comes in.
Not all billions.
the psychics,
And
the
again,
ghosts,
but not on the scale. But not on the scale that I think any of them are arguing.
No,
So
even when the planet is
did-
destroyed, the Viltromites will suffer because those Pokemon will not have somewhere to bridge themselves properly, so they're just gonna go to the slaughter. So Viltromites will be killing themselves by destroying this planet. It's literally a time bomb.
I mean,
Wasn't there a
even
claim
if you
someone-
don't want to bring in Arceus, there's other gods. You have Palkia and Dialga. They
I don't
control
step
the
in that
fundamental
But they
realities.
wouldn't. But they wouldn't
of
intervene.
time.
They wouldn't step in.
And even when all that happens,
they
the
would
planet will recover via bullshit Pokemon magic, where you're just like, okay, rebalance the world.
Hold on, look. We talking about y'all keep talking about legendaries and these different Pokemon. None of y'all are bringing up the moves though. The moves and the definitions and how the moves act are essentially hacks at themselves. Perish Song. As soon as a Viltrumite hears Perish
We've
Song,
already brought that up. We've already.
None of y'all are
addressed
bringing
that.
up this thing. Let me bring up this thing y'all already brought up.
Okay. That's my fault. That's my fault. Another thing though. Rayquaza automatically, as soon as there's a threat to the Earth, Rayquaza automatically.
We've also already brought that up.
Think about
He
think about
would
we brought that up.
the moment the army is
problem.
The niggas in the comments.
Hang on. Does he have anything new to add? What if
funny?
Yeah, we brought up Rayquaza, and that's pretty much one of the reasons why they get past like post Scourge.
A Viltrumite couldn't one-on-one a Machamp either. He don't have the combat skill.
No. A Viltrumite will destroy a Machamp.
What? No, a Viltrumite cannot punch 1,000 times. 1,000 times in what? 1 second, 2 seconds? They said a Viltrumite
We've never seen that.
I don't think you can take
I don't
the
know what we're-
Pokedexes literally, because there's been multiple different statements within the mangas, and I think even some developers have stated the Pokedexes are basically written by whoever like makes the Pokedex in that
Was a
game.
researcher.
So like the scientists that you get the Pokedex from, which is why they're so inconsistent with each other. It's basically a bunch of fanboys like freaking out about Pokemon and writing shit like, oh, this Pokemon could throw a mountain, because they're just like fanboying over how cool they like the Pokemon.
Let's take the Pokedex entries out of it then. There's Pokemon that are purely based off sound effects, and that's like a weakness to the Viltrumites. Exploud, Chimecho.
No, a very specific frequency. Just one frequency.
Yeah.
Not just sound.
Plenty of in all fairness, there are plenty of electric types and the such that probably would be able to.
And how are they going to hit a ghost type? How are they going to hit a Shedinja with Wonder Guard?
Because any elemental attack can hurt them. They're just immune to normal attacks.
So
not true.
My army would work.
Wonder Guard, unless you have the specific elemental effect for that, they wouldn't be able to get
They
past
throw
that.
one match at Shedinja. Shedinja.
They're like Venom. You just light a match and they're just like.
No, literally that's what you would need to kill Shedinja. It's technically immune to everything but the things it's weak against, which is like fire and ghost and all that. Frick. It's like 4 types.
You guys forgot about the trump card, magic card.
Guys, look, but there's a lot of other stuff that you guys are completely ignoring, though. Like even if you do name, this Pokemon, they don't have billions of them to take on all the Viltrumites.
No.
The Viltrumites can also get Pokeballs themselves
Millions.
and catch their own Pokemon and train them in the Viltrumite way.
Hold on. I want to address something. I want to address something.
They don't have to kill the Pokemon. They just have to kill the Pokemon trainers.
Viltrumite beating up a Pikachu.
They just
Well, hold on. As soon as they find out that they can fuck Dittos and make more Viltrumites, like it's game over.
That's true.
That's the problem. You go to Gardevoir, catch yourself.
It's gross. Like it's gross, and I don't like it. But like it is game over.
That is kind of.
Something else is that the villain teams might actually consider joining the Viltrumites.
Nobody is in danger, guys.
Like Giovanni, maybe, because all he cares about is just selling and
that man literally went
Iris,
multiversal with his freaking bit.
Ever.
I just laugh hysterically. Look, I just laugh hysterically when like Thrag shows up and Ash is like, "Go Pikachu, I choose you," and then Thrag immediately before the Pokeball even hits the ground rips Ash's fucking head off. And it's like,
No,
what do you think I'm gonna get a Pokeball?
You know what?
I find it infinitely more funny if he just literally punts the Pikachu back at him. Just
and then the Pikachu's body flies through Ash's body.
Rouga, you're wrong.
And
That though, he would watch the battle like and do nothing. That's what he does.
We're talking about
Guys, you're all talking now.
Just stand there.
If we're talking about the anime continuity and not the games, Team Rocket, it's funny to bring up, they might have durability on par with Viltrumites.
God damn it.
That's true.
They might.
Maybe, but you're all talking. You're talking about
invincible.
different. You're talking about different Pokemon that don't.
I
That
know,
are not numerous enough to take on Viltrumites individually. I'm not saying that there aren't some Pokemon that can take on some Viltrumites, but there aren't enough of those Pokemon that can take on all of the Viltrumites. When you have billions of them.
It comes to this.
Especially when Viltrumites
like a mental resistance like.
Yeah, Viltrumites.
When Viltrumites come and take over, the Pokemon planet is not going to be able to properly defend themselves. It is destroyed. The rest of the Pokemon that can survive that destruction, which there are many, are now going to hunt down and kill every single fucking Viltrumite, and then there's going to be 2 or 3 other Pokemon.
If they can travel to the Viltrumite, if they can travel across
other Pokemon,
if they can travel across the galaxy, if they could travel across the galaxy to get to the Viltrumite, and if the Viltrumite haven't already caught their own Pokemon, bred them, and used them for war against the Pokemon that are coming after them.
If they're coming for war, they're not going to be able to know this information. Catch something though, if they're
How would they not if they're going there? The Viltrumite invade planets by sending one dude there to understand it first.
They want to populate. They wouldn't capture or enslave. They want to populate.
Why would the Viltrumites utilize slaves? I mean, it's the same. It's the same idea essentially.
Hold on.
Guys, stop all talking over each other.
They already do that.
No, we know for a fact that Thrag goes to Thraxa and he has a bunch of like kids or whatever. What's stopping the Viltrumites from just doing that?
Nothing. That's what I'm saying. The Viltrumites, their normal way of doing things is to understand a planet before they invade and try to take it over. You're saying how will they know it? Because they would have spent multiple years there already. So
they would not be allowed to be in the planet. Rayquaza and many other Pokemon will swallow them.
They're gonna stop one. They're gonna stop one dude. They're gonna stop one dude from entering the atmosphere of the planet. One single person.
Yeah. That's true.
The Viltrumites would probably capture the Pokemon for the purpose of farming resources, because the Pokemon are very useful when it comes to like producing resources, so they could easily use them as resource makers.
Yeah,
so I could totally see the Viltrumites capture.
What if they catch Rayquaza?
They can't.
They can.
They could do that too.
They'd have to get to the planet. They'd have to get to the planet first. Yeah.
What if they just enslave the Pokemon the old-fashioned way?
I'm gonna be honest. I think if it's one Viltrumite, I do think Rayquaza could take that. It's mostly when it starts getting into like multiples. Like I'm talking 10,
How strong is
20
Rayquaza? What could he even do? No one's even said what he can do.
Yeah.
He stopped the planet from blowing up.
So?
How?
That's like 3.
Doesn't
that's
matter
like
anything.
3 or 4 Viltrumites. Okay.
Here's what Rayquaza did.
And also
Kyogre and Groudon were both stated to be able to destroy the planet. Rayquaza?
No, that's not true. I know that's not true. Groudon can do planetary earthquakes.
And Kyogre can flood the world.
That's not the same thing as destroying the planet.
In primal form, it's stated that they can essentially destroy the world.
Essentially for us humans.
Essentially.
Why the planet?
That's not planetary.
Okay, destroy the planet or make it unlivable. There's a difference.
Yeah, are they blowing up the planet?
It's
if you flood the whole world, is that not destroying the planet?
No,
not in the way.
Not in the context we're talking about.
Yeah, no. If this was making it unlivable, I'd say that's destroying the planet. But that's not what we're talking.
It's just you can't live there anymore, but it's still there.
That makes sense.
It's still there.
That can't overpower the Viltrumites because some of them can blow up the planet based on the comet's adaptation of the event.
Multiple together with a destabilized world, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, with a destabilized
world. You have Groudon being able. First off, I don't think it's even fair to say that Groudon has like planet surface destroying power because he's a geomancer. That power doesn't remain there if he's dealing with anything that's not rock. Same thing with the water dude who I'm forgetting his name, but I know who you're talking about. The dude who floods it. He can control water, but that doesn't mean he could put that amount of force into a punch or into shielding against
In one
a
of
punch.
the first cutscenes we ever got from a Pokemon game was shown that those two were about to destroy the world.
No, not the way you're saying it. Not the way you're saying it though.
Cutscenes we ever got in Pokemon.
How is the
How was it the first
You don't-
cutscene we ever got when they didn't show up until Ruby and Sapphire?
Also, again,
one Master Ball in the world.
It was
You're
about
using-
wiping the surface.
destroy the world in some fucking weird way.
It's a weird way,
Wanted them to use
but it's
them to
also
destroy
but it's
the power
also
of the whole.
specifically earth bending and water bending. Essentially, it's not like Groudon punches the world and it blows up, which is what Viltromites don't do. But that's where their strength comes from, punching things really fucking hard. Just because he can control Earth and he could shake the surface of the world a lot, doesn't mean that when a Viltrumite punches him in the face, he could take all of that energy that he uses to shake the world because he can control Earth and shield his fucking face with it. That's not how.
I mean, I don't know why not, considering that Rayquaza would regularly shove, like, just blitzes into his face at, like, max force.
Yeah, but you can't even. But you're basing how strong Rayquaza is by comparing him to Groudon. So that doesn't matter.
I was doing that.
No, he's stronger than Groudon.
He's stronger than both of them. He doesn't even have any like special bending powers. He literally is just force. And
Yes, but what can he? Yes, but what has he done? Because when I asked how strong he was, y'all just told me what Groudon did.
We stopped. Hold on, wait. What are we doing? He basically stopped the Viltrumite in Deoxys. What are we talking about?
No, the problem is not that
then
you
you-
can't stop a
well,
Viltrumite.
then you have to
You can't stop
prove-
multiple Viltrumites, though. That's the problem.
So even if we assume that Rayquaza is planetary, Rayquaza at most is stopping 50 to 100 Viltrumites, not even close to billion.
Yeah, no, billions is kind of off the table there.
Even with his mega,
Even with his mega, billions is crazy. Yeah. So
Do you
yeah,
guys?
for
So
sure
do you?
there-
Wait. This is
Well, that's what
this is
we're
kind of an
talking.
unrelated question for the most part. But do you guys think that the anime is just going to straight up make Thrag a planet buster?
That would be wild.
I don't
think it's
think
possible.
he is.
I don't think so.
I feel like at the rate they're going,
I
they
think
might
so.
as well.
I mean,
No,
they made it
because
apparent that he's undoubtedly stronger than both.
They can't
freaking
even hurt him,
Omni-Man.
dude. They can't
Yeah,
even
like he
hurt
is
him.
so undoubtedly stronger than three of them combined,
That'll
Yeah,
change.
ripping them apart, literally.
What if, like, by the time we get to
Instantly
season
kills
7
everything.
of Invincible, Rayquaza's attacks aren't even going to do anything to Thrag. He's just going to stand there and
Christ.
eat them, and we're just
Oh,
gonna
for
be
sure, no.
Assuming we get to season 7 and
gonna get
everyone
shot
hasn't
with
left
He wants
by
9,
then.
dude. He wants 9 seasons.
He
I was
wants
disappointed by
58
Satan. That
seasons.
was
Oh,
the
he
one.
wants 10.
That was
He
the
wants
second
10.
worst Satan I've ever seen in fiction. Was from Invincible.
Yeah.
What's the
Who's the
first?
first?
The
Campbell's
first,
Jane's
the
a bitch.
first was from the Sandman adaptation on Netflix. If you, has anyone seen
Actually-
that show?
First episode.
Has anyone seen
A
that
bit
show?
unrelated. What's your
I've seen
opinion?
the
I watched the
I've
first
seen the
episode.
shorts.
So
Okay.
so Satan in
episode.
Sandman on Netflix is played by Brienne of Tarth from Game of Thrones.
Nice.
Okay,
What?
I
Yeah.
have
Like
two
from Game of
questions
Thrones?
then.
From Game
I
of
have
Thrones,
two-
the chick. It is one of the worst. She is like this
Okay.
hunchbacked, like older, like middle-aged woman who is just like, it's just like, this is Satan. This is Lucifer.
Does she look cool?
No, she's wearing a white
is
robe.
Oh no!
She
Really?
looks
They
like
ruined
she
it?
looks like a middle-aged hunchback woman with a white robe.
Oh, what
it's
the fuck?
it's the worst. It's the worst Lucifer I've ever seen. And Invincible's the second worst, despite the fact that it's voiced by Bruce Campbell, and I like Bruce Campbell, but
I have a
that was terrible.
Yeah, I
Hadley,
didn't like
told you
that.
last full
I do have
stack
a-
what
Yeah,
you're
kind of
gonna
sucked. He
do.
was just a bum.
I do have a question for you, Ruga. How does like Tenacious D's Devil scale on that?
I never finished the movie.
Oh, he would win.
So when I
only
was a kid,
because of
when I was a kid,
musical
my
prowess.
parents are pretty religious, and when I was a kid, they liked Jack Black, so they rented Tenacious D, and we were supposed to sit down in the living room and watch as a family. And the opening scene is kid Jack Black praying to Satan on his knees. And they were just like singing about like fuck this and fuck that, and
Doesn't
they
he
were
have
like,
a game as well? Is that game any good?
and they never watched, and they were like, nope,
What?
we're not watching this, and they took it out, and
The
then
Jack Black
we
game?
never, I never saw
Brutal
it.
Legends? Yeah, that it. I've heard it's very solid.
Oh no, Brutal Legend's great.
So, you know,
Brutal Legend's great. There is no Satan in Brutal Legend.
With Jack Black in it, truthfully.
Yeah,
So,
Jack Black's in it. It's a good game.
You know, in my honest opinion, because Rouga, I have conceded to your points. I originally thought Pokemon were going to rape Viltrumites, but I personally think they're in the middle.
Can't.
I do not see how Pokemon get out of this alive. If the Viltrumites win and destroy the planet, Pokemon are gonna do a Deus Ex Machina, and the planet is back magically.
How would they live in space?
I have a question.
There's Pokemon that can live in space, but not many. The thing is, like, if the planet is destroyed, Arceus will step in. He steps in for like many
things. He's just gonna bring the planet back.
He steps in twice. From what I remember, he literally steps in twice, and funnily enough, it's both times Giratina gets involved.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, Giratina was treated as sort of planetary threat, like how a lot of the legends are treated. Eventually, they're going to be planetary.
Are we just guessing that Arceus would step up? Like, do you guys even know the characterization of Arceus?
He gets in at the end.
I could see a way of Arceus stepping in. It's not likely, which would be like Cyrus sees the invasion and decides to bring in Giratina like he does in the game. Then Arceus steps in and probably ends it, but other than that, I don't really see.
I want to be clear. I am not because Yaku just asked how are the Viltrumites going to counter the Ultra Beasts. I am not saying that the Viltrumites are countering and winning. I am saying that a lot of the arguments that were being used by the Pokemon people on the Pokemon side, I think are massive exaggerations, and I think a lot of it's just making shit up. Like, oh, they could just take all the life from the fucking billions of Viltrumites whenever they want.
No.
I think it's I think you're massively exaggerating. I think that there is no doubt in my mind that the Viltrumites will fuck up that planet. Most of the Pokemon, many of the humans, and if they are defeated, it will not be with just one Pokemon being like, snap their fingers, and now all the fucking Viltrumites have been wiped out from the timeline or whatever. I think you guys are exaggerating massively.
Arceus wouldn't destroy them. He'd just bring back the Pokemon.
I still want to know why.
You know he would 100% destroy them. I mean, another Pokemon.
I mean, he can, but
has he ever wiped out an entire race of people?
I don't see him doing that.
Okay, then why are you saying he would absolutely destroy them?
There's never been.
I mean, he brought one. He brought him in.
Then stop making the assumption that he would, if he's never done it.
I would state he brought them into existence to begin with. So
yeah.
Can he bring the humans back?
Yes.
Yes.
When does he do that?
Does he brought them in to begin with? Yeah.
Does he do it?
I just want to know why. What is stopping a Viltrumite from going to the planet, landing down on the planet, and doing what fucking Omni-Man does and hanging out for like 20 years?
That's what I said, and they said
not a
Rayquaza.
superhero planet. There's nobody on there.
How is he going to know that?
The moment he recognizes a threat, an outside
threat,
he gets
angry. He did it with Deoxys.
That doesn't matter.
It's an alien presence.
One at a time,
guys. But it doesn't matter. There's multiple Pokemon. There's multiple Pokemon. You guys said it yourself. There are multiple Pokemon on Earth that are stated to be aliens.
Yeah, but they weren't a threat, though.
It doesn't matter. Omni-Man won't show up as a threat either.
They came to like a wormhole in time or something. The Ultra Beasts came through some other type of gate dimension thing. They not just there.
No, not just the Ultra Beasts. There are multiple. Yeah, no, unknown are aliens technically. Like there's a bunch of different Pokemon that are considered aliens.
No, they are not. No, they're not.
No, they're part
Unknowns don't actually have an origin. Unknowns are just on the Earth.
I thought unknowns were from another dimension or some shit.
Nope.
Am I crazy?
No,
technically, but they're still Earth.
As the language that they use, they're technically like teachers, essentially.
Whatever.
Like,
you guys said that there were multiple aliens, which means Rayquaza isn't wiping them all out the moment they get to the planet. Some aliens are coming to the planet regardless.
If that wasn't the case, the only aliens that did actually get to the planet are ones that are literally so harmless. It wouldn't even.
Omni-Man is not going to show up as being harmful. And another exaggeration that I think you guys made is when you said that he would automatically know that Omni-Man's coming to the planet no matter where he goes. Like does Rayquaza just have a solar system wide scanner of everything?
Yes.
Omniscience. They said at the beginning he has omniscience.
There is no superpowered people humans, excuse me, in the Pokemon world normally.
That's not true.
There
are. I mean, there are. There are.
Hold on.
Pokemon
Have you heard of
humans
Team
with
Rocket now?
superpowers.
There's a handful.
there's
There are
plenty.
handfuls that have actual superpowers.
No, there's a literal class of trainer called psychics, and you see them like levitating Pokeballs and all
Yeah,
that.
they have
That's
superpowered. I know that. I don't even know
seen
Pokemon.
Sabrina do it though.
It doesn't matter.
No.
If Omni-Man
Yeah, a
is
lot of-
coming down to the world and being friendly as he was when he came to
No,
down
it's
to
his
Earth,
intent.
there's no reason
Yeah,
for
but
people
how
to
did he
fucking
show
hate
his
him.
friendliness first? How did he show his
I
friendliness?
would
He
say,
attacked
you
the
know,
monster.
I would
He
say,
attacked a monster as soon as he got onto the
yeah,
planet, though. That's
I
how
was
he
gonna
showed
say
his
that.
friendly.
Wait, what?
Like
Another
Deoxys didn't
interesting
mean
height-
to hurt anyone, but he is a threat. He can potentially destroy Earth from within. Rayquaza did not want that. If the threat of Omni-Man, even though he's coming in peacefully for now, is apparent, and technically
Why
Rayquaza
would it be
does
apparent?
ping on
He's
that.
just gonna be a dude flying down to the planet.
Why does that matter?
For what
How
reason?
did Omni-Man interact
There's a
with
reason
Rover?
Omni-Man
How
shows
did-
up, is to take it over. Rayquaza would be privy to that information somehow, magically.
Okay.
So another thing
Why would
that would be
Omni-Man
interesting
not
to
just
consider
attack Rayquaza
he would
straight
know
up?
is
that he's a threat. He
We
just
agree, technically.
the Viltrumites in the Pokemon world could become a multiversal threat if they were to kill Giovanni and take his multiverse hopping tech.
Well,
They don't
okay,
agree knowledge
I'm
though.
gonna say this. In all fairness, that one's a specific Giovanni that happens in what the Let's Go games, if I'm not wrong.
No, Ultra Sun and Moon, but we know he
Ultra Sun
canonically
and Moon.
hopped to multiple universes. Like he went to the original Ruby and
Giovanni
Sapphire.
never took part in the Ultra Sun and Moon. What are you talking about?
So wait, why are y'all saying that Rayquaza's omniscient? Because I'm looking over here and I don't see anything. Everything's telling me he's not omniscient.
He can only recognize threats to the planet.
Yeah, he recognized the threat.
Yeah, he recognized
He's not omniscient.
Deoxys was curious. He wasn't coming to destroy initially. He was curious.
We've already been
and
over this
Rayquaza-
though. There are multiple aliens on planet Earth and Pokemon that Rayquaza did
Why-
not attack.
okay.
Yeah,
So
but they aren't like you.
'Cause they're not
Busters.
threats.
They're not Deoxys. Like
Question.
Clefable is the only other like, alien, and you're telling
why
me
was I
Clefable
told that
was a
Rayquaza
bigger
was
danger?
omniscient by multiple
Someone said
people?
it, but that's not
Isn't
true.
omniscient.
Okay, stop lying,
Rayquaza no one said
Pokemon
that.
people. Because this is it's like every time I ask
No
a question,
one
I gotta
said
ask.
that. No
Yes,
one said that he
I heard
No, I
two
heard- I heard
people
someone
say
say
the
that.
word omniscient.
Hey,
Sir, somebody
hey.
said he would be privy
The
to
only
that
omniscient
information.
one is Arceus.
No, I heard two people when I
omniscient
said,
was-
"How would you know?" Like you could just come down to the planet, and I heard two people say he's omniscient. That's said in the series. I heard two people
Yeah,
say
no,
it.
no, I
Oh,
for sure.
no.
I said Deoxys didn't have killing intent either, and he still figured out that was a threat to the planet. It's not.
He immediately attacked them on time.
But when he coming up to the planet is the part we're talking about, though. If we're arguing why is Rayquaza
There's
going to
no other
automatically know and be right there, then the argument to that
I
is
don't think.
Deoxys.
I don't think. I don't
It's
think
not a valid
that
argument.
Rayquaza would ever look at a being who's clearly coming to Earth and ever be like, "Oh, he's fine. Let's just let him."
But there are multiple
That
aliens
that
on
never
Earth,
happened.
so obviously he
Doesn't
did do
Clefairy-
that.
You know why?
Yeah.
You know why?
Hold on,
You know
like,
why?
hey,
Hold on. Everybody stop. Hold on. You know
It's not
why that there are
aliens, it's
other
threats.
aliens on Earth? It's because they didn't show up like Omni-Man or Deoxys. The meteor little dudes came in a meteor, like in a little shooting star shower. Clefable came from the moon, and it also came on a meteor shower. It kind of happened as a natural event. Omni-Man is not a natural event.
Okay, so Omni-Man will just make his
Oh
own
shit, I
meteors
forgot
out
about
of
the
all
wish
meteors.
Pokemon who just wishes all
hey,
Viltromites
hey,
out of
hey,
it.
I want to
here's a
poke
counter
a
to that.
hole in that one.
Yeah, I
Technically,
got
Deoxys also came in on a meteor. We see that in the Delta story
Yeah,
in
he's a-
Pokemon Omega.
Boom.
But isn't that a
Really?
natural
Bitch,
event?
Nano.
So,
Deoxys didn't do that.
Can I speak?
Deoxys came in like as
No.
Deoxys.
May I speak?
There
Was
you
it-
go.
What wasn't he
Go
hitching
ahead.
a ride? I swear that's how.
I don't
read
think
that.
he. No, I
How would
don't think he
Omni-
ever
Didn't
hit that.
Deoxys like destroy a fucking space station that like the pieces fell down to Earth and was gonna destroy the planet?
No.
I don't
know.
I
I
remember
literally
that
looked
one.
at that somewhere
No.
where he was like, not
That-
today.
That is fully possible.
Grand
in the manga
Meteor
because they
Delta
kinda go
or
wild
something?
there. Grand Meteor. The
He
Delta
destroyed
story, that
something
may
called
happen
Grand
there.
Meteor Delta, which the pieces of Grand
Oh.
Meteor Delta fell to the Earth and was going to destroy the planet. And this was done by
Went for the
Deoxys.
planet, and Rayquaza destroyed it. That meteor.
Yeah.
same
So
meteor.
wouldn't that show? So he attacked
he
Deoxys because Deoxys almost destroyed the planet.
Yeah, but that shows.
I literally
that shows
just
like
looked
he's
at
like
it.
one
I
thing.
looked at the scans just now.
I have a question.
He destroyed something called
Yeah.
Grand Meteor Delta. I can't tell if it's a meteor or if it's a space station or what. The pieces of it fly down to the planet, and then Rayquaza destroys the pieces. That's why he attacked Deoxys, because Deoxys actually threatened the world.
Yeah, but before that, when it's not like Deoxys did that as trying to harm the world. Rayquaza
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. That's the reason why Rayquaza attacked him.
Rayquaza knew there was a threat to the world, and he acted on it.
Yes, but Omni-Man isn't that. Omni-Man just shows up as a dude.
Yeah.
Omni-Man is a threat.
Not in any way Rayquaza can tell. Not at first.
Rayquaza would probably see Omni-Man flying and be like, "Hey, that's pretty interesting," and just let him be.
Rayquaza does not attack Deoxys until Deoxys endangers the planet.
Yeah. So like Rayquaza would
So
see
you guys have been lying this whole time, dude. We've been having this conversation. You guys, yes, it is. You guys said that he would just know. You said that when Deoxys came, they just attacked him. You completely left out the entire point that he almost destroyed the planet before Rayquaza did anything. That's lying. Y'all are saying that he's just gonna know.
No, Deoxys will not be the reason why that meteor came down. That meteor was already on its way.
I just looked at the scans, Nano. I just looked at them.
Okay, and
he destroys a meteor that then crashes to Earth.
So
he endangers the planet. Literally, there are multiple scientists on the thing. I don't know these characters' names, but they're saying that the world is going to be destroyed, and then Rayquaza goes up and stops them. I just looked at it.
Oh, hey, not to mention, like, I'm a Pokemon fan, and I'm, like, agreeing with you on this, Rouga. Not to mention, the player character literally has to go up and catch Rayquaza, and then saddle up on Rayquaza in order for Rayquaza to target the
If we're taking the game seriously, then Perish Song in 3 turns, no matter how many there is, they all die. So, like, it's like pick your poison.
That's a no limit.
No, it's not.
I mean,
when has he ever done it to billions of people?
It doesn't work.
That never happens in the game.
Yeah, that's a no limit.
No, it can. It just doesn't work on everyone.
On the field, at that moment, it gets hit with it. So in the games with Parasong, so therefore that would be. It's not a no limits thing.
I didn't bring up the games at all.
Okay, they get knocked out, bro.
I haven't brought up.
Yeah,
the
is this the manga?
Okay.
Is this the manga you're talking about?
This was the manga. This was the manga.
No, not you, pretty. I'm asking Ruga.
Yeah, this was the manga that I just pulled up.
Okay.
I don't know the manga.
He like destroys the meteor, and then the pieces of the meteor are falling down to Earth, and then
that's not why he
the
goes after
manga
him in the
is,
movie, though.
yeah, the manga is significantly different from the.
But I'm saying you guys were arguing that he wasn't a threat to the planet and all this, and I'm looking at this, I'm like, yes, he is clearly.
In the manga,
He's a potential
the manga
threat
is very
in the
different
movie.
from both the games and the
Well,
anime.
then you guys need to narrow down what you're talking about.
The movies.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
If I may interject here, so to address Perish Song, the reason why it's a no limits is like it's might as well not work on Viltromites because otherwise the trainers would be dying after 3 turns. If it truly worked like anyone years to 3 turns dies,
It doesn't matter. The
Viltromites
Pokemon don't die anyway.
Yeah, they faint. Viltromites are not
Perish Song only
That's
hurts
true.
you.
That's true. If we're talking about the games, Pokemon don't kill at all.
Primate dies to evolve.
They do,
literally.
but
Not in the games.
they do, but it's not
The
like
games,
they
not
No,
kill.
they die. They
That is true.
can.
Annihilate.
In battles, they only faint.
Annihilate us from getting too angry. In the first game, a
And why
Rattata
can't that
dies
just be
because
like bro, this is a PG game for kids. They're not going to say dead.
Why
Like,
not?
come on,
They've been saying. I was just watching Justice League Unlimited the other day, and they literally had a dude get gunned
That's
down
very
by a
different.
bunch of mobsters. Like you could do it.
Yeah, so
That's Y7. That's
Well,
not even PG.
It's illegal to kill in Pokemon.
Japanese
apparently.
cartoon, which
tell that to the
they're very
whole, tell that to the Marowak and Pokemon Tower.
Guys, y'all are all talking over each other. Please stop. You can hear each other doing it. I'm gonna start muting people.
Tell that to the Marowak and Pokemon Tower. Like they do show plenty of death in Pokemon. Annihilate is literally Primate that got so angry it died.
And there's multiple of them.
And it's alive.
Yeah, no, I was mostly joking. The problem, the reason why we've been on this for so long is, and I think even some of the Pokemon people will agree with me. the Pokemon fans who are debating, who are arguing for Pokemon currently, are saying things that are just not true. About the Pokemon, about the Pokeballs catching Viltrumites and being able to be reprogrammed was a total fabrication.
Yeah,
The Rayquaza being omniscient, which was said by 2 different people, I don't know who said it, but I heard 2 different people say it, was a lie. It was a straight up lie. There were multiple things that y'all are saying. Nano saying that there's a Pokemon that could just steal the life from billions of Viltrumite and then when he actually explains the feat that he did, he stole the life from everyone on a continent, not billions across an entire planet. You guys are not being honest, and it's making us have to ask more questions. Let me finish. And it's making us have to ask more questions to narrow down and get specifics on what y'all are talking about, because y'all are exaggerating everything you say. So this is going to keep going forever, because every time you say something, no one who is talking, like, who is trying to come to the truth of this can believe anything that you're saying. Because everything you're saying is either an exaggeration or, in some cases, a straight-up fabrication.
It's that most of us are using different medias, and it's too hard to do it like that.
No.
We've all decided.
The omniscience with the Rayquaza was not different mediums. I can steal all of the Viltromite's life and with a thought was not different. That was just straight-up fabrications. The reprogramming the Pokeballs to catch Viltromites was not. That was not a misinterpretation, misunderstanding of medium.
Stupid.
Those are just making shit up.
Yeah, I'll be flat out. I was the one that originally said that, and I said that one as a joke. The
and then they ran with it. They ran with it. They sprinted.
I was running with it just to troll because I think it's hilarious.
Both would have been jealous of how fast
the Pokemon are cooked.
So, like,
the problem
I'm a Pokemon
is,
fan, and
Arceus would Deus Ex Machina it.
This should have said entertainment.
I don't agree with that.
Look, not even Arceus. If you're gonna go to the planet and cause that much death, then you're gonna invite Vivetto, and then all the life that you're gonna try from reproducing, you're gonna invite Xerneas. Those 2 are deadly too. Literally,
sure, but it's not going to stop. But it's not going to stop a large percentage of your population from being wiped out before you can deal with the problem.
Well, yeah, no, I'm
will
not
be
of the
destroyed.
idea that it's a rape. I'm not of the idea that it's a rape.
The problem is the Deus Ex Machina mechanic of Arceus. He just brings back
which you have all admitted he doesn't normally come out.
Yes.
Until the end. He wasted the last second.
One of you straight up said that he only came out twice and against the same person both times.
So, Rouga, like, I'm kind of a Pokemon fan myself. I'm finding myself to mostly agree with you. It's like, just to be clear, I'm not in the same group that's defending the Pokemon.
No, I get it.
I'm actually agreeing with
There's
you.
people on both sides. I understand. There's good people on both sides. Right?
So to explain the Pokemon thing with the ultimate weapon, that isn't a continental thing. It's a multi-continental thing because we know it affected multiple regions.
It's fine, but that's still different than saying that they can what Nano's original claim was that the entirety of their armor would just be wiped out immediately before they even got to the planet.
That's why I'm saying I agree with you on that point. Like, it's a little higher, but it'd probably take out one Viltrumite if it hits them point blank. But like, it's not taking out a bunch.
There are billions. There are billions coming.
That's what I mean.
I don't even necessarily buy that Arceus will just show up and undo all of the problems that happen to the Pokemon world.
He just rebirths the planet is what he would do.
Because I don't buy that the Pokemon story is written in such a way where every bad thing gets undone by Arceus. That would be impossible for a story to be written that way. And I can't buy anything that you guys say about Arceus because you said so many other things that aren't true.
There's a lot of time antics though. Hoopa, Dialga, and like so there's things that's past just Arceus. Like, oh, Arceus will bring it back. There's things past that though, and it's not even just legendaries. Like I said, I fully do not think hand-to-hand combat a Viltrumite can see Machamp at all.
I think everyone here disagrees with you.
Viltrumite. Yeah.
Agree with
so like,
Machamp is very weak.
I'll take a bullet on that one then.
The thing with like Viltrumites and
Viltrumites can punch Pokemon 1,000 times in 2 seconds. For sure.
You're going by the Pokedex. We already went over that.
The Pokedex is not an accurate representation of what Pokemon can do. It's the fanboy doctors who put in their own. That's been shown multiple times throughout Pokemon.
Yeah, and it's fun it's fun to interpret it with them taken literally.
Yeah, they're individual interpretations in each game, which is why every single one is different in every game that you go to. It's different scientists' ideas of what things can do, and some of them are directly stated to just be Pokemon fanboys who are essentially just write all kinds of crazy shit in the Pokedexes because they think the Pokemon are so awesome. Like that's just
there are some show up like the professors did that type. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what a lot of not only Pokemon fans, but I've heard that the Pokemon creators have also come out and said that the Pokedex has changed everyone because it's their interpretations of things.
If the Viltromites show up pre-Scourge, they're definitely gonna wipe out the planet. Is there gonna be a massive fight? Yes, there are gonna be back, but in a fight of attrition, the Viltromites will destroy the planet. Again, this is taking Arceus out of the direction.
I mean, yeah, even if you take Arceus out of the direction, you're not removing other gods that can change time and space.
But what's the likelihood of them intervening?
And then you have wish Pokemon and all that nonsense. It's like it gets so wonky with Pokemon is the problem.
The Viltrumites are not threatening the space-time continuum. So, like, Dialga and Palkia are not intervening.
No, but what they are doing is unbalancing life and death.
They do unbalance the world, though.
And Yveltal.
They deal with Zygarde.
Well, hold on, no, wait. But the Viltrumites want to repopulate in some instances. Wouldn't them intermingling
if they start dying out, and they'll attempt.
Gardevoir looking mighty fine in that skirt right now.
I mean,
so
yeah,
like
humans, not
so we
the
already
Pokemon, but all right.
decided that.
Xerneas and Yveltal are sealed. So like they're not going to come around unless somebody intentionally unseals them. Because they're in the
are you guys happy with challenge pre-Scourge?
Yeah, can we move on?
I would put it
personally.
I put it one lower personally.
Okay, I'll put it above One
Challenge
Piece. Does that
pre-Scourge
sound
works.
good? It's above One Piece, but below Warhammer. Are we okay with that?
One Piece though?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
I don't know One Piece.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say, look, Pokemon people, y'all gotta get your shit straight and stop just saying shit that's not true. Because I feel like that conversation was like 4 times longer than it had to be. Because you guys just kept saying whatever shit popped in your head, and I had to keep asking question after question to get to what you were really talking about, and it was multiple times just straight up fabricated. I'm not even gonna talk about Pokemon in the future if y'all keep fucking doing that shit, because that was so irritating to try and like just saying shit like that's Jesus Christ. Okay. Next up, we have Blame. Who is the? I only think there's one person here who even knows what that is.
Hello there.
XSL, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, place Blame because no one could say anything about it. Just say where it is.
I would say it would survive pre-Scourge.
Okay.
Due to the fact that it is a solar system-sized city.
What?
Whoa.
That's big.
Yeah.
It's not a city anymore.
That's 3 light years across.
Wait. Why would that? Why does that mean that it survived pre-Scourge?
Because the Viltrumites would not be able to tear it up, and the defenses
yes, they would.
on the
Yeah, they would. They have an entire galactic empire.
And the defenses on the city have gravity cannons that erase anything that's in front of them.
How many gravity cannons and how big are they?
They can make as many as they want. It is technology that is integrated into the machines themselves.
Oh.
It is rarely used unless a threat is applied to them.
Okay. Well, can they be destroyed by enough firepower? I assume
the gravity cannons? Yes, but they can just be remade instantly because the entire factory can just be turned into weapons.
It regenerates. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Wait, it regenerates? Like it actually regenerates?
Yes, it does.
Like you mean the word regenerate, not rebuilt so fast it's like regenerating, but it's actually regenerating.
Yes, pretty much.
There's some pause there.
No, okay. No, it can rebuild itself fast enough that it looks like it's
okay, so it's not regenerating. This is the kind of shit I'm talking about, people.
I asked a question. Okay.
It's like you gotta, when you hear something that sounds a little too good to be true, you ask some questions. I still think if you get enough Viltrumites to just fly across the surface of the planet, they'll probably fuck it up pretty bad.
An entire solar system?
Yeah, why not? Why not? It would take
Isn't
it would
that
take a
3
while.
light years across?
Yeah, but they're all massively faster than light.
And
That's
they would
fair.
all.
I don't buy that.
I don't buy them being able to survive the cannons at all.
Definitely are faster than
They
light
are
by
absolutely.
multiple
They travel
times.
across the galaxy by themselves. They are 100%.
In terms
But
of
like
the
ships
gravity
are faster
cannons,
than them.
in terms
They're
of the
not,
gravity
Just means the
cannons,
ships
how-
are more
Wait,
than that. They are more
yeah.
massively faster
I
than
have
light.
a
That doesn't mean
question.
that they're not massively faster than light. Go ahead. Question.
How effective are the gravity cannons in comparison to Space Racer's gun, as like a baseline that we understand?
Well, if he says it erases everything, then it's the same.
Like nothing that's
It's
been
the same.
hit by them in the manga or in the movie.
Is it actually stated to erase?
It's like crushing. It's like crushing and pulling things all at once that nothing can exist at that time. So it's like dispersing the molecules all at once.
Okay,
because
that's
nothing is
not
left.
erasing. Jesus Christ, guys. So it's molecular dissipation essentially.
Yes.
Okay, just not erasing. So
Would the Viltrumites be able to survive that?
Huh?
Would the
I mean, I guess it would
erasing?
depend on how it works. I guess it would depend on if it's irrelevant to how durable a thing is. If it's irrelevant to how durable a thing is, then yeah, it would work.
It's irrelevant to how durable a thing is because.
Are you
nothing...
sure?
Yes.
Do I have to ask 16 more questions to get to the
Please
bottom
ask away.
of it?
Please ask away. Please ask away.
Okay.
158
No,
questions.
I'll take your word for it. But this again, this is the stuff
they
I'm
are
talking about. Don't say
they are
erase if you don't mean erase. Don't
they are
say
specific-
regenerate if you don't mean regenerate. This is why I got to keep asking all this shit. All right, so I mean, I still think if you have 50 Viltrumites on the planet flying across all over the place, wrecking shop, I mean...
But it's not a planet, though. It's a solar system.
No, I understand that, but they can travel across the solar system in basically no time at all. They can travel from one system on one side of the galaxy to the other in a couple months. They can travel anywhere within a singular solar system in seconds. That's not... Now, Mark can't do that. But the most powerful of Viltrumites can.
Well, I mean,
and
Thrag
like
also
Omni-Man
can't
and
do that
Thrag
well
absolutely
either.
Can. Wait, what's up?
They can't do it well. They can't do it well. It takes time to build up to that speed.
Probably, but I don't think enough. But I mean,
there's no probably.
No. I'm saying I understand that, but I'm saying if you have a Viltrumite traveling to the planet from a different solar system and just deciding once they get there I'm gonna fuck this planet up, then there's nothing really stopping them from doing it. And how long the time it would take to build up that speed is also kind of important. Like we've seen Viltrumites be in one location and go bang, like when the fight versus Cyril, where Omni-Man just boom and just blitzes and like it's like
Cecil.
I said Cecil.
It sounded like cereal.
No,
you said sequel.
I said Cecil first, and then I thought I said Cecil the second time. Whatever. Cecil. We see when Cecil, the whole teleportation thing where he blasts, and then Cecil teleports from there, and then you know what scene I'm talking about, right? In season 1.
Yeah, but doesn't he only?
Yeah. That's too fast for most people to fire again, and that's right off the bat. Like if he's doing that instantly, I don't think it would take that long for him to get fast enough. I mean, we see with the Flaxons. We see how quick they can just go across the surface of a planet and mess
He's
it
not
up.
going light speed at that point.
What's that?
He's not going light speed on the
It doesn't
Flaxon
matter.
planet.
It doesn't matter. He destroyed the entire surface of a planet in a couple seconds. If you give him minutes or even days.
No. It took months, didn't it?
Not to destroy the Flaxon. No, that was a couple seconds.
Oh,
He didn't destroy the whole thing. He left enough of it alive so that they can rebuild his shit and stuff. But no, I mean, you could see that whole sequence. The whole sequence is like, I don't remember. It's like under a minute. He grabs a Flaxon, he flies through a city, destroys the city, and then he flies to build up speed, and then you see him, and then the camera goes to like the world, and then you can see him just crossing the world, just destroying all kinds of continents and shit.
Oh, you see him zigzag part
Yeah.
of a continent, but yeah.
But
see
like
them
if
being
he's
able to
given
destroy the city itself.
days or even hours or whatever to just fly across, just wrecking shop across this entire massive planet, yeah, he's gonna fuck it up real bad. He's gonna fuck it up real bad. And if you have 50 Viltrumites doing it, again, it's gonna take a really long time. But I think they can turn that planet into a post-apocalyptic world pretty quickly.
That wouldn't matter. That doesn't affect the city. As long as there's metal in their circuits, that thing is just going to rebuild itself even bigger. And just see
so it's not like you destroy it's not like you destroy the gun and the factory rebuilds it. It's like you destroy the entire factory and then the planet itself rebuilds it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what about killing all the people on the planet?
That doesn't matter. The city itself is automated.
This is just curiosity. How are they alive with the level of gravity that would create with that planet?
It's like a math. I don't exactly know.
Because they would be dead. They would all be crushed into nothing.
Any human life would be dead. Yes, but the safeguards and everything else on that, the machines aren't affected by it. I don't know why.
Is it just machines that are on the planet, or are there humans?
There's like small pockets of humans, but those guys are like trying to survive, and they
but they should be dead. They should be crushed. So is the gravity not a factor here? Are we just in Magic Land where none of that shit matters?
I think there's like I'll have to find something, but I think it's just like it's like Earth gravity all the way through, because
Oscar, I think he knows because he's talking about it, but he says that the city has an anti-gravity tech.
I have a question. What is stopping will the Viltrumites be attacked immediately if they approach?
Yes, they would. Anything without the net gene in them is attacked immediately and seen as an outsider.
I'll say they wipe, but I do think I don't know if the entire planet's made of metal. There's a good chance that even if you did have billions of Viltrumites, they wouldn't be able to destroy that planet.
Well, no,
but I think they could probably wipe it of life. I think it's possible to wipe it of life. So I'm gonna say, based on what you said, and you can tell me if you disagree. I'll say they survive post, challenge pre-scourge, but I think most humans will die if they have to face off against billions of Viltrumites.
It's not the humans that are trying to survive. You're trying to destroy the entire thing because that thing is alive.
No, I get that. I get that. But if they kill all the humans, then I don't think you can necessarily say that they survived.
Well, it's not the humans that are surviving, is what you're saying.
So you didn't pay for the human. Okay, so it's not like this is a human's world and you have to kill them. It's like
not even close.
Okay, so they're like
surviving.
They're like second-class citizens or prisoners or something like that.
They're like the wildlife, which is going to get killed in the background.
They are the pest of that world.
And does the world try to kill them?
Yes, all the time. There is no one who is not trying to get killed.
No. That's fair. Okay, I'll say survive. I'll say survive pre-scourge. I think rape is a little long because I think the Viltrumites are gonna do something. I mean, there's literally billions of them, and they can destroy large sections of this planet. But I do think it's probably a stretch to say rape or to say that the Viltrumites could win.
So the other thing about this is that the city is constantly growing. So eventually it's going to get into more of their territories. So it's going to be a very long-term
How fast does it grow?
Not super fast, but it's already taken over the solar system, and I think that took almost like a couple thousand years.
Yeah, no, then it would take literally like more than trillions of years to reach the next system. Like it would take the space between this shit is ridiculous. It would just to get to the next system, not even to get to the next galaxy. Actually, we could probably, if someone wants to, they could probably do that math. Let me see this.
What math? Actually, What math do you want me to do?
I'm gonna do this. Watch. I'm gonna do this.
1,000 years a light year.
Let me see. Watch. I'm gonna ask this. I'm curious. If it took 1,000 years to cross the solar system, how long would it take to cross the galaxy? Question mark. All right, I'm gonna let that. I'm using ChatGTP to fucking find this out. So if it took 1,000 years to do the galaxy, then it would take.
It doesn't understand the answer.
Over 100 million years to cross the galaxy at that same speed.
Well,
So not
take
trillions.
that
I was
times-
exaggerating with trillions, but over 100 million years.
A lot.
Yeah,
Take
yeah,
that
A lot of
times
years.
3 because
Enough.
Man says it was 3,000 years to get to the size it is.
Okay, well then triple that to 300 million.
That's like
It's over
no
300 million years to
No
to
Viltrumite
cross the
is living that long, even with their age. I
No,
don't think
well,
any
no
single
Viltrumite is living that long, but the society of Viltrumite is living that long, and we don't know about Thrag's age. We know that he's definitely not normal, as far as
Yeah, but how? What would they do? Like, if they see this like massive superstructure building?
They have a galaxy
They wouldn't have to do
spanning
anything
empire.
because they wouldn't
They'd
do anything because
investigate.
it would take so long to reach them. It wouldn't be relevant.
It's
Yeah,
kind
they'd all
of
dead. Well,
And
they
by
would
the time it
investigate
actually
it
does
because
reach
that's what they
them,
do.
by the time it does reach them, they would be significantly more advanced than they are now. They could possibly, I don't know if necessarily fight it or beat it, but they could have something. They might have something that can stop its growth. I don't know, maybe if they unlock some kind of like time displacement technology. And we're going into total fan fiction at this point, but I'm just saying, I mean, you're talking about hundreds of millions of years before it or not hundreds of millions because that's the whole galaxy. But you're talking about bare minimum, a couple
Millions.
100,000 years or a couple million years before it actually starts to become a problem to them. So but overall, I still think they're not going to be able to deal with the city, just as it is now. I mean, again, unless you want to get into fan fiction about how much more advanced the Viltrumites could be millions of years from now, and then having to take them on then. But as of right now, what we see now, I don't think they have anything that can do that. So I'll put them above Power Rangers and above Helldivers, but I will not put them above the Devil Chainsaw Man, because Chainsaw Man devils literally can't die. Ooh, actually a good one. What do you think Powerpuff Girls would do to the city? Because they're a lot stronger. They're considerably stronger. Do you think that they can destroy the Powerpuff Girls would be destroyed by the molecular cannons?
Have they faced anything like that?
No, but they're the Powerpuff Girls, and they have him. And you're sexist if you think that they would lose. Okay, let's move on to the flood.
Yay!
We're at the flood. Okay, so I don't think the flood's actually going to do all that well, because I think the moment that the Viltrumites realize that the flood are there, they're just going to push their planet into the sun.
What? I have a question.
They'll do.
Couldn't they infect their tech?
What stage of the flood are we doing?
That's fair. Yeah.
That's a really important one.
Very beginning screwed. If they have any kind of civilization taken over where they could stand a chance.
Not really. Not necessarily.
Okay. If
The
you get
Viltrumites
to
don't have
like,
trouble with individual civilizations. Also, could the flood overcome the smart cells?
Yes.
Probably,
I would
maybe.
assume so.
I mean,
Probably.
Well, listen. Before you just jump to yes, I understand that in Halo it's super crazy, but the power that the smart cells have in the Viltrumites is that they overcome any biology that they come into contact with. That's literally their descriptive power. So it might not be as easy as the flood infects shit in Halo a lot, and they're really good at it.
Guys, consider the fact that Johnson, a fucking I think it's Johnson. He's a Spartan 1. He was able to resist the flood. He's nowhere near.
Not anymore. That's not true. I don't think that's true anymore.
That got retconned.
Oh, that got retconned?
Yeah. He's just a badass and never got infected.
MU343.
That's weird.
I don't think the flood does very well
all
because
for under defense immune. What's all for under defense immune systems? Oscar Man said it overcame all 4 under defense immune systems. It should be able to overcome smart atoms. Oh, that's another thing. I keep calling them smart cells. They're not smart cells. They're smart atoms.
Smart atoms.
So that's better than smart cells. Because it's literally
working
on an atomic structure.
My reason, I think at a certain
Forerunner
point they
defense immune systems. He's bringing up I don't know what he's talking about. The Forerunner immune systems. I didn't think
just
they were
because they're
anything
Forerunners, like this is something that I've noticed with Halo, and maybe I'm wrong. You guys can tell me, but basically I've noticed is they just because it's the Forerunners, they win, or because it's Flood, they win, and they don't feel like they have a need to explain that. So like
Some
again,
people do feel
Oscar,
that way.
maybe you're not meaning to do this, or maybe you're not doing this, and I'm misconstruing. But it's like, oh, we just know the Forerunners are so unbelievably godly leveled advanced, so now I'm going to assume that their immune system must be of equivalent advancement, or must be just as impossible to overcome as everything else. It's like, do we even have evidence that that's the case? That Forerunner immune systems are anywhere near are smart atoms? That literally their entire, like when a Viltrumite mates with another character, the Viltrumite's atoms literally overtake all of the DNA of whatever other species
most of
there
it.
and eliminate. No, they completely get rid of it.
Eventually, it's all of it.
No,
It's all of it.
no. Mark's still part human.
No, not by the end of the series.
End of the comic.
Well, at this current point in the series.
Yes, but in the series, the smart atoms take over everything. They eventually override all other biological things.
Well,
I don't think it's a complete 100% fact that the Flood will be able to infect the Viltromites. It's very possible the Viltromites will be able to overcome the infection with the smart cells.
No. Well, the flaw with that argument is that the smart atoms are overcoming a DNA they mingled with through sexual reproduction over several different years. The Flood is an infectious form that rewrites biology and DNA, and it overcame the Forerunners who act. What Oscar is saying, the Forerunners who have the ability to rewrite DNA themselves. He's saying that they buffed up their DNA with their own technology, and the Flood overcame that. Which
you're underselling what the Viltrumites do. They do rewrite the biology of any existing DNA that is not Viltrumite. That's literally how it's described. It was specifically stated by Earth scientists that they've tried every chemical, every combination of biological tampering. Nothing worked.
Same for the Flood. For the Forerunners.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they cancel each other out.
So either way,
I don't think they do.
The thing is
I don't think so.
Hold on, yeah, but the thing is the Flood do, like I said, what the Flood do and the Viltrumites do may be the same, but the Floods do it instantly. They could at least get a form going, and maybe they would have problems down the line, but they're at least, if they can at least get a body, they got themselves a Viltrumite DNA, and they can really start spreading the infection like that.
Not if the Viltrumite DNA is specifically talked about within the series to overcome any other biology that it comes into contact with.
I'm pretty sure
that's literally what it's described to do. That's what the point of smart atoms is.
Does it do it?
And it does it on an atomic level. The Flood, you said yourself, the Flood does it with biology. They're not doing it with biology. They do it on an atomic level. That's individual atoms. That's not flesh or biology.
One of the variants of Invincible was scrapped because Kirkman flat out said, like, since Viltrumites are immune to viruses, it would make no sense for Mark to be a zombie.
What?
So, like, there's that. Plus, if the Flood did infect a civilization overtaken by the Viltrumites, they would just Ragnar them and create a solar disk and block out their star, preventing the spread.
They would
that's not how that works, but yeah.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. They would
put a
still
disc in front of it, Liam. Shush.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Big old disc.
Big old disc, this big.
Would it freeze the Flood, obviously,
they can park their ship above the Flood. The planet, the whole planet.
Well, they have a lot of ships, so they just park all the ships above
all
the
ships, and then we stay here for like 30 minutes, and they'll all be dead. It'll be fine.
They'll all be dead and frozen because they can't survive that.
Yeah, but I think that Robert Kirkman is a little when he talks about his own series. But he did make it specific with the smart atoms that they override anything that they come into contact with. Like, that's the whole thing.
Well, not anything. I was like, the Scourge virus didn't come.
Do we ever get an explanation of why the Scourge virus worked?
No.
I'd assume made it so he
was designed by Thetis using his own blood. They probably just continuously tested on it until it
maybe the Scourge virus was made of smart atoms.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Do you think the Scourge virus made the smart atoms work against each other, or just turn them off?
Do we know how the Scourge virus actually did?
Well, I'd have to assume they turned them off, since Viltrumites couldn't recover after that. That's why Conquest and them are still injured.
I feel like that's what the enzyme they collected from the bugs does.
Yeah, the enzyme
No,
turns off the
no,
power.
it couldn't be because he didn't have any idea about the bugs.
Wait, what are you talking about? The bugs were used in the wars to kill Viltrumites instantly. I would assume that
No,
that's
I
what
mean
they're
he
doing.
didn't know about the bugs when he was making the original Scourge virus.
Oh, that's fair. But yeah, but I'm saying that the enzyme does that. We don't know what the Scourge does. They kind of just bleed from every orifice and die.
Yeah, I would guess it just turns the smart atoms against themselves.
But why would that cause the internal bleeding?
Because if it's eating at itself, then...
Because visually you could tell something's wrong.
Yeah,
it's fair.
Yeah, that's it. Just a visual representation of them dying.
The smart Adam's like, hey, look at us.
Because he wanted it to. That's why.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's how the plot works, to be fair.
But I still question if the... So I don't know if we ever seen any infection like the flood come at them, A, and B, it's still over time that it overrides the DNA, so I feel like it would be a long-term problem as opposed to like a short-term thing where if they can get a dead body, they can start really screwing them over because they have the strength of the Viltrumites to add to their... Well,
but that's only one. But that's only one. Also, the Viltrumites have a fucking galactic military.
Also, it's another thing.
I would also. I do want to bring this up.
I think that actually works against them because if their military starts getting taken over by the flood, then you start getting a grave mine, and that could be an actual problem.
I don't think it's going to go that. I don't think it's going to go that way. I think the moment they find out that there's an infection type thing that can do that, I think they're going to send Viltrumites to wipe the planet out.
I think we're having an issue here because we need. What point of the flood are we taking? If they have a planet-sized grave mine already, they kind of win.
I wanted to bring up the fact that the Viltrumites taking over DNA, a lot of that DNA stuff, it happens over like years, like literally. If I'm not wrong, it takes like a decade for.
So it's not really
depending on the species.
Clear. It's not really clear, but it does seem like in the comics they heavily imply that it was Thetis' DNA that is inside the Scourge virus and allows it to
because he's the one that made it.
So basically, Viltrumite smart atoms are actually being used in the Scourge virus to kill other Viltrumites. That seems to be the case. How that works or why Thetis is capable of overpowering so many people, I don't know. But it does seem like that's a smart atoms versus smart atoms situation.
I would bring up Thetis was on the council, so he could just be an extremely strong Viltrumite.
Well, we know he's an extremely strong Viltrumite.
Yeah.
He fucks up like 3 or 4 Viltrumites by himself in that battle.
It could just be his smart atoms are just the coolest and better than a vast majority of the populations.
But this also brings up the possibility if that's tied to his DNA in any way. What's to say the Flood can't use the smart atoms because now they got Viltrumite DNA?
Because they don't control individual atoms.
But if they have Viltrumite DNA, which gives them the atoms, then they can't.
Because they don't control the atoms. There's no evidence that the Flood can take that ability that's built in the atoms and not the cells.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, if Thetis was able to somehow use his DNA to make a virus to spread it, what's to say that the Viltrumites, the Flood can't get the DNA and morph that?
Because they use the smart atoms.
I'm wanting
to can use atoms.
Harvest it from the DNA.
Doug,
I don't get how this logic doesn't flow. Well, okay, go, Jim.
I'm wanting to ask, has there been a time in the Halo series that the Flood has taken over a species, and the species had some unique ability that they had to activate or use to some degree, and the Flood has been able to utilize that? Let's say. Well, then why wouldn't they be able to use smart atoms?
Because someone in the chat is saying that they infect things on a metaphysical level, which I would say that needs some explanation of what you mean by metaphysical. But generally speaking, if you're going to control
the time frame of it, if it's like a full galactic spread of the Flood before the Viltrumites get there, then it's already metaphysical shit. If it's
hold on. I think
infection,
I think I understand the metaphysical thing actually. Because in Halo, what they did when they first, like, you know, the flood first was a thing, they took the Forerunners that were originally infected and they like deconstructed them to like just the information, and then took the flood out of it, you know, out of the data that was them because they got digitalized, and then reconstructed their bodies and whatnot from like you know nothing, and then they were still infected by the flood. So like the flood does seem to be this thing that's like...
Oscar says they are connected to neural physics, which is basically just the psycho-spiritual physical foundations of the universe.
Oh, yeah, that neurophysics is a complicated thing to get into, but the precursors are the one who basically alter that, and it allows them to use a lot of technology which is technically alive and super advanced that doesn't exist because when the rings were fired... It destroyed that technology with the flood because it was technically alive, which that includes their slip space streams, which were not whatever those they use instead of slip space. It might have been a type of slip space. That was one of it. Those roadways were living beings based off the neural physics he's mentioning. And yeah, so that gets really complicated, and the flood could use all of that because they themselves are reincarnated precursors, kinda.
Well, they had all the information as the precursors. They absorbed them, you know, that's...
But neurophysics itself is super complicated because it's technically alive. It's the same kind of science they use to create life, which...
Like the Force.
Yeah. And also 3 for 3 probably it like throws in a bunch of random crap. They make things more complicated than they have to be because Bungie originally was very vague on most of this stuff, but 3 for 3 was like, no, we can explain it.
Let's
and then
over-explain everything
really
and
wrong.
ruin the fucking mystique of the series.
Exactly.
Damn straight.
Let's do it. Okay.
The Forerunners were originally human. Like, they really screwed the ball on that.
Yeah, it's not good, man. It's not good. Okay, so... I'll let you guys come to whatever they think the flood should go. I still think they could still be killed by fire or heat, and you could still push the planets.
They die by fucking. They die by
Again,
So I want to.
Depends on one answer. When are we taking the flood?
Is this?
So yeah, I do want to quickly counter
the galaxy already.
Okay, so I do want to quickly counter the flood fire weakness thing. The flood in the Forerunner Wars were able to go past to a point where they had to use the molecular disintegration stuff. I don't think it was the disintegration weaponry, not heat. Because there were species of aliens that were resistant to heat and other natural damage sources, some of which they had to like destroy locations to prevent the flood from getting even stronger.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem I have with using the flood at later iterations. The Viltromites have to allow the flood to get to those later iterations, just based on how the flood work. Like the flood have to have a starting point. You can have Viltromites be on one side of the galaxy, and then eventually discover these other species or races or whatever. You can't really do that with the flood. Like the flood has to take over shit.
So what we could do is take the flood at high charity when it crashes on that one Forerunner world, because it is an infected point later in the series. It takes place during the timeline, and it doesn't have a grave mine but a proto grave mine. So they're about to have the link to their past, but they're not there yet. So it's like a fair chance. There is a point in history we can use for the flood.
Why is it about fairness?
Huh?
It's not really about fairness. Who did they infect to get to that point?
They infected High Charity, which
High Charity's not in this. This is flood against the Viltromites.
Well, if we're taking
could we just take the flood from like the Forerunner Wars? Just take them.
Are we giving them all the same ships and whatnot? Because this is the thing.
Again, this is why I'm asking if the Viltromites are invading the galaxy of Halo.
It was
situation.
This one is just the flood. It's not the Halo galaxy, just like it was the UNSC.
Okay. So the flood just appeared in Invincible?
No, just somewhere in the Viltromite Empire, and if they just appear on the Viltromite Empire somewhere, they die.
I think the point
if you
catch them early enough, like it doesn't matter what other point you take them at, because no matter what,
the Forerunner War,
Viltrumites would snipe them out before they become too big of a threat.
You could just take them from the Forerunner War when they had
who did
planets.
they infect to get that big?
Yeah, exactly.
Like you have to, anytime you talk about the flood, if you're going to make them farther in, you have to give them an advantage of giving them other people that they've already been able to infect and spread before they reach the Viltrumites.
Not necessarily. It's just biomass, actually. Theoretically.
Well, biomass in the whatever civilization they're taking over has space travel. And then it just downfalls from there.
Yes, but that's a significant advantage. We basically have to throw a bunch of fucking like food and shit that the flood can take over just long enough so that they can actually overcome the Viltrumites.
Well, no, because they've already done it. Like,
hang on, this is the thing: the flood exists as a faction of infected beings that exist throughout the series. Like, you're just isolating the infection with no host, even though it kind of has one. The closest thing to it is whenever they first appear, just falling in from every angle of the galaxy at the very beginning and taking over the whole galaxy all at once. And in which case, yes, they win because they overcame the Forerunners who could blow up stars and possibly have dudes who could match. But
the Forerunners didn't catch them early enough. That was the problem.
But part of that, well, I guess we could make arguments for advantages with some of the precursor texts. But part of that,
the Viltrumites are shown that at any point they come across a species that's capable of killing them or that could be a danger to them, they immediately wipe out that species. Do the Forerunners do that? If the Forerunners did, I don't think the flood would still be around.
They don't do that.
Yeah, the whole thing of the Forerunners being able to blow up suns doesn't matter if they didn't use it when they had the chance to.
They did at a certain point. They
threatened them.
In new lore, they're actually shown to be incredibly hostile towards anything, which isn't part of their plan.
That's weird. This is not the lore I know.
Also,
this was when the flood was happening. This was when the flood was happening, so they had to be.
But the flood also, also in the beginning, the flood was literally coming in from the edge of the galaxy and working its way in. I don't know how many points, but it was from several different points, and that's how they came about from the beginning, because it was the precursors dying off and then kind of reincarnating into this, which got corrupted somehow, which is the basic gist of what happened. Because the Forerunners killed them out of jealousy. That's why they had to die in the first place. Yeah. 3 for 3.
Ancient humans found the dust, fed it to dogs, and then downhill there, got a bunch of human ships and shit, left.
Yeah, and
after fucking up half of humanity, came back.
Yeah, there's that part.
Okay. It says here the space dust flood are helpless. They only breathe.
I don't think it's an unfair advantage to give them fucking a point they already achieved.
Yeah, it's a faction. I mean,
some ships that go infect other planets. That's about it.
It's two different kinds of conversations between throwing in an established faction that can infect and throwing in just an infection.
I don't know. It's an iffy situation because there's been other I don't know if we've talked about. I have to look to see if we talked about any here, but there's been other factions that we have that could have had benefits if we have given them other things that exist within the same universe and we didn't give them those things. I don't know if we've done it in this stream, but we have done it in past streams. I think the Marines was a good one. We put the Marines, but we didn't give them like the pirates and shit. And then we talked about a little later, we were like, okay, well, what if you did throw in the pirates as well? Would that make it better or worse for them and that kind of stuff? But I don't know. I don't know. Fuck it. It's up to you guys. Where do you all want to put the flood?
I'd say challenge posts, personally.
Okay. Anybody else?
I could see that being reasonable. The idea of them having their billions and then just dealing with flood that come in the galaxy every now and then, probably destroy a couple planets in the process.
Are we thinking that they're above Mass Effect or the Combine, or below both?
They're above Mass Effect.
Above Mass Effect. I don't know the Combine enough to say that they're above them. Wait, wait. He said post. I said pre. I thought he said pre-scourge.
No, he said post.
Not post.
No. He said post.
That was misunderstood.
Okay, so you think he's up here with One Piece and Pokemon and 40K?
Yes, because they come in like they're literally coming in from different angles of the galaxy. It's like they every now and then they have to turn their attention to this problem.
Where?
Above Pokemon and
Pokemon fans are gonna like that. What do you guys think, Pokemon fans?
Now hold on.
With utter rage and piss.
Now hold on.
Civilization is going to match this galaxy-wide threat. Please tell me.
Arceus, Doug. Obviously.
They don't. You don't understand. They don't.
He's omnipotent. He's omnipotent.
They don't have Ogerpon, dude. They don't have Ogerpon.
Bro, it's Caterpie. They don't understand how powerful String Shot is. Like, honestly.
String Shot. They don't have area dose.
String Shot, no.
Toxic Thread, that's gonna clutch up, dude.
Does String Shot lower defense or accuracy?
It's
I don't
speed.
remember.
It's speed.
Okay, I remember something.
It makes them real. It makes them real slow. They're gonna stand there. And get hit by
my
it.
reason behind why I'm saying challenge post is because even with post Scourge, there are so many win cons for the Viltromites that they could just do
real good at getting it on
before it becomes a big threat.
Well, the thing is, if we go with post Scourge, you only got the 50 Viltrumites and then another galactic civilization which hasn't been shown to do nearly the same impressive kind of stuff as the Forerunners. I'm pretty sure the Flood would win out on that one.
Yeah, but like, what stops the Viltrumites from doing like a solar disk or?
What do you mean? The flood. We're talking about the flood infection at the beginning, and they start falling in from multiple points in the galaxy, not just in one spot, infecting different areas, and they're spreading out.
Do they?
Yeah, exactly.
Do they pop in
multiple spots? Are spread thin, so like.
Yeah,
so
there's
like
a specific story. There's a specific story that I'm thinking of where there's a Forerunner who goes to the edge of the galaxy to go on vacation, and she's like doing a painting thing, which isn't painting because of sci-fi tech. But as she does this paintbrush, like literally makes a painting with whatever in front of her, which is basically a camera, and it shows a random thing falling into the stratosphere, and that is the flood starting its infection. And there was like multiple planets that started in at the edge of the galaxy, infected them, worked their way in. That's how it started.
So there aren't multiple Viltrumites in different planets that wouldn't be able to see it.
So infected chair said, "Wait, why are we doing a flood invasion? Isn't it supposed to be the Viltrumites invading?" I don't know if you can do a Viltrumites invading a flood world. I don't think they would. I just don't think because of the way the flood works. I don't think that's
really. Yeah. They just come down. They see the situation it's in. It's like, you know what? Let's just glass this one, boys. Not
to mention, it's very well possible that because we've seen in like flashbacks, the Viltrumites do wear like protective gear. It's very well possible that they could just go down there and tear it apart, and quite honestly, push the planet.
Thrag's like, no. Weakness means betrayal. Go beat him naked.
Go beat him naked and see if you can breathe.
You need to go beat the flood to death with your penis, and only then will you be a worthy
Go beat him naked and see if you can breathe.
I want to know if we can reproduce.
Go do it. Yeah, go do it. Come on, right now.
Right, so you're like, oh, you see those tentacle
He's
things?
gonna sit in space just watching them get infected and then be like, this hurts my soul.
They're gonna go have sex with the flood, and then the smart atoms are gonna turn the entire flood hive mind into just like a Viltrumite hive mind.
It's a literal joke of the freaking mysterious cosmic orifice.
And Thrag will become the flood.
Yeah,
right.
sure.
It's just a planet-sized Thrag head.
Yeah.
He becomes freaking, what was it, Mogul the planet or something? I can't remember his name.
My head will become the new Viltrum. The capital will be right on my stash.
The capital will be directly on my forehead, beneath my fade.
It'll look like a pimple. No, all right, next up, we got the Galactic Empire. I think they're getting fucked up.
Oh, for sure.
I agree.
damn near instant annihilation. I will not put them against anyone who just has one planet, but I am perfectly comfortable with putting them at the top of instant death. Or...
Yeah, because they at least have something, but like.
You think blasters would do something?
No.
No, I'm saying the
not in a
Death
million
Star
years would blasters do
exists
something.
as a thing.
I don't think they do as well as Halo does.
I don't think they do either. No.
Wait, what?
Star Wars could do better.
I don't think
They're
Star Wars
bigger.
is worse than Halo.
They're bigger.
Way worse weaponry.
And they have Star Destroyers.
They had no Star Destroyers, and Star Destroyers have shields and shit, and like there's planetary.
So does UNSC ships.
Why wouldn't they just
Well,
fly through shields?
they are also, as mentioned, bigger. Like that is a galactic.
Bigger with Star Destroyers.
Thing.
And they have fast FPL. I'll say that much.
Okay, we've discussed how underscaled their army is. To their
how
size.
underscaled the clone army.
Well, the clone, yeah. There's a difference between Clone Wars and the Empire.
We're talking about the Empire.
Is the Empire, is the Empire that much bigger?
Yes.
Yes. It's actually militarized.
Do you know if it's that much bigger, or are you guessing?
We know that they have 60,000 Star Destroyers. The clones couldn't have 60,000 Star Destroyers with the number of people they had. The Star Destroyers are their biggest ships, and it's the ship they have the least amount of. So, I mean, that says something.
So there's only 3 things in the Empire that could even remotely harm a Viltrumite, which is Vader, Palpatine, and the Death Star.
I don't know if Vader or Palpatine could harm a
I'm not sold on
Viltrumite.
that.
No.
I think
Death Star, yes. Death Star,
Actually,
absolutely.
No, there is actually
Palpatine
something
harm?
I do want to mention. The lightsabers probably can actually cut through Viltrumites.
No, they're not hard enough.
I think they could. I just don't think they would do it quickly.
Yeah, they would be fast.
I think it'll look like Qui-Gon trying to cut through that door in episode 1. You know,
it won't
be fast enough for them to stop a Viltrumite from punching through their face.
I will say, in just an actual fist fight, they would probably dodge a lot of Viltrumite strikes.
And Force likely wouldn't do that much in terms of pushing, pulling, and holding, because they can control their own leverage and their own gravity. You know.
And there's only two. There's only
you couldn't
two
hold
forces
a Viltrumite back.
There's more than 2.
How would they
it
dodge the
depends.
Viltrumite strikes?
No, it depends on when you take them. If you take them, depending on where you
technically
take them.
Inquisitors, but they're
Galactic
mostly just
Empire.
melee fighters.
Well, aren't the Inquisitors?
We've already talked about this. Galactic Empire. That's when we're taking it.
I know. Again,
no, that's not.
That's still a big range there. Technically, they're a Galactic Empire when they first started, and also
it's not
at
a
the
big
very
range.
end.
It's like 16 or 17 years.
Yeah,
it's 20. It's like 20-ish years.
Yeah, but they
I
do
don't
a
think
lot
so
of it.
because I don't think Luke is 20 by the time I guess by the end of the trilogy he might be.
Yeah, but they do a fair amount of expansion during that.
Yeah. Yeah.
They gain the entire Inquisitorius.
No, but again, depending on when you take them, there are no Inquisitors.
Okay, that's my point, Lizzie.
Yeah.
It also depends
An
on
Inquisitor's not going to do
canon
shit against a
legends.
Viltrumite. Let's be clear.
Yeah, no, that's
Why? He has a lightsaber.
Yeah.
Force.
Again, just kind of.
We've seen Viltrumite struggle to hit normal people, and they have precognition.
Yeah, but they can just fly through.
I don't think.
I mean,
or
they're
throw
not
a
faster
building
than
on
Red
top
Rush.
of them. And to be fair, we've seen Mark variants struggle to hit normal people. Not
Hey man,
really.
if you listen to some of the Glazers, according to them, they're all as strong as Omni-Man. So
Actually, no, that is a good question.
Who said that?
a lot of people have said the Mark variants are as strong as Omni-Man.
Actually, there's a good question that ranges from that. We know that Thrag and at that point Mark was able to fight on the sun. Those are literally the strongest. Lightsabers could they actually may be able to do something to the weaker.
No, I think lightsabers would hurt them.
They were there for a long time.
I think lightsabers would hurt them. I just don't think it would hurt. I just don't think it would cut through them as smoothly or as quickly as they would like a normal person or like armor.
So I just have a question, really, because I think all that's valid, but there's one thing that like maybe could hurt them. Palpatine's Force Lightning, because we know for a fact that like Force Lightning is generally used to torture. So like Luke was not getting full blasts because we know that Palpatine can like disintegrate people with his Force Lightning too. Do you think that would actually be able to do anything?
I was just gonna ask how comparable is that to Powerplex Lightning?
Yeah, later in the comics, Marcus tanks all of Powerplex's lightning.
Yeah,
I mean, Force Lightning is like also corruptive and like does soul bullshit, but like I don't know.
I think it depends on canon or Legends, because Legends Palpatine is a lot stronger than canon Palpatine.
In both, it's not just physical lightning; it's like force bullshit.
Yeah, like Legends Palpatine is casually planetary due to upscaling Nihilus.
But he's not casualty. Doesn't that require a whole ritual for him to do?
Can we stop with the whole scaling to Nihilus thing? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, that's
Nihilus absorbs life force. That's how he doesn't destroy the planet. He absorbs the life out of the planet, and the planet falls apart because it can't sustain itself anymore. He does not have planet-destroying power. And Palpatine can't absorb life out of planets. He doesn't have that ability. Also, in order for Nihilus to do that, there was a whole ritual involved. He doesn't like just touch the planet and suck the life out of it.
I can't do it instantaneously.
That's a whole load of crap in its own right.
Yeah.
But I do think Palpatine's lightning could probably fuck up a Viltrumite, but so would lightsabers. But it's just like, well, it's like Rouga said, it's time. Like it's
I'm not
slow and shit.
I'm not even beginning to argue that Palpatine can beat one, okay? Because I don't think he can. I don't think the lightning is gonna kill him. At least not fast enough, okay?
Let me remind you that Darth Vader killed Palpatine by just like chucking him off the side of the thing.
Luke survives.
No, he actually wasn't dead.
No, that's what he was.
He was dead. He died. He moved his soul into a new body, but his body died.
I don't think that's true in Disney.
I'm pretty sure he's resurrected by cultists.
No, it's true in Disney.
Is that what happened? I thought he literally fell. I thought he literally just fell down and just kind of sat there trying to recover his body.
The whole thing in the canon is
multiple decades.
Yeah, it was a cloned body, and that's why it's all fucked up.
How often can he? How often can he do that?
As long as there's another clone, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
In the Legends thing, they had to like go to like the cloning facility and like kill all of like the Palpatine clones and bullshit. It was stupid.
Palpatine could do that like infinitely. It wouldn't matter because just Palpatine is never gonna beat the Viltrumites.
Palpatine is eternal. Palpatine shall rule all.
I hate it, dude.
He just keeps coming back somehow.
I don't like prophecies, but it ruins the whole Chosen One story for Anakin.
Yeah, it does.
Because he was supposed to bring balance to the Force and shit, and then when you brought, and he was supposed to like eliminate the darkness, and he did that by throwing Palpatine off. When you brought him back and had Rey do it, Qui-Gon is now wrong about Anakin.
No.
Well, Qui-Gon's whole thing is he had a more spiritual connection to the Force than anyone. He was one of the only people who Palpatine was terrified of among the Jedi. He was more terrified of Qui-Gon than he was terrified of Yoda. In the Legends, that's why he had Maul specifically assassinate Qui-Gon, because he's like, Qui-Gon will see what's coming before it comes, in a way that Yoda can't. Like, he's that connected, and he knew that Anakin was the one who was going to undo everything, and bring balance to the Force. Qui-Gon was now full of shit. Now they brought Palpatine back and had Rey do it instead. He had no idea what he was talking about.
Damn.
Yeah.
We're chatting shit.
It's upsetting.
Fucking Disney.
Yep.
Yeah, they ruined everything.
But I do think Halo does better.
I guess
I don't think so.
Halo does better. I think Halo does better.
Yes.
No, it's really cool. I agree, but Halo does better.
Actually, guys, I think my favorite thing does better because I like it more.
Jim's pretty spot on, to be fair.
All right. Well, next up we have the Forerunners. You can continue talking about fucking Halo.
All right, well, fuck Halo.
I mean, I got one. You know that thing in Halo 4 they did? GG.
The composer.
I do not.
Yep.
Rape.
Yeah.
You ever heard of the rings?
Yeah.
That is a good one.
I mean, the rings are over the top. The composers.
I know.
Yeah, but can't
Yeah.
they
But
just
there's
fly to the
also-
rings and destroy them?
That
And don't the
maybe,
rings only
yeah.
affect a
Actually,
single
yes, if they
system?
know where they are.
Don't the rings only affect a single system?
No.
Yeah, they
it's
have
like
to
an overlap.
No,
of
the entire
galaxy.
Like,
They do.
Yeah,
They
it's
do
like-
have a limited range, and they need to spread them across the galaxy. Yes,
And
but
it's
there
not
also are.
instantaneous.
So there are is more importantly, they have these type of engines. I don't know what they're called. That's in each of their fleets. That just might have been added by 343, but it can allow them to induce supernovas into stars, and they also have the same disintegration technology in their ships as they do with their guns that can destroy continents. So I think that their ships are able to overpower the Viltrumite Empire, and I don't know. We could also speculate about how good of a biological engineering they can perform, since they do reduce the human race into a less inferior version of themselves, and genetically alter almost every species in the
Turn them
galaxy.
into black
But
people.
say again.
Turn them into black people.
He was being racist. Alright, so... Well, is there any reason why the Viltrumites couldn't just fly through the fucking Halo rings and destroy them?
Well, again, it's not that. It's
The
not
rings
the Halo
aren't. The
rings.
rings aren't it. The rings aren't it. There's more.
It's
there's-
composer. The composer is more than the.
There's also the composer where they can disintegrate them and then turn them into digital warriors to fight for them against their will, which they did to the humans. Also, the Forerunners themselves might be able to produce warriors that could at least throw a couple at a single Viltromite. There's two things supporting this. One's Bungie's statements, which might not be too helpful. The other one's confirmed by actual terminal videos. The terminal video, the Promethean Knights were made by the Forerunner soldiers, actually were shown burrowing into ships that were affected by flood and just somehow detonating the entire ship, and there were multiple size ships as individuals. But also, Bungie was intending originally for ODST to have you get a bunch of Forerunner augmentations, and then you would fly through Covenant ships like a missile. So Bungie intended for the Forerunners to be that powerful. So with the Prometheans being at the level they are, and for what Bungie intended, which wasn't meant to be rewritten by 343, they just fucked it up. Combined with their ship stuff, I think they can win this war head to head.
Or they could just compose them all and
Yeah, they can disintegrate them too, which is probably better than the heat of the sun.
Couldn't they... Well, if they do the disintegration thing, would that disintegration thing only work on Viltrumite Empire people?
everything was alive.
Oh, then why the fuck would
Pretty
they do
much.
that to themselves?
Why would they do that to
Suicide.
themselves? They do
They
that.
had
No.
to,
So
had
they
to
do
it
that to.
self-defense.
So they do that to themselves because what it does is it turns you into a robotic machine that is only driven for killing, which gives it an immunity to the logic plague, which also gives it a body that disintegrates upon death, so that nothing can be infected by the flood.
Which
That's
has
why
nothing
they
to
did-
do with the Viltrumites, so why would they use it against them?
It more digitizes the
turn
consciousness.
them. Well, first of all, if it could immediately kill them, that would be a reason. But also turn the enemy against them.
No, but you're saying that they're going to turn themselves into a bunch of robot beings.
No,
and race them.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm saying they're gonna.
No.
What I was saying is they did that during the Flood War so they can make warriors that couldn't be infected upon death. That's why they did that, and those warriors were on the firepower to destroy whole ships.
I get that, but
yeah.
If they activated that against the Viltrumites, they'd be killing themselves as well.
No.
But the ship can show up
No,
by
no.
the ship itself can.
I just
it's-
asked you, and you guys said yes.
It can be used
I
like a
don't.
laser.
He's saying
It can shoot specific
he's saying like
targets
different
and hit
things
those.
because in Halo 4 they can make themselves a resistant / immune to it, more like heavily resistant to it.
The librarian does, yes, but that's a.
Those the
storyline.
Didact.
Well, yeah. Keep going.
Yeah, the Didact is also immune, so they can make themselves immune to it.
But they
But
didn't.
they
That's
also-
what they didn't because
Yeah,
they're all dead.
Oh, okay, hold on. No.
They're all- Lizzie, you don't know what
I'm
you're talking
I'm
about.
gonna confuse you. I'm gonna
The Forerunners?
clear up the
What do you
confusion.
mean?
We're
We're talking about composing. We're not talking Halo
Yes,
rings.
I brought up when they compose themselves, it was deliberate. They can avoid composing themselves and do it mid-battle. The Didact did that to the UNSC without doing that to Covenant forces backing him up. So they can target specific targets to not decompose them. And the only reason, and I messed up because I brought up them doing it on purpose just to show how powerful those warriors can become, which is why they did that, to make stronger warriors that couldn't get infected because their bodies disintegrated.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah.
Okay. Where do you think Forerunner should go?
Rape.
Survive Free Scourge.
There's rape.
Rape? Okay, I mean, sure. If you're okay with
No,
that.
I just agree with him.
Why?
I don't know.
Explain why.
Because I believe there's still a fight to be had, but I believe the Forerunners, could win that because they can blow up the stars and blow up the planets.
I don't think there is. I think they would just compose them all and they could do, and they'd have a gigantic army.
Why would they just do that instantly? I mean, I just...
Because that's what the Didact did.
Why didn't they do it? Why didn't they do it to the Flood?
Because the fucking bullshit.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Earlier, if you compose
reality,
hang on. The Didact
is still the Flood.
No, the Didact was in prison. Stop it. The Didact was in prison for atrocities. He was trying to do that, but the Forerunner said, "What you're doing is unethical." Please. Okay, someone's green light made me think my thing froze. Sorry, but the Didact was doing unethical things. And so his wife ultimately imprisoned him for what he was doing with the aid of the other Forerunners.
So wait, it sounds like y'all keep bringing up the Didact. Are the Forerunners not willing to do this, and it's just one guy that wants to do it?
It was a group.
Oh, no. So the composer was made by the Didact, and he was going around using it, and then he was the one who came back in Halo 4. It is something that they had, and they willingly used it on their own soldiers, but when the Didact started using it on unwilling humans, the librarian then had the council come in and imprison him for it. Again, stupid for their circumstances.
So are we sure they're going to use it against the Viltromites?
The Didact would 100%.
But the Didact was imprisoned for trying to use it.
Well,
against helpless humans who were not fighting back. That's why he was imprisoned.
Well, did they use it against any races that were fighting back?
War crimes.
Themselves.
He was tried for war crimes.
They willingly, they were tried, but he also willingly used it on his own soldiers, and that was accepted. I think they willingly did it to themselves.
You keep saying willingly. Did they ever use it against an enemy faction that was trying to go to war with them?
The humans in Halo 4?
No,
that doesn't count. That was the Didact by himself after he got freed.
It sounds like it's one dude who wants to do it, and the Forerunners are like, no.
He's not just one guy. He was the military, like one of the highest ranked generals.
That doesn't make him two guys. That still makes him one guy.
It was his entire. It was two facts. There was no in Halo 4. There was tons of people who do it and who didn't want to.
It sounds like they're unwilling to do this.
Well, again, he's not because he did it.
To who?
The humans.
The humans are still around.
The ancient humans.
He didn't do it. Okay, he didn't do it. He didn't do it to every single human.
Okay.
He did it. It doesn't span across the entire universe.
They've never wiped out an entire enemy species by using this.
That doesn't mean they couldn't.
They only used continents, though. Like that's what I remembered. Like they didn't go out over the whole planet because they still had humans left over, and they only left them on Earth.
Yeah, I said just because they didn't doesn't mean they can't.
No, but they're unwilling to.
No, some of them are, and
apparently they all are. The one person you guys said did it was Didact, and he
why you said no?
To the whole faction.
That's disingenuous. We did not say one person. We said his faction. We're just naming him because he's a character.
It doesn't matter.
Of
one faction
he doesn't have his own army.
First off, a faction. They didn't all come together, and however many people are in his faction, and all go and press the button at the same time. He gave the order to have them do it, and then they did it. It's one dude. So, and you even said that it was like war crimes and shit. So yeah, it's one dude. It doesn't matter if there's a bunch of faceless guys that follow his orders. The point is that this one dude the Forerunners don't want to do it. One dude wanted to do it, and he didn't even do it to erase them from completely. He still left some left over, and he was, according to you guys, arrested for war crimes after doing it. So I'm not seeing why you're saying that they would just come in and wipe out the entire Viltrumite Empire.
If he is about, which he most likely would be in this situation, because
I feel
this
like the
would not
Viltrumites
be
just gotta
around.
kill this one guy, and they fucking dealt with the problem.
I think they would get close and he would compose them all.
He would definitely, yeah.
Does
be
he
able
have a
to
button in
how,
his pocket?
How the, so
But he doesn't. He does it mentally, right?
Yeah, he does a lot of his technology by the wave of his hand. It's really.
But does he do the
strange,
does he do the composure thing by the wave of his hand?
He does it. He does it within a ship specifically, and how it functions is it's kind of like
Neural
a flash
physics.
of light. Well, I'm trying to describe the visual effect. I don't remember if it looked like a scan or it looked like a flash of
Like
light.
a scan laser.
Yeah, kind of like a scan laser, and then you just disintegrate. It's kind of crazy. Or if, I remember I had to rewatch it because in the terminal it looked like a laser that hit the ground, but in the video game, it was this weird scanner type thing. That orange scanner, yes, that it was orange in both scenes, but in the game it functioned differently than the terminal, where it literally just scanned you. You disintegrate from the scan, except for Chief, who got the shield from the librarian. Where in the actual terminal, it was a huge laser that hit the ground like a glassing beam. Both from his
different devices.
Yeah, both from his ship, which is where he usually leads his armies from. Which, if he hasn't committed the atrocities on a whole bunch of defenseless humans like he did, he would still get to use his tech and lead the fight against the Viltrumites. So it depends on where we take him during the war, and we're taking him before the Flood War, where that happens to him. Because that's before they become their strongest, of course, unless anyone disagrees.
I don't know. I can't disagree with that. I don't know.
Okay.
But it just
I said
he wants
I don't
to.
know, it just seems like y'all are arguing that he's okay with the thought or whatever with this one thing. He can erase all the Viltrumites in their entire empire when he's never done anything close to that. He did it to some humans, not all of them. And the Forerunners don't like it and don't want him to do it.
Anything near him, he would compose them immediately.
Arceus, how did you get
every
here?
battle he wins. Every battle he wins.
So he would not wipe out the entire empire. That's an exaggeration.
Not by
What I was
himself,
trying to argue for is that anyone with like an entire space station, an entire it was a village, but it was in the horizon, through the whole sky, so possibly like a massive area of land. He's able to make the entire battlefield around him activate the decomposer and compose everything around him. So from where he's at, he would be a problem, which is why I would say survive pre-Scourge, because they put up a fight and win, because they have all this crazy tech, but I don't think they have anything to just wipe him out aside from the Halo rings, which I don't think they could activate without killing themselves, unless they activate one at a time out of the distance. What?
Also, stopping them from
But that's
just
a draw.
Also, what's stopping them from just killing him from range?
Killing the Didact. Well, when he's using the decomposer, he's in a ship which is larger than Covenant ships and more durable. It required the heaviest it required the UNSC's Infinity Mac Cannon, which is literally the best gun at the time, to make a small hole. So you would need some serious firepower to bring that thing down.
Okay, so are you guys agreed on rape or survive pre-Scourge?
I say survive pre-Scourge.
Okay,
yeah.
That did answer my question, but alright. Where do you guys think he goes? You think he goes above Helldivers, above Blame, above...
I mean, it's kind of weird because with Powerpuff Girls, Chainsaw Man, and Blame, they survive for different reasons, but the Forerunners can win a war, so maybe at the top.
At the top.
Yeah, they'll survive pre-Scourge. Because the
Forerunners
galaxy
at the top. I guess we should do a who would survive in Forerunners stream at some point. And then we'll just chuck a bunch of dudes. And I wouldn't do that because I don't know enough about them, and I don't think that Doug and Liam would stay up for an entire stream to do it.
That's fair. That's fair.
But
I mean, Doug, maybe we can trade out. Half the stream will be Doug, half the stream will be Liam.
No, because you both leave early though. Neither of you come in at the last half.
What I'll do is set an alarm for when he leaves, and then I'll.
And you'll wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning your time to do the stream.
Exactly.
I'm sure that's how that's going to work out.
That's exactly how it's going to go.
Okay. All right, next up we have the Shinobi Alliance. Who knows the Shinobi Alliance?
I do.
I mean, they're ninjas.
I know the Shinobi.
They are ninjas.
Kind of, sort of. Volume's not the best.
So I'm gonna assume like
So this is Naruto.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is end Naruto.
They require to have their planet survive, right?
Huh?
They're requiring their planet, yeah.
I don't know. Just talk about how they're not gonna get fucked up, and then we'll take it from there.
Well,
Can you hear me better now? I'm sorry.
they are.
They're gonna get fucked up.
Well, okay, first of all, they can actually fight, unlike fucking Viltrumite.
Hey, wait.
They actually have
Can
hands.
you guys hear me?
Big advantage.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
They have hacks and stuff.
I'd say yeah. Second of all, they do have things like hacks and the infinite super. Sort of weird. I guess they wouldn't use it because
Ninja magic.
the Alliance. Ninja
So are
magic.
we keeping them contained
They
to
have the
one
tail beast.
battlefield?
No, this is their planet.
This is their planet.
I'm who actually suggested this? Are you here?
They are in the. Oh, sorry.
I'm more interested in who is in the Ninja Alliance. The Shinobi
Only
every main character you could think. Do you know Naruto at all?
I will say only
I watched it up until the fucking what do you call it? The Chunin exams, and I watched like the arc after that, and I dropped it.
Every character in that is in it.
the characters
Orochimaru
doesn't matter.
is
The
in it?
relevant
Is
characters.
it Tachi
Yep.
in it?
Technically.
No, he's not in the Shinobi Alliance.
Okay, well
He's
stop saying every
third party.
character and tell me who's
He
actually
works
in
with
it.
that. He does work with. Oh.
Not in.
But he's more like a third party. He's not a part of the Shinobi
I
Alliance.
guess.
He bailed.
When we say Shinobi Alliance, I'll say the guys who pulled up on Ten Tails, Madara, and Obito. Only two of these guys are actually relevant, so instant death to post Scourge, I'd say.
Yeah. Whip. Really?
They
They
might.
have like hacks and
No, I think,
They don't have spaceships.
no, I
So I looked up real quick who the Shinobi Alliance is. It's 80,000 members who make up the Land of Fire, of Wind, Earth, Water, Lightning, and Iron, which are all
And
6
what I'm saying
regions
is
that
none
are
of those
villages.
guys matter.
Yeah,
I'm saying
they're
none of
called
those guys matter.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
Two
Shinobi
people
Alliance.
carried the entire. Two
What?
people, a part of the Shinobi Alliance, carried the entire war. The latter half of it. Only
Jesus.
two people can fight these guys, and they're slower. They're not. Well, they're light speed, but it's annoying to argue them to light speed. So we can just say less than light speed, near light speed. I think they can win if they fight them, but they're not beating 50 Viltrumites. They're not stopping the planet from getting destroyed. They don't have the travel time.
You know what? I
It's-
think Naruto and Sasuke could maybe.
That's what I'm saying.
That sounded weird.
Roga,
What about the
you already
military?
had
Hold on.
Roga,
It
you
depends
already
when you
had a
take
One Punch
Naruto.
Man photo.
Wait, what's up?
There's already a One Punch Man photo on the list.
Where?
Yes, sir.
It's in between Killer Clowns of Outer Space and something else, and it's under
Well,
Palworld.
then you guys get to be raped by another one. Oh, I see it. But it's not going up to front with $2 because the people ahead of you paid more.
I figured. I just didn't feel like typing out specifically.
No, I
like,
got
put
you.
it up
Well, I'll
with
put it.
more, yeah.
I get it. It goes up higher in the list.
Anyway, yeah.
I
think
didn't realize I already had one.
Yeah, no.
My bad.
Gee,
So
I
whoever
think
gets put in
Saitama.
gay hell is getting raped by Saitama and 2 different copies of all of the Power Rangers.
Fuck.
Wait, why?
So, 2 Tommy Olivers, 2
That's
we can do like
two
a Jungle Fury or
Jasons,
something.
2 all from every team of Power Rangers that there has ever been.
Every team of Power Rangers.
All the teams. Then there's two. So it's a
Why is One Punch
At
Man
least there's a few
in
chicks. There's a
gay
few chicks in there.
back-to-back freight trains. Oh no, just the dude Rangers.
Oh,
It wouldn't be gay hell
Not
if
gay
you had
hell.
the female Rangers. You know.
Unless you're a girl.
Maybe we'll consider him as part of it, but like that's as close as you're getting.
Back to the current thing. Naruto's my favorite series ever. I love this show and manga, but only 2 people are relevant. I think they could beat any Viltrumite that they fight, but they're not stopping the world from getting overrun or destroyed. Instant death.
Can I just say this? I don't think it matters. Like Why does the fleet not just bombard this thing from orbit?
There's no reason not to.
Well,
No
they
reason not
have
to.
they have attacks that can destroy the ships, but if the Viltrumites come down
from orbit,
orbit,
Yeah. They can go to the moon. Yeah, they've been to the moon.
Yeah, they can fly. They could go up that high, but it doesn't matter. Viltrumite, they also can't protect the whole planet.
One thing we are forgetting, like they actually have something similar to the space racer's gun. They have straight up antimatter weapon, which is fucking.
No, they don't. They don't.
The black orb.
I would argue
the black orb.
Space Racer, but fair.
The black orb. Okay, yeah, but they can't. Like he can't. That has a range. He can't launch it out to work.
No, I get that. But I'm saying in a one-on-one, actually kill any. He could kill any Viltrumite with them.
Stated that. I think one-on-one, both Naruto and Sasuke can kill any Viltrumite, but they can't protect the whole planet.
But also, those true-seeking
guys,
ones don't exist anymore.
Can you guys not hear 4 people talking at once? Seriously, like you just stop it. Nano, you do it again, you get muted. Lizzie, you do it again, you get muted. All right, go.
I want to ask real fast: are any of you arguing for not instant death to post Scourge? Is that what's happening here?
I'm arguing instant death on every front.
I think they're above Cyberpunk. I think they're below Halo.
It's not going to be instant death.
I mean, I was gonna say they are pretty hacksy characters. I think
Yeah,
they
but
would.
they don't have the hack. From orbit, glassing from orbit.
Yeah, no, they're
They
yeah,
can't.
that's
They
fine.
can't blow up the
Don't they
ship.
have like barriers and shit though?
So it doesn't. I won't even argue because I don't think it matters. Sure, they glass from orbit, they lose.
It's a literal like galactic spanning empire against one planet.
Not even
There's
the whole planet.
No,
not the whole planet.
Yeah,
like
not even an entire continent.
Yeah,
it's laughable.
The world of One Piece.
Why is
isn't
actually
even the
about
whole
a
world.
continent?
It's like a couple of small countries.
Then
But I would-
power cliffing
I
is
think-
absolutely horrible. Only
If
two
this
people
was
can
the
fight the
50
Viltrumites.
Viltrumites, they would do perfectly fine against the filthy Viltrumites.
No, because the Viltrumites can fly, blowing up the whole planet. They don't have.
So
the
can
planet
they.
to go.
So can they.
No, they can't.
They are
Well, the
way
vast
more-
the vast majority of ninjas in Naruto can't fight even the weakest
Only-
Viltrumites. It's only like the
Yeah.
absolute top tiers who can.
I'm saying right in
And
the Shinobi Alliance, only 2 people can. And I'm saying they can't protect only 2 people can't protect the whole planet. They don't have the speed to zoom around the planet like that. Never been shown. It takes them like
Well,
a
they
couple of days to get from one village to another, which I do agree are probably like continent sizes, maybe, but it doesn't matter.
I mean, they
Those
made it to the
countries-
moon in like a few minutes.
I think they took like a teleporting thingy. Like that was like a space travel thingy. Like,
They have a lot
didn't
of hacks.
run-
Yeah, they have a lot of hacksy teleports
They can
too.
get up there because they have teleportation.
I guess Nano.
you can
Nano
just
is the
above-
only one who thinks they're above instant death. Me and him, I think. If you asked me, I'd put them above Cyberpunk.
And
And if none of that works, they can just build a big disc.
Exactly.
Just a big disc.
No, but they're not. No, Rouga, they're not cold-blooded.
It's cool. It's a big.
No, they'll just freeze normally.
So
No,
to be
I thought they-
fair, I give the disc a lot of shit because there's some weirdness with it. But if you blocked the sun's light 100%, like all the light from Earth for a long enough time, it will eventually freeze over. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
wouldn't be like-
necessarily against that. It's the ship parking that really throws me for a loop.
Wait, I'm gonna ask real fast. Did they? Sorry, unrelated. I'm sorry, Riga. But did they specify Shinobi Alliance?
They did.
Yes.
They specifically said Shinobi Alliance.
Yeah, instant death.
So,
it would have been better if they said
okay, so
Naruto.
where in instant death should it be?
Above Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk or below Cyberpunk?
Above Cyberpunk,
Above.
because they have people who can beat the Viltrumites.
Cyberpunk has some very powerful weapons.
Very powerful weapons.
Yeah.
Can that in Cyberpunk? Is it just Arasaka, like the city?
No, it was the planet of Cyberpunk.
Oh, okay, below
Then below
Cyberpunk then. Okay.
Alright.
I assumed it was just the sea.
No, I think they specifically said the Cyberpunk, like the planet of Cyberpunk.
Then below, definitely below.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm putting them above Overwatch and Shinra.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Next up, we have One Punch Man. So I'm just gonna guess. Isn't there only like 2 or 3 people in the whole world that can defend against the Viltrumites? Like there's Saitama,
I think they're-
Boros, if we're talking about him, and like the psychic
Boros
chick.
is dead.
And okay, so no
I think there's
Boros.
more. I think like
Boros is
Tsunami,
not
that
even-
psychic girl, might be able to do it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Her,
Yeah,
she
she
might have been
could.
one of them. But for the most part, you're talking about like one hand's worth of people, like 5 or
Blast
something.
Well, yeah,
Like
but don't they just, yeah, but don't they instantaneously win? Like
who?
Saitama exists. Like it's kind of like, yeah, he just
That doesn't mean
wins.
they instantaneously win if he's the only one left alive.
I mean, he
Yeah.
one shot
in the
every
manga,
Viltrumite.
like,
Everyone
punch
there.
fucking holes in the galaxy.
Yeah, but why? But he's still
Yeah,
just he's still just one dude. Like
Yeah.
if they
They
send
can
if they
walk.
send four if they send 10 Viltrumites to the planet to just start fucking it up, he's only killing 1 or 2 of them, and the rest of them are fucking up the whole planet. And Saitama's only a hero in one country. Like it's not like he goes across the world saving people's lives. Like
Well,
it's literally
actually, to be
just-
fair, there is only the one country that is actually populated.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
That's
the
hilarious.
all the cities all exist on that one place because the rest of the planet got destroyed by monsters. I'm pretty sure.
Really? I did not. That's a whole. I saw all of season 1. I never knew that.
Me
Interesting.
Yeah,
neither.
like season 1 never. I don't think it ever goes into any other place but that specific country because I don't think there is anything else outside that country.
They keep sending people down to the country. Saitama keeps fucking them up. So then they build a big disc and freeze everyone, and that's just Saitama on a planet by himself. Just
Well, as I say,
just an entirely
they couldn't
frozen
even
planet.
they couldn't even do the thing, because he can hold his breath in space too, and then just
Yeah, they
go
would,
into
no,
space.
I'm in complete
Actually,
agreement
I
that
think-
there isn't a Viltrumite that can kill Saitama, but if he's just by himself alone on
sorry.
a world that's been completely wiped of life, I mean,
hey.
that's not good. That's not good for him.
Hold on, no. Okay, I am glad I got here at the wrong time. So, okay,
Wrong time?
yeah, at the right time. My bad. So, I don't know how much. Okay, so huge as shit. They're basically the world, the continents, and like the whole world itself is not the same as Earth, or geologically wise. Same size, not the same continents. The S-class heroes are fucking cracked. Some of them can literally fight a dude who can hit someone into the Earth, and then the Earth causes a lump, like the side of it just kind of bulges. There's a guy who cut people. There's a guy who can cut you down to the subatomic level. There's a dude who is stronger than the guy who hits hard as before. There's a psychic chick who can literally endure a blast that shaves off a section of the planet, and she could. And she could definitely catch multiple Viltrumites and put that power
It
on
wasn't
them.
only.
And
It wasn't
Saitama-
only that. That was her worn away during that blast. Like she had been. She was protecting multiple people. It was like towards the end of a fight when that happened.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying there aren't people. Like I said, but I think it's only like a handful of people. It isn't that many. Like the vast majority of the planet's getting wiped. They don't have like an entire military force that can fight against the Viltrumites. If you have, if we're talking about post Scourge Viltrumites, then I don't think they have enough to fight against 50. But maybe you can argue that they could fight back, to some extent. If you're talking about pre, where there's literally billions of Viltrumites, there are characters that in One Punch Man that the Viltrumites can never kill, like Saitama, but they also don't have enough to defend the world from them either.
Yeah, I feel like.
And also, again, this is you guys keep talking about just the Viltrumites. Like
There's
it's
a whole
also the
Galactic
Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have whole galactic.
We've seen how much his punches do. He could be wiping out like thousands of ships in minutes.
Yeah, but like, that's the thing. There's
billions,
serious.
It can be easily bypassed. Like they'll just they won't do anything to him. He'll just keep killing, but they can just sneak away and just blow up the planet. You know what I mean?
And
Don't know if they'll just blow up the planet, but that's the thing. Serious Punch Squared showed that with his attack, it showed to a level of power that he lighted out all the stars in a huge circle in space, which some of those stars are not stars, they're galaxies, and they are way too far away for that.
You do have a point there. I feel like with that one punch,
that was something. Yes, it is not technically that powerful because it was it was squared by the other Serious Punch, but the fact is that's at least a couple galaxies out of that massive hole of dozens of dots in the night sky.
Not if it was squared. Not if it was squared, it wasn't.
Then how does he wouldn't he annihilate the fucking Milky Way if he was destroying galaxies with his fucking punch?
He wasn't in the Milky Way when he was fighting Garo. So
what happened?
I mean, if he was
is
in
that,
the Milky Way, he'd probably destroy it. But you know.
Yes. So what happened is that Blast was there, and whenever they had their Series Punch squared, he started redirecting it, which it was too powerful. So a bunch of other friends showed up, and the squad of dudes used some the telekinetic, gravitational, interdimensional powers to redirect it in another direction. That's why it didn't do the damage it did. But it still took out a portion of the night sky. The amount of power that is ridiculous. Even if you were to, I don't know.
Why do you think it was galaxies when we can't see galaxies in the night sky? What makes you think it was galaxies?
Because the dots, because many of the stars you see in the sky, some of them are not just stars, but they are galaxies just reflecting light over light years away. Technically, if they sent a blast into space, it should not have reached any of them, yet somehow it instantaneously removes stars.
Here's the problem I have with this. Here's the problem I have with this. You're trying to use science to explain something that's not scientific, because even if he did remove those stars, the light would still be there.
The light would still be there. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why I'm saying how cracked possible it is.
Well, yeah, but that's just. It's not cracked, isn't it? So powerful, it's nonsense. It's like he removed the light from the sky. I don't think you can take a feat like that and try and scientifically explain its power level, because they don't use science to do it. Like you're saying, some of them are galaxies. How do you know some of those stars were galaxies and not just stars?
I mean, either way, it would mean he's punching away thousands of stars.
Sure, but that's very different. That's very different than galaxies.
No, you're right. No, I get it. But again, you take it if it stars, he would still means he'd probably take out the entire Viltrumite fleet.
Yeah, depends on how many ships.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, probably. Depending
but it's also just as possible that one night when Saitama's sleeping, they just take the sun and push it closer to the star and then leave. Okay, and Saitama wakes up and everybody's fried and he didn't even notice.
I would state, do you think they would come down and actually go and fight there? Because chances are they don't know about Saitama. Barely anyone knows about Saitama.
Well, again, if they're doing the whole send Omni-Man down to the planet to live there as a hero, he's gonna find out about Saitama really quick.
Yeah, they're gonna figure that shit out.
And he's gonna be like, you know what? Yeah. I don't think we can do this. We should just destroy this fucking planet and everybody.
I would ask, the government there doesn't know about Saitama. Why would
it doesn't matter. But that's because of just pure stupidity. When you actually watch the series, it's everyone has seen Saitama do some insane shit, and they're just like, oh, he's not that strong. It's weird.
So I feel like Omni-Man is observant enough to
most of the time it's a chance thing. Most of the time it's a chance thing, but sometimes it is stupidity.
So depending on where, I don't remember if it was a gag and she actually survived the whole dying on a cough drop thing. There's a psychic who does see the future, foresees the Boros coming to the Earth. I'm pretty sure if we take it, depends on where we take it. It's not specific. But it still had them prepared for the threat and was able to be prepared in the time the threat showed up.
They weren't prepared.
Also, Metal Knight. Oh my god, I forgot Metal Knight. Metal Knight has the ability to literally reinforce the continent-sized cities with robots and shit that fend. He's also an antagonist. That's iffy. But he still has wild...
He worked for the association. I'd say.
I know. I'm trying to remember how powerful his technology got because I know it helped against many of the monsters.
This was something. We're all in agreement that Saitama's fucking up all the Viltrumites. The question is, do you think the planet is surviving?
Well, that's why I bring up Metal Knight. Metal Knight, hold on. Metal Knight should make an army.
What are we arguing?
Okay, so Metal Knight can make an army of robots, and depending on how powerful those robots are, yes. But
what do you mean depending on? How powerful are they?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to...
We haven't seen the upper level of his things. There's no reason to say they're all that strong. I don't think there's any way to get them to
what's the base level? Because the thing is that upper level can be taken on near planetary characters, where the base level is near continental level. Like that's just how that could be. So I'm trying to remember the monsters he fight. Who did he fight? Does anyone remember the monsters of Metal Knight?
Metal Knight. Metal Knight, the robot. The
yes,
giant
the robot.
robot.
Yeah.
He hasn't fought anyone. He failed to blow up a meteor.
Yeah, I was gonna say Metal Knight. Well, here's the thing. Metal Knight stated that it wasn't the issue of blowing up the meteor. It was the issue of making sure the meteor didn't destroy the city even after it blew up. It was still heading like right for that.
Yeah, he didn't do anything about it.
He couldn't completely eviscerate the meteor.
But also, the thing is in the comics where the animation doesn't get to the point, he has several levels of like upgrades. Like he has like his silver, black, and golden forms now, and multiple of some of those.
Do you know how powerful?
I'll say we haven't seen him do anything, so we can't attribute anything to him.
You are talking about the animation. He shows up in the comics during the end of the Monster Association.
Yeah, we are talking multiple. We're talking past.
I've read shown in the anime. He doesn't do anything still. He still doesn't do anything. He fortifies it, I agree, but we haven't seen them fight. All we've seen them do is lose to Saitama when he just happened to go to the when they recognized that monsters with Saitama were a threat. All they've done is get no-diffed by Saitama.
We are going in circles right now.
There was a whole arc where the Hero Association invaded the Monster Association, and they were all fighting different monsters.
Can we just get to the point? Do you know how powerful they are? Yes or no?
I just need to know how powerful Metal Knight is, because if he fought on par with some of the monsters,
no one else knows.
Metal Knight up.
Metal Knight,
I know.
And everyone else is saying he didn't do shit. So you're the only person who knows what he did. No one can answer that question for you except for you.
If you
don't, if you can't look, it's fine. If you don't remember it, it's
look. Is the planet surviving the Viltrumite invasion?
I'd say it challenges post.
My question is, if the planet doesn't survive, but he kills every Viltrumite, is that a win still?
He wouldn't kill every Viltrumite if the planet doesn't survive, because the Viltrumites wouldn't send literally their billions and billions at one planet to kill one guy that's stuck on the planet. They would just leave.
I mean,
they dominated that planet. Having one guy just living on an empty world of death doesn't do anything negative to them.
What if he goes after them?
Can he?
Yeah.
Where would he go? The universe is a very large place.
He'd follow.
I do no. There is something to bring up. Saitama does technically have time travel. That is something that was an explicit plot point.
I don't know how.
He can punch back in time, but he himself can't really send himself.
No. So he specifically was taught by Garo how to manipulate energy, which somehow he can randomly do, and he was able to go back in time deliberately.
He has full understanding of that.
Well, I'm trying to remember if he got his memories back after that point or not, because he collided with his past self.
He doesn't remember anything. He asked Genos, "Hey, isn't this your core?" He doesn't remember Genos dying or anything of the sort. He doesn't have his memories, which I think I thought that was a whole dumb plot point. Anyway, I think it goes in challenge post-Scourge, because I think people like Tatsumaki can fend off a couple of Viltrumites, but if they send like 10, I'd say, to blow up the whole planet, they're doing it.
I don't even think 10 would be that big a deal. It's really if the billions show up, because even
they don't have the ability to fend off all of them, especially if they don't know where they're going as well.
Well, if the cities,
there's only one place they want. I mean, yeah, I guess.
And remember, Japan's not Japan size. All the cities are massive
They're
compared
continents.
to normal city. Yeah, exactly. So they are defending the different continents of. I don't know. It's a world. I think it is. Yeah, it's the world. They are defending the whole world. I'm not going to be that. I'm not going to be that. I'm not going to be that certain in it. But it's
once
continent.
again, I think this is a situation where only 2 people can fight the Viltrumites. Plus,
two people,
the top half of S-class.
Yeah, I would say at least Genos up.
How many people are in S-class?
17.
Okay, that's not a lot of people.
Well, fairness, the upper echelon could probably.
He said the top half of S-class. So
But
you're
Thomas
talking
not
about
in
you're
that
talking
class, by
about
the
you're
way.
talking about like 9 people max.
Well, he's the outlier.
We are
We all
talking
know
about.
that.
We
I
are
only
talking
think
about
4 people can beat the Viltrumites.
we are talking about dudes though who can go across the continent-sized cities and fend off multiple Viltrumites by themselves. What?
I mean, we technically know that they're
Billions?
capable of going across the
Not
whole
billions.
thing. Comes to Monster
I'll say
Hundreds
it
of
like
millions?
this. Let me say it like this.
Probably
The Viltrumite's
hundreds.
travel speed is much faster than the S classes. Maybe arguing Tatsumaki, they can't get around as fast as the Viltrumites can. And if the Viltrumites come and they start blowing up multiple parts of the world, they can't get across the whole planet at once. Not
I'm
something they
pretty
can
sure
do.
Genos can match that speed for sure.
Genos
Bang also is
would.
on a comparable level, and Atomic Samurai definitely is since he.
They don't have the travel speed. I'm saying travel speed.
Genos
They
does.
do
He
have
does.
travel speed.
Genos
Saitama
certainly
100% has the travel speed.
Well, we're talking about Saitama. Also, Blast.
yeah.
Blast is also like a Saitama level character as well.
I mean, he controls black holes.
We can argue Blast will come.
He can open up dimensions and throw you through them and whatnot,
Well,
remove you
Blast
from
will
it.
100%
He didn't
come.
even
I don't
come
feel like
for Boros is stronger than the Viltrumites. I don't think Blast is coming.
Boros never got not Boros. Blast never got involved with Boros.
Guys, I think Saitama's losing because Robert Kirkman said that Omni-Man could beat Superman. So,
That's true.
Man.
The power scaling, it bones itself again. We can't believe it.
Yeah.
He can beat Cosmic Armor Superman combined with Omni King Superman at once and all the others.
Omni King?
To Grand Omni King
Omni King.
Superman the
That is a
third.
character. That is
Omni
a new
King is
character.
actually a pretty good name for like an upgraded, superpowered version of Omni Man. That would actually be pretty cool. Omni King.
Omni King
I like
wearing
it.
some broken
Well,
ability.
Omni King Superman.
Dragon Ball?
Omni King
Yeah, it's
Superman
Zeno.
recently beat Ultimate Darkseid. Oh crap! Ultimate.
Oh wait, Omni King is what Xeno's called?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
that's his like nickname.
Oh.
Yep, the Omni King.
Interesting.
Omni,
didn't know that.
really.
All right, so we got him placed. We're good with challenge post Scourge.
Yeah.
Sí, senor.
Below Mass Effect,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess, because it's just one planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Does anyone know Bleach?
I know Bleach.
I know
Okay,
Bleach.
so who is this group that is next? 'Cause I don't remember what they're called. It started with a W.
Is it the Quincy's? The fucking
Yes,
Quincy?
the German name?
It wasn't called Quincy. It started with a W, but I don't remember the name of it.
Yes.
That's the like race.
Windbreaker, right? Was it Windbreaker or something?
Not
The
Windbreaker.
Wandenreich.
That
It's
is a
German.
show. That is something different. You stop
Oh.
it, Nano. Okay, so they're next. So just place them somewhere so we can fucking move on. Nobody watches Bleach.
Yeah.
Someone who
I mean,
someone
I
who
watch
knows Bleach.
Bleach.
Lily, do you know
I
Bleach?
watch Bleach.
Do you know Bleach?
Yeah, I've seen Bleach.
No. Stop it. Answer what I'm saying. Do you know Bleach? Have you finished the series?
I have not seen the newest stuff, but I watched the original Bleach.
I finished
is
it.
the newer
I
stuff.
finished it.
Okay, I don't know the
4 years
newest stuff.
ago.
Like,
I
So,
know a couple of them. Do we?
I can
Doug,
help.
what?
I guess.
All right, where are they putting? Where am I going?
Is
I think it's-
Yuhama in this? Does he count in this?
I mean, yeah, he's a Quincy.
I don't know.
Yakuba?
Aren't they called the Sternritters or something like that?
Wandenreich.
Yes, the Wandenreich.
Wandenreich.
Oh.
Or Wanderreich.
So yes, it would be Yuhabak.
Wanderreich.
I also
or
want
Wanderreich,
to.
I don't know.
I want to say real
Isn't
quick.
Yakuba just pick
I wanna
any
s-
world where he wants to be in?
Yeah, it'd be rape.
Okay, so
Honestly.
here's my whole thing. Isn't the whole thing about Bleach is that they're like
They're ghosts.
What's up?
They're ghosts.
Well, I know
Yes.
they're ghosts.
Quincy, what a
I know they're,
Quincy, what a
I know they're
Quincy.
ghosts, but it's like they can't be interacted with by the and
The normal people can't see them.
Well, the
are they
Quincy
from
aren't
like another?
ghosts,
Are they like? Are they in a different universe or are they bound?
They're in a different.
They're in like a different dimension. Yeah.
Just on a different dimension.
So if the Omni-Man and all the people who show up and destroy the planet,
None of
it
them.
won't affect them in any way.
Not really.
Wait, no, these are
Actually, no. Yeah, no, it
actually,
would.
Yeah, they
It
would.
would
because these
destabilize the whole universe.
These are
Like,
Quincy's, which are basically humans, so they would be able to see these guys.
Yeah, no, these guys can be
No,
seen.
but they were
and
in
killed.
the Soul Society though.
No, but that doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
they can travel these places, but they'd still be able to be interactive.
Can they stop the Viltrumite invasion from destroying the planet?
The leader, you fuck his name.
Yeah, it's your watch, bro. It's your watch, bro.
You watch, okay. The leader you watch, he has a power called
the Almighty.
The Almighty.
Yeah, he can see all possible futures, and he can
choose which one he wants.
Shift the dimension to go like he could shift the reality to go to each possible future. So he'd be able to know that the Viltrumites are gonna come, also that they're gonna try to invade, and he'd be able to just stop them all.
What do you mean stop them? How stop them all?
Just pick a reality where they're all dead.
He would he'd just pick a time where they're all dead.
But they're not
all
dead.
He'd pick the timeline where he just wins because that's what he did.
He could pick the universe where the Scourge virus kills them all. Technically,
but
that's something.
But
if that is a
but
thing
that doesn't fix the problem though, because okay, so let's do that for a second.
You're gonna call it running away.
No, it just wouldn't change anything. In the in Invincible, there are we don't know if there's an infinite number of timelines, but there are other timelines where things went the other way. If he picked one where that didn't happen, that doesn't change the fact that the one that the Viltrumites are in, it did happen. You would just be going to another world with another group of Viltrumites.
No, that's not how it works. He's literally making his reality.
That's how it is in
reality.
Invincible. There are multiple different timelines, but going into another timeline doesn't change the one that you're currently in. That one.
Are they going to Invincible, or
he's not going to a different timeline? He's changing the timeline to become the new reality. Effectively,
that's not what
he's rewriting.
He said you're going to a different timeline.
No, timeline was never brought up.
It's he's literally.
Did he not say timeline? Okay.
No, that was me. I said that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I knew I heard it.
He's literally taking the reality that he wants and making that the new reality. He's effectively changing the way reality works by picking.
But you said it was time based, right?
No, that was the other guy.
No, it's not time based.
I said that because he breaks. Doesn't he like?
You said he picks the reality. Someone said he picks the reality where that didn't happen. That's what someone said. But if he's picking realities and there's multiple realities and he picks the one where everything goes the way he wants, that doesn't affect the reality that he left from. Like, in what way does he change reality to make it so that the Viltrumites never invaded? What did he? How does he change it? What does he do?
That's
like think of it like a movie. No. Think of it like a. What's an analogy I can use for this? Think of it like having a slideshow in front of you, right? And on this slideshow, there's different scenes, right? If all where this whole slideshow is in one thing, but each little different slide is its own like reality. If I pick the one reality and just make that the main part of the main one.
See, you're talking about main realities and alternate realities. If you go to an alternate reality, it doesn't change what's happening in this one. You just went to a different one where it works out your way. But that won't affect the Viltrumites of this reality, who will still go about their normal actions. That's good for you. That one dude is no longer in that reality. Good for him. But this reality is still the way it is.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess you're right about that.
Unless it works a different way that you guys aren't explaining. But in Invincible, they have an infinite number, or again, maybe not infinite. I'm not sure if it's ever directly stated infinite, but they have all of these different realities, and there's realities where Mark, joined Omni-Man and all different kinds of stuff happened, but the one that they're in, that's that one. If you go to a different one where they didn't invade Earth or the Scourge virus killed them all, cool, you can go there, but this reality is still here. So you got to deal with this one.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
There's other characters like you remember the sniper guy's name?
Remy? Oh no, I thought you were gonna bring up Remy.
Oh shit, I forgot to y'all keep talking. I forgot to put the the link in the chat. My bad.
Yeah,
give me a second. Give me a second, Tucker. I'm getting the link. All right, go ahead, guys. What were y'all saying? So like, what can they do?
I was talking about the sniper dude. He's basically Space Racer.
To what degree?
And go to space?
So he what was it? His powers called like the X-axis or some shit. And he basically just he doesn't even have to shoot the gun. He looks at you and it just leaves a hole. And then like everyone that he does it to just dies. I guess.
Bizarre. Yeah, probably be good against post.
I didn't explain it very well, but it's pretty crazy.
How strong is the ability?
I don't actually remember. I mean, everyone he does just like dies immediately. It was like a.
Isn't it just like, huh? Isn't it a hacks where it just kind of happens?
Yeah, it literally just happens.
Like a rule.
You just have a hole in you now. There's no explanation for what caused that hole. There we go. I pinned the chat to the. I pinned the Discord link to the chat. So if you guys want.
What's the one guy from Rick and Morty that literally just changes how it was to be where it's always has been?
Just there's probably a couple of characters that are like that.
Like Retcon.
There's Retcon. There's him. There's the there's kind of the story train guy. Kind of. He sort of does something like that. Not to the same extent.
Retcon. Yeah. That guy just literally, it's just freaking. That hole was always there.
Just whatever he wants to do.
The hole was always there.
Nano, are you asking people to add shit for you again?
No.
You cheap shit.
Poor as hell.
Okay, so guys, where are they going on the list?
I honestly say challenge post Scourge.
All right, challenge post Scourge. Do they go in front of?
Wait,
One
are we talking
Punch
about?
Man?
I want to ask: are we talking about the Earth, or like, are they going to the Wakamundo? Where are these guys live based?
I mean, I would imagine they'd go to Earth. Aren't the Clancy's on Earth though?
I don't know anything about these.
My understanding.
No, when they have the war, it's in the Soul Society. So I would assume
Yeah,
it's just
but
in the
no,
Soul
but they
Society.
leave. Yep, no, but obviously, but they leave to go do that. They're not normally on. They're not normally in the Soul
They were there
Society.
they were there for thousands.
So if they're capable of
But they had-
leaving the dimension or whatever
They
you
left
guys
when?
said that one guy could do, wouldn't that still count as surviving?
No, the planet. It's the challenge. That planet has to survive. It can't just be them, you know.
King, you really need to stop. You need to stop. You need to stop with Nano. You can't
There's
just,
no
you
way
can't just
he
give
actually
Nano. You're
did.
spoiling him. You can't just give him anything he wants.
This is called
Thank you so much,
enabling.
King.
King.
Spoiling him.
This is.
How am I
absolutely.
supposed to? How is Rouga expected to freaking demoralize him if you keep raising his spirits back up? You can't keep doing this.
Can't.
How
King is such a
how dare
wonderful
you
person. I
purchase
hope you
other
have a
people's
good
stuff?
night.
That's not okay. You're
Have
enabling
a
people, making them dependent. It's not okay.
It's a manipulation tactic. Watch. He's gonna get Nano right where he wants him. Make him believe he's his friend, and then he's gonna fucking tear him down. It's gonna be magnificent. All right. Okay, so guys, where do you want it? I need an answer. I'm throwing in gay hell. Okay, yeah, but where? All right, we already said challenge post Scourge. We got Mass Effect, and we got One Punch Man. We got the Combine. Who does he go above? Who does he go below?
I'd say above
have
One Punch
other
Man.
planets, so I say they have to be below Mass Effect on that principle alone.
Okay, they are now below Mass Effect.
Can I clear something
Wait,
up?
doesn't Fire Force have like really cracked characters? I thought.
We're not talking about Fire Force. Pay
Okay.
attention,
Sorry.
Lizzie. That's like the 6th time I've listened to Liam correct you like 4 times in this chat in this stream already. You gotta pay attention to what's going on. No one's talking about Fire Force.
Oh, sorry, I just got confused because some people. My bad.
All right. Well, what were you? Someone was about to say something. Not Nano. The other guy was saying he wanted to say something.
I just want to clear something up about the Almighty. He can choose to make all futures the future he wants.
We already talked about him. I'm pretty sure.
I know, but he can make all possible futures the reality of
Yeah, we talked about that.
any possible time.
Yeah, we already said that.
We talked about that. We talked
I mean, I
about
guess
that. And we talked about how
there's a few of them that are
Invincible
immortal, but I
has
don't think they would
multiple
help it at all.
Invincible has multiple timelines with multiple futures, and if he picks one, it would just move him into that timeline. It would not alter the one that they're in.
No, he actually
But
does
wouldn't that count as surviving? Oh wait, no.
For
forgot- I
that
forgot
one
his-
person.
He's saying he would survive, but no one else.
But no one else would. Everybody else would still be stuck because that timeline would continue on the way the way it's going.
So it's a draw. No kidding.
No.
Draw.
Put
one of them
SCP
survived.
front of the list. Do we have SCP on here? Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah,
this one's SCP, I think, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
SCP.
The one with the symbol at the end.
I don't remember where that goes. I think it goes up front. I think he's right. I think it goes up front. I don't know. Whatever the fuck ever. I don't know. I don't know things.
Just pick a spot.
Yeah, it goes up front. So now we gotta fucking talk about another one I don't want to talk about. All right. Okay, that's Dan. Next up, let's go to SCP. How do you think SCP is doing?
Sweet.
Great.
Very curious.
Is that like
What's going on that
No.
day?
is that literally every SCP?
No,
trying
no,
to
because
figure it out.
that depends upon
no,
the canon.
this was the SCP Foundation specifically.
Right. Okay, so the foundation.
Okay. Probably
Depends
not
on what's
well.
going on that day in the SCP Foundation.
Depending, no,
SCPs are working with the
Protect
Foundation.
them.
they can't use SCP.
Okay.
Wait,
no,
hold
they
on.
could just-
This is a serious question. Could the sun protect them?
No,
No,
what
hold
you
on.
mean,
Don't
no.
forget the
Foundation
sun. The
specifically.
sun. The sun literally fights off two giant celestial beings that that try to attack the solar system every couple months.
Okay, this is
That
what
is
you do.
a SCP.
This is what you do. This is what you do. The
Yep.
Viltrumites go, and they crack the moon egg and leave, and then just
Crack
let it
the
fucking
moon
go ape
egg.
shit on Earth.
Yeah, just throw the
I don't know what's
monster at them. They'll be really happy.
Yeah,
I don't want to
but-
kill these guys
Just
anymore.
I don't
This is why I
know. I don't know.
get
I've heard the moon in the SCP is actually just an egg that has a giant chicken god that will come out and destroy the Earth if it ever breaks.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone added
That's
that
what
shit.
that's going on.
That is
Yes.
what I have heard. So they could
Isn't it-
technically just come and
don't they
crack
have
the egg and
gods?
leave.
There's
Problem
also
Like,
a
as a
number. Yeah, I mean, there is, but I know for a fact the sun does use these symbols to attack these giant beings and send them away, and they come back every now and then. So that's one thing. There's also the several
Doctor
SCPs
says
that
the sun literally protects the solar system from universal threats daily. The problem is the Viltrumites are not a universal threat. The Viltrumites are a threat only to humans.
I have no idea.
They're not a threat to the universe, so I don't see why
Yeah.
the sun would get involved unless he specifically cares about what happens to human beings.
There's something like that going on. There is this woman who is the sister of the sun, and
That's what I was about to talk about.
Yep,
she warns them. Yeah.
She gives the messages. She sends messages from the sun to the planet to tell them what's about to go down, and it cares enough.
Can the sun do anything if the Viltrumites are already on the planet?
Yes, SCP-001 when daylight breaks.
No, that fucks
There goes everything.
the entire planet.
Yeah, that basically
It
just
fucks
wiped out the
entire
Earth.
planet, dude.
So
No,
they
just
could
use Shy Guy, dude. You could just flash Omni-Man with
Shy
Shy
Guy
Guy.
is not fast enough to do that.
Okay, so no, I don't know how well the sun will handle them on the planet, but they can definitely attack the ships as they're trying to show up. That is an option. But there are also numerous SCPs that they could throw at the Viltrumites if they really wanted to. I don't know how many of them they would
want to risk that.
They would throw 096, or the statue, I don't remember his number, the fox,
The Peanut?
the old man,
173.
173, yeah. I don't think they would throw the reptile. That's a bad idea. If the reptile
If they throw
gets
the reptile-
out, everyone's fucked. If the reptile starts
Well,
fighting
okay,
the Viltrumites,
well,
they're
no,
fucked,
no,
because it
no.
will literally
But if the reptile
evolve-
gets out, it kills everyone, not
Exactly.
just the Viltrumites.
Yeah.
But that's the
Yeah.
thing. If it
Well,
fights
okay,
the
to be
Viltrumites,
fair-
hold on. If it fights the Viltrumites, it will start evolving as the fight goes on because it can't die, and so it will become unbelievably unkillable.
It already
and
is.
probably end the whole. It's already unkillable,
already
but it's not strong enough to destroy the world. Is my point. You can,
Yeah,
you
can
can
we
still
stop
do
it?
it.
Does it evolve?
like-
Does it evolve
Basically hates everyone.
power-wise? I thought it just evolves in terms of not
Yeah,
being
it-
able to be killed.
Yeah, no,
It develops new powers. It just
I'm trying to
continues
remember its
evolving.
opponents. It overpowered Shy Guy and the statue. No, overpowered
They've
Shy
thrown
Guy.
literally almost every SCP at the lizard, and nothing has actually worked.
And yet it can be stopped
People
by
keep
acid.
talking about SCPs that could help, but it seems like all these SCPs would kill everybody on Earth too.
Yeah,
so
there's
I think that this is just a. I
Yeah,
think
just
this
use
is
the
a
tickle
mad
monster, bro.
situation, just
Oh, yeah.
like mutually assured destruction.
That's
It's
why I
not
said
literally
Reptile
gonna
can't
kill
get out.
everyone.
I don't think it's
Reptile's not
mutually
an option.
assured destruction. If they send, because like they're not going
Able
to
would
send
not,
billions of the planet at the same time unless that's necessary. If they send 20, 30, 40, 50 Viltrumites at the planet, and then the SCP starts releasing shit that's going to kill all of them, and all the Viltrumites die, and all the humans die, and the solar system's fucked and shit. Well, the Viltrumites are still chilling back wherever they are. They're fine. They still win.
Until the SCPs
That's
get to
fair.
them. But yeah.
Well,
Wow.
Throw them into the infinite IKEA.
So
God.
there's so many SCPs we could go over, but plenty of them can be released, do their thing, and recaptured before anything serious takes place. That is a possibility. They also have soldiers, members who are really in crack. There are these immortal dudes who actually have the skin of a
Immortal?
dead god. Yes, there are these immortal soldiers who went to another dimension, and some of them got. Yeah, they got fried by a
One of their
fucking.
nicknames, the Power Rangers.
No, I don't remember
Rangers.
what they're called, but they hold on. They literally came across like a godly being which fried one of their minds and all sorts of creatures, and they have like these really advanced weapons, the skin of a dead god sewed into them, and if you were to somehow mess them up, they could literally just somehow be put back together, even if you kill them and destroy them there on the spot. You can't get rid of them, but I don't know if they have the firepower to put them down.
Which canon is this in, I wonder? This is the weird thing about SCP.
Well, the thing is about SCP is all these different things have like just information written about them, and some of them can't exist with each other because their stories conflict. The best example being the 001 proposals. But when it comes down to the task force, which is the word I was trying to look for, yeah, there's like a dozen different task force, and I just named the strongest ones who have the skin of a dead god, go to different dimensions, and they don't go to different dimensions. They go to an SCP, which is a building, and it took them to a different dimension. There's also just a number of SCPs which can probably just make the Viltromites not want to fuck with them, like the flesh that hates, which absorbs. Again, there's the smart atoms debate, but this stuff.
Basically the flood.
But it's also like absorbing matter and shit and
One of the
things.
One of the Viltrumites is going to break into the room with the Improver and come out the most destructive thing ever.
Oh, not the Improver.
Oh, I forgot
it's
the
the machine
Improver is a
that
thing they could
improves you.
use.
You go into the machine, you come out the other end better.
Yeah, improved in some way.
That's
so like. Yeah, no. If the Viltrumites find the Improver, like everything is fucked beyond fucked.
MTF Task Force Samsara, Tau 5. That is the guys they refer to. They are made of the dead bones of a god. But the thing is, I don't know how... They also shrunk a giant mech that uses a shrunken star. Oh, so there's
happy?
So there is the SCP that pacifies you and make you happy and cures you
I just want to bring this up as a funny thing. You know the whole Kind Quest meme that's been going around?
Sure.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, the one where his name's freaking
Given
Carl.
that SCP, and then Carl actually will exist.
Carl's real, guys. He's right here. Look.
Now we have Kind Quest on our side, meaning we'll win.
Kind Quest.
See, the thing is from what I'm trying to understand is there's a chance that they could survive post-instant death to pre-purge because they have plenty of SCPs which can hold off dozens of Viltrumites, some of them by themselves because they kind of warp reality and take you to different dimensions and do shit. And there's a variety of random objects which could definitely do some crazy things to Viltrumites that is not really thought of in Invincible. But
Honestly,
when it comes down to the idea of surviving pre-Scourge, I don't know all the stuff. It's possible because the star itself can protect the planets. It cares enough to do that, and from what Yakuman just said, there's apparently a mech that uses a star shrunken down in it. If there are multiple SCPs of this caliber, there's
Yeah.
actually guys who can defend the solar system. It's
To be
feasible.
fair, there is also just God, the God SCP, who is on the human side.
No, but he doesn't do anything.
He doesn't do anything because he doesn't really want
It's left up in the air if he's actually God or just a really good mind manipulator with like
we also
some
don't know if he's God.
reality manipulation.
All debatable.
Honestly, you
he's
start
got
throwing that
stories where he's warped reality and stories where he's been killed. It just depends on which one you go for. But but like I said, there's like the mech that Yakuba is bringing up and apparently a dragon slayer that blends babies. I don't know how that's gonna help, but they got
babies.
Yeah, that's the SCP thing. But but there's these star level SCPs, and if they have enough of them, then yeah, they can just protect the solar system from the fleets. And the star itself is literally fending off giant, like planet-sized creatures on a regular. So the sun can do it. But
I think it's a chance, not a guarantee. Especially considering there's a lot of risk when it comes to SCP using SCPs, you know?
Right, but how I would put it is challenge pre-Scourge, because what I would see happening is they would be a section of space where the Viltromites would probably fuck with on occasion, trying to overcome, but they would be held back. But eventually, they're going to end up using an SCP that fucks everyone over. And yeah, so that's why I wouldn't say survive pre-Scourge, because they can destroy themselves too easily.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
The Viltrumites can show up on the Earth and just start wrecking havoc and shit and accidentally release shit that shouldn't even get out. And then it's just like, oh fuck, what's this? And then boom, they're all dead.
The humans just look at him and they're like, what have you done?
And then and then all the Viltrumite, and then like other Viltrumites will show up on the planet months later, being like, let's see how those other Viltrumites did. They haven't reported back, and they go to the planet and it's just complete fucking chaos, and they're like, okay, let's just leave and come back in like 1,000 years and see what happens.
And then the lizard's just vibing there, ready to freaking annihilate. When they come back in 1,000.
Nah, the Scarlet King somehow showed up, and now everything is fucked.
Yeah, and they show up to the thing, and they see like the sun just looking at them, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
So how do you rule like mutually assured destruction like this?
That's why I still think it's mad. I still think this is a mutually assured destruction situation.
Well, no, I mean for the Viltrumite Empire on the other side of the fucking galaxy or wherever. It's not mutually assured. They're just like, let's just not go over there. Stay over here.
Let me put it this way: it's mutually assured destruction forever. Whoever shows up, all right.
Well, no. Here's the thing: it's eventually gonna get over to them. Like at some point, some of these issues can't just not be dealt with.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Procrastination's a bitch.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to deal with that right now.
You got the Viltrumite just singing along on Viltrumite, and then next thing you know, a lift just breaks down the whole planet.
Why not do this?
Oh man.
No.
I don't know why that was so funny to imagine just the Viltrumites, as powerful as they are, just being like, yeah, we don't want to fuck with that.
No.
They're just looking at Earth being like, ooh.
Even like the biggest ego Viltrumite's gonna show up and be like, it's not that I don't think I can beat it. It's just no. I don't want.
It's not that I couldn't, but
that's not what I want to do with my Thursday. Let's go somewhere else. That seems stressful. It's not deal.
Seems like a bad time over there.
All right, where do you guys want the SCP to go?
Challenge, I'd say at least.
Yeah, challenge, and probably at the top of it because they are kind of
challenge post or challenge pre.
Oh, pre.
Even if they're gonna fucking kill themselves, pre means they're literally sending billions at you. It doesn't sound like it's
I still think they could send them. They could like hold them off. They would just destroy themselves in the process.
That's not holding them. That's not holding them off. That's the
Viltrumites
winning. If you want to shoot me and then I eat a grenade, and you're looking at and you're just staring at me holding the gun, blow up, and being like, "The fuck did you do that for?" I didn't win that fight. It's like
I hold a grenade.
Well, 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 I'm trying to say is it's not technically. I don't know. I don't know. It's just they have
say
the
post.
firepower to
Put 'em in
hold
post.
off whatever forces because of all the sun shit, and it's just if it goes on for too long, they'll
I'm not
destroy
sold
it.
the sun would step in for a couple of aliens invading the planet. Because it doesn't step in for all the other fucked up shit on the planet.
He's not wrong.
I mean, I don't know what it can do to things on the planet without affecting the planet. That's why it fends things off coming to the solar system. Which I would agree, yes, like a handful of Viltrumites I wouldn't fuck with. But if you got fleets of aliens, like hundreds, thousands,
Is the sun
dozens,
faster than the Viltrumites? And also, wouldn't the sun moving
I mean,
fuck up the world just in general?
It's gonna be bad.
So what the sun does is you see symbols appear on it, and then literally things at the edge of the solar system start having explosions and magical shit happen. That's what happens.
Doug, imagine the sun. Imagine the sun just being like, "Don't worry, guys, I'll help you," and he starts moving just to incinerate the whole planet.
like either that or they freeze to death because he starts moving away from the planet.
I got you, my guys. Don't you worry. Freaking slaughters all of
He
them.
walks away.
Right?
He's like, I got you guys. He walks away, deals with the Viltrumites, comes back, and the planet's just ice. And he's like, oh.
The
I'm
planet's
sorry.
ice by invincible logic.
My bad.
You could also imagine just like, hey guys, I got this, and the horizon just slowly fills with the sun.
They're like, no, no, Sonny, stay where
Here
Here
comes the sun.
I'm just imagining like a cartoon, goofy like 1930s cartoon Disney sun, you know, just like walking around, just accidentally frying everybody.
Indirectly just slaughtering.
Sounds horrific.
Isn't there also just unknowable numbers of space alien things just outside the solar system trying to get in? Not pattern screamers, but pattern screamers are scary too.
I just thought of the sun from the Little Dicky music.
Honestly,
video.
look, if they send some Viltrumites in and the sun kills all the Viltrumites and they can't enter the solar system, and they send more Viltrumites, it does the same thing, they might just be like, we just can't go over there. You're basically not, you're not saying the Viltrumites, you're not saying the Viltrumites lose or win or anything. You're just saying conflict isn't possible. Because the Viltrumites can't enter the solar system to even begin conflict.
I know.
Oh, okay. So that is a unique thing for this list. Huh.
So that's just survive.
It's just survive.
Because like the
not even
Viltrumites
fight.
won't be wiped out, but they won't even come into contact with anyone from. They won't even meet the SCP Foundation if you're saying that the sun is gonna keep them all out.
All right.
I think this also depends upon the canon. Because in some canon, I think this one.
You know, we'd like to have this versus match, but the sun keeps getting in the freaking way like hell.
The sun will not allow this to happen.
What
Damn
a prick.
hippie.
So does SCP go in front of the Forerunners?
Honestly, probably.
At least
Yeah, because there's zero conflict to begin with. They just
the
the
survive.
Forerunners.
They
yeah,
don't
the
rape,
Forerunners
but they
don't-
Well, hold on. There's either zero conflict or all of the conflict.
Not if they can't get past the sun. There isn't.
Yeah.
Depending on the continuity. But yeah.
Imagine,
I don't know.
Yeah, it
imagine
depends
them,
on the continuity. Because
imagine
sometimes
them
the sun is just the sun.
just imagine them showing up, and then before this, and as soon as the sun like forms a symbol, some horrible abomination blows up the world and attacks all of reality. Like as soon as the Viltrumite fleet show up, there's like that 1% chance of that just happening. Like that
Just distract
destroyed.
the sun from getting rid of the other team.
Isn't one of those creatures like a giant ship that's also a shadow thing? Like it's really weird. One's a worm.
clue.
I don't remember. One's like a weird serpent. The other one's like a weird ship-like thing. And I don't mean like a ship as in spaceship. I mean like a sea ship for some reason in space and massive.
There's the one around Jupiter
That sounds
made
about
the red dot.
Yeah, that is that. Technically, that machine should be done building itself by now. But I think the author just dropped the storyline. But yeah, no, the
By
star.
now.
But if the star alone, the sun alone, does its thing, and I'm pretty sure there are plenty of other SCPs that can match. Well, I mean, come up just a little short of him. I don't know if that mech Yakub is talking about can be just as effective as the star, but there's plenty of SCPs that can fuck up the armies.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Go team.
Go team. Yeah, just another Thursday in the SCP world.
Yep.
Basically.
That was more enjoyable than I expected. I laughed really hard, and I didn't think I would.
Here comes the sun.
All right, so we're done with that
We
one.
gotta animate that. Someone has to.
I
It's the
will.
first
Grand Region
animation.
Thrag, we can't get into the solar system. Get into there or I'll kill you. We're trying, sir. This cartoony ass sun keeps slapping the shit out of us every time we try and go in. Wait, what?
Over 100 Viltrumites already dead. The sun just slaughtered them all. What?
There's also something else trying to get in there, and it can't get in either.
Okay, so next up we have Palworld. People are going to be irritated when I say this.
Yeah.
Okay, well first off, before I say this, let me be clear about this. How are we gonna do this? Because we don't know what the world looks like. We only know the island.
Yeah, we know one continent.
We know literally nothing else about the world outside.
Okay. So
Yeah.
there's
It-
literally
it just-
a moon the size of the island floating around another planet.
Wait, what?
So we take the island, however far you can see in the ocean. That's just a moon on a planet. There you go. Go get it.
Get it.
The moon. Go conquer that moon.
I don't know what I don't know what else.
Okay.
We could just have them just fly around and be like, okay, so you're gonna go to this planet, and any sign of life, try and conquer it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we're going to. I guess if it's that small, they could destroy it. But now it's the question of: are these people worth intermingling with?
Now, I do want to say,
I mean, maybe.
the Pokeball argument will work here because you can catch
Yes.
literally anything in the game.
So here's what I think is going to happen, okay? I think one Viltrumite is going to get captured, and then the rest are going to go, oh, holy fuck, and that will be the end of the entire invasion.
Yeah, now you have a Viltrumite that you can level up.
I don't think they'll be level. I don't think they'll be leveling up because because many of the pals are strong as shit. It's not necessarily a level up. There are pals that are literally stated to be able to split the world in half. There's pals that can cause a planet-wide ice age. There's pals that are like light itself taken form. There are pals that can cause an infinite forever sleep to anyone that they want to at any point. It's a permanent dream-like sleep state. There's a lot of stuff. The absolute weakest of pals, there's a pal that you meet. It's one of the first pals you meet. It's like one of the, I don't know, probably weakest 4 or 5 in the game. And it's this llama thing that has a kick, and the kick does little air bursts. And when you read the lore, it says that it has hypersonic kicks that break the air and basically cause shockwaves. And that's one of the weakest pals in the game. So
yeah,
I don't really think that they'll necessarily be dominating unless it's one of those situations where they would just try to destroy the entire planet. But we also know that there are pals in space, alien pals that live out in space. So would they stop them? I don't know. But
I mean, you can just catch
what
a
I would
Viltrumite
say-
and then start using the Viltrumites to do things for you.
That's true, but what I would say, so that is probably an inevitable thing because they'll at the very least go down to the location to see what's up, and cause problems eventually. But also, this is actually kind of the situation close to what the Pokemon people were trying to say because all these pals seem to be on a level where they can match Viltrumites with their crazy abilities. Some of them put you to sleep in a dreamlike state that I remember of, and
Daydream.
Yeah, Daydream.
Yeah.
They have hacks like that and then raw power that can match them. But the only thing I'm curious about is what method of dealing with the planet would they use? Because they've scorched a planet, put a disk in front of the sun, and moved a planet closer to the sun. as to how exactly they move the planet to the sun it really determines how well they could pull that off, because depending on how that's done, it could probably be they could probably be fended off by anyone strong enough to fend them off, or at least technologically advanced to do it, just completely depending on how they do it, but they never explain how.
So this is really hard to talk about because there are theories because of the way the Palpagos Islands work, and that no one outside of the Palpagos Islands can find them, and no one in the Palpagos Islands can leave. They think that the Palpagos Islands themselves exist within a different dimension or a different universe or a time bubble of some kind. Basically, what happens on the Palpagos Islands does not affect outside of it, and what happens outside of it does not affect inside of it. But this is fan theories. We don't actually know what's going on with the Palpagos Islands and why no one can leave and no one can come. Occasionally someone will accidentally arrive to the island and wash up on its shores, but the island, as far as the outside world is concerned, doesn't exist. So it's like, what the fuck is going on? We don't know. It's very possible.
Now you can have Viltromites with powers.
It's very possible that Viltromites can come down to fuck up the world and it not even affect the Palpagos Islands, or maybe they'll come and destroy the world and they'll never even realize the Palpagos Islands exists, and then the Palpagos Islands... I mean, honestly, if outside of the Palpagos Islands it's just like a normal place, the Viltromites will just come, take over the planet, rule over all of humanity, and then maybe at some point one Viltromite might accidentally arrive to the Palpagos Islands and not be able to leave, and be like, where am I? What the fuck is happening? And then,
so would the character you play as be stronger than a Viltromite?
The character you play as can fight against any any pal in the Palpagos Islands by himself.
Okay.
He doesn't need other pals to do it, so technically the pal trainer uses the palladium energy of the island to empower himself and become stronger. Throughout the game, you're actually gaining power, and you acquire the power to fight even the strongest of pals. So yes, the pal trainer should be able to fight against and take on.
Could a Viltromite do that?
So
it's unclear if the Viltromites can do that.
So the thing is that while it's definitely true that many of these characters can fight a Viltromite, based on what you said about the island, people can't show up intentionally, can never leave.
Doesn't seem like it. No.
Doesn't. Okay. Well, the properties of this island would suggest it'd be like the SCP situation. There'd just be no real conflict between the Empire and the island.
It seems not. At least not the Empire as a whole. More so the few Viltromites that may accidentally show up there. Even if you say that wasn't the case, and maybe the Viltromites can find it, you're still talking about one island, or a series of islands on a planet that, again, we don't know anything about the planet outside the world. So I'm guessing it's a normal planet because the people who arrive there don't know what the fuck pals are, and they have to so I'm assuming that outside it's relatively normal. But yeah, it would basically be like what would happen if the Viltromites came to a world where there's a couple of islands, basically the Hawaiian Islands or the Bahamas or something, and the Bahamas just had world-shattering fucking creatures on it, and nowhere else on the planet had anything even close to that. And it's like, what do we do with these islands? Do we destroy this entire solar system and put the disk in front and shit because there's a couple of small islands with creatures that could crack the planet in half and fuck up all of our dudes? It's a strange thing to add, but we do know that there are alien pals that come from space, and we know that those alien pals aren't necessarily a hive mind, but there's some higher species that's linked to them and sees out of their eyes, and it basically sent them down to Earth or not Earth, we don't even know if it's Earth, sent them down to the Palpagos Islands to basically observe. And we don't. It's the if you've ever played Palworld, it's the fucking meteorite there's a meteor that comes down occasionally, and if you go to the meteor, there's that one pal. His name starts with an X.
One that kind of looks like just a freaking bug, like a big bug.
No, it doesn't look like a bug. Actually, I think it's one of the coolest looking.
Is it the bird? Talking about the bird one?
No, I know
it
which
starts
one
with
you're
an
talking
X.
about.
The name of it starts with an X.
It's like Xen.
Yeah,
it's like Xena.
Xenogard.
Hold up, pal. Wait. Let me see. World Zine says
Xeno.
Xenolord? No, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. It's not Xenolord. God damn it. It's Xenogard? Is that what it is? No, it's not Xenogard. What the fuck? Did they add all these? I don't remember all these fucking Xenos being
Yeah, there's a lot of new
Xenovader.
ones.
Xenovader.
There's a lot of new ones.
Xenovader, that's
Herb
it.
said.
So there's like 3 different fucking Xenos.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's the one. So yeah, let me see. Yeah, here it is. Its description in the PAL deck says can send information and convert it into energy by forgetting it. Regularly seems to be sending information to someone. And there's other codexes and journals and stuff that like question the possibility that it was sent here to like observe and send information back. Yeah, I don't know what can send information and convert it into energy by forgetting it.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck that means, but
I don't know why. I'm just
more energy.
Some of the codexes are really odd. they're interesting. They're cool, but they're fucking odd.
I find the concept of the freaking Xenovader and freaking Omni-Man looking at each other, just going, "This isn't your world to invade." Both of them just freaking drop in the same line.
Okay, so here's the Xeno Lord. So this is what the Xeno Lord's PAL deck says. It says destination reached. Priority: locate entity. Supersonic dragon. Note: conquest deadline exceeded by error code years. Update: no conquest traces found. Naturalization confirmed. Commence elimination protocol. Staff memo: refrain from forgetting or consuming critical data. That's the Xeno Lord. So like they're like it just gives you like these little hints of what the fuck is going on with all the goddamn Xeno creatures that come down.
Wait, are we gonna expect a alien invasion in Palworld soon?
Well, I mean, yeah. I don't remember the Xeno. Maybe someone could correct me, and I just never came across it. But I don't remember the Xeno Lord being in the base game. I don't remember ever coming across them. So again, maybe I'm wrong. Let me see what Xenogard says. So Xenogard says consumes information and turns it into energy. Regularly seems to be sending information. Oh, what? It says the same thing. It has this added to it. Hello. What was the message you just sent? I devoured it before checking. Okay, so it's basically the same as the other one, but just one more line added to it. Anyway, yeah. So there's some weird shit going on with the Xenos and some alien shit in Palworld, where someone is observing the planets, and someone wants to conquer the planets or something, or preparing the planet for conquer. Maybe Viltromites might come down, and they might run into the Xenos and are like, "Bitch, this is ours," and they're like, "Is it though?" And then Palworld will just be there completely unaware while the fucking Xeno pals are fighting the Viltromites in space, and that might protect the Palpagos Islands by itself, because the Xenos are not weak. Like the weakest one is the Xenovader. And Xenovader is still considerably stronger than a lot of the weaker ones that are like beyond hypersonic and shit. So it's I don't know. They might have some problems. But yeah, I think honestly with Palworld, just be clear, I did not add Palworld. Someone paid to have it added, but I just don't think we know enough about Palworld to really have this conversation properly, because a lot of the lore in the game is like what I just read to you. Does any of that shit make sense? Like, do you know what I'm talking? Like, is that like, oh yeah, no, I got it. I get the basic gist of what's happening here. Like all of the codexes and PAL decks are like that. They're very unclear. There's like some PALs where they say, oh, they used to be human, and there's other PALs that'll talk about like just weird shit, like they're from other dimensions, and PALs are just fucking all over the place. They're weird, crazy fucking beings. It's crazy. Let me see. Xenovader. Give a Xenovader dementia for free power. I mean, the Moon Lord is in Palworld. I gotta remember. Oh, the Moon Lord from fucking Terraria.
Terraria, yeah.
Yeah, I know they had a Terraria crossover.
The Moon Lord is in Palworld.
Yeah, they had a Terraria crossover. And they added some.
I know that. Yeah, I know the Meowmere's in there. I saw that.
Hold up, let me see if
They have a.
I wonder what was added in the Ultra Kill update.
I know
you have
Ultra Kill.
B.
I know they had an Ultra Kill thing.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I know it's like an armor.
B got added.
Like, imagine they added
know
freaking Midas or something.
Midas.
Yeah, Moonlord is a level 65 Palworld raid boss.
Can you catch him?
It doesn't seem like it even has a PAL deck description. Not according to the wiki. It doesn't have one listed, so it might not have a.
Oh.
If it doesn't have a PAL deck description, it's because it can't be caught. Generally.
That sucks. I would have loved to got the Moonlord.
Yeah, it says you cannot. That's a.
Palworld Moonlord. Yeah. It's just the boss, but you can kill it. And I mean, I don't know if you should necessarily take the entire universe and just compare it to the Moonlord now, because you can kill the Moonlord, but the Moonlord can, control the moon. So.
Yeah, it's like omniversal
Yeah, the Moonlord's also huge in Terraria, and this guy doesn't look that big.
Yeah, I wouldn't make it a direct translation. Like I said, the strongest pals in the base game, I don't know how many they've added since the base game released, but the strongest ones in the base game are like multi-continents. There's planetary. There's one that's talked about causing a cataclysm that can end the world and stuff like this. Like, there's different stuff like that, but there's nothing that's like cosmic levels or destroying shit outside of the planet. Other than, like, there's the Xeno stuff, but we don't know what the Xeno stuff can do. I'm curious about the Xeno Lord though. I don't remember if someone has played Palworld since the beginning. Let me know if the Xeno Lord was always in it, because I didn't, when I played, I didn't fill up the entire PAL deck. It's not like I found every single person, so it's possible I missed quite a few. But some of them are brokenly powerful. But yeah, I just think this one's who else in this chat has played Palworld other than me?
I played it. I never finished it.
Okay, but nobody really knows much about it.
Yeah.
I don't know much about the Xenos.
Okay, all right, yeah, because it's just how would, based on what you guys know of the world, how would you guys like put Viltromites into this fucking world where we don't really know what's going on with Galapagos Islands and shit? Like, it's just
just based on the fact that it's one island. I think
it's not one island; it's a series of islands.
Chain of
islands.
They're the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, you're right. I still think they're challenging pre-Scourge. Survival. Possibly, but there's too much unknowns.
Yeah.
Perhaps the Xenos will protect the planet. Perhaps they won't.
Mayhaps.
If they arrive to the planets, again, we don't know what's going on outside of the world. We don't know if it's attached to the Galapagos Islands or not. Because the answer to this question would be totally different depending on the relationship between the Galapagos Islands and the rest of the world. Because if it is a planet where the Galapagos Islands exist, then the Viltromites will just destroy the planet because there's a species on these islands that could kill them or harm them. If it's a different like dimension or something where it's like they can't locate it, then you have the whole situation where just a couple of Viltromites will appear, and then I don't think that's enough to do anything.
Lost Island from the movie.
Wait, what's that?
It's like that Lost Island from the movie.
Actually, from
the show,
has that one Palworld farming sim came out yet?
Yeah.
I wonder if that has
Palworld.
more lore.
You said the Palworld farming sim? What?
Yeah. They released a farming sim around the same time that Pokemon released Bokopia.
Also, one thing I thought about, if they did happen to catch a Viltrumite, they can then train the Viltrumite, and the Viltrumite can acquire power through Galapagos energy.
Yeah, you could give it those fruits, and now they have actual powers.
Yeah, you can actually grant it. You can grant them.
A Viltrumite with ice
not
powers.
only grant them powers, but you can also strengthen them, and they will actually gain experience. And within the universe of Palworld, gaining experience is absorbing energy from the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah. Also, they would have information on Viltrum and might even just eventually get to Viltrum.
What do you mean? The Xenos, maybe. I don't know about anyone on the Galapagos Islands, though.
Well, if they're catching, but if they catch like a bunch of Viltrumites, right? They already use Palpago or the energy
to construct shit.
Yeah, they can then use the Viltrumites to find directions and then just build shit and stuff, and they could just go
Well,
out
we
in
don't really
space.
know
Now
how
you-
it works, but we know that the knowledge that the PAL tamer gets, they get from the like the PAL energy, you know. So like, is
Yeah.
it possible that if you catch like if you catch a Viltrumite with the PAL spheres, that their knowledge of technology would go into the PAL energy on the island, you know, and then
have their ships now.
that's mostly
That's
fan
broken.
theories, but that would be kind of cool if that's like how it gains its power or it gains its energy by catching new pals, and then the
I
PAL
mean,
goes
it's a
out,
Dino
like the
game
knowledge
do
builds.
that already. I don't see why the Viltrumites would be any different. You know.
Well, no, that doesn't mean like there's a limit. We don't know if canonically there's a limit to how intelligent your character can get through PAL energy. There's a limit in the game, obviously, because there's a limit to what you can build, but they keep adding new things you can build as they do new updates. So potentially, like, there's a limitless amount of knowledge that you can acquire from absorbing Palpago's energy, and you could eventually get space travel just under normal circumstances if you're on the island long enough. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could just tell a Viltrumite, hey, build this thing for me, build a spacecraft, and if the Viltrumite has the knowledge, maybe they'll just do it.
Slave boy, come on.
Yeah, come on. And then you can give them. I just think it's funny to catch a Viltrumite, teach him a bunch of powers, and then be like, I just trained this Viltrumite. Then you summon that Viltrumite to go fight Thrag, and Thrag's like, bitch, this is some bitch ass Viltrumite, and then he comes up and he hits Thrag harder than Thrag's ever been fucking hit before, because he's been empowered for months by the Palpagos Islands. I just think of that.
Just imagine he hits him with like an ice cutter move and flops him in half.
Oh,
just
God.
some
imagine
crazy shit, abilities, psychic abilities and shit, just all kinds of shit. You just granted him.
A psychic Viltrumite, that's terrifying.
Hits him with the power of the sun or something. Friggin'
power of the sun. Yeah, every time I talk about Palworld, it makes me want to go back and play Palworld some more. It's a fun game, dude. It's a fun. I just have so many other things because of a lot because of the channel. There's just other things that I have to do and get through so I can make shit on them, you know. So like right now I'm playing Mouse PI for Hire. And I'm really enjoying Mouse PI for Hire. It's really
Isn't
fun.
it like a boomer shooter?
It's more that calling it a boomer shooter is an oversimplification. There's a lot more to it than any boomer shooter I've ever played. It is a detective noir mystery story with gameplay that's like a boomer shooter, but also like detective aspects and it's cool. Like I actually like for games like Doom when it had exploration, you had to go around and find, you know, all of the little things and nuggets within the game. I didn't like it because it slowed down the gameplay and it just kind of killed the pacing for me. In this game, I really like it because all of the shit you have to locate, the codexes and lore pages and all that, it all feeds into your detective work. Like you have this thing back at your office called a crime board, and all the different stuff that you find in the levels you pin to the crime board, and it starts making like attachments. You know, you've seen crime boards in movies and shit where they have like this one
like
board,
the red rubber
there's like a
bands and all
picture and then a string going all over. Yeah, so you build out this crime board on these different cases, and you link all these different stuff, and by collecting these, you unlock new missions and side quests and stuff based on information that you collected in the levels. So the collection of the different you know, what in a normal game in another boomer shooter would have been just like codexes or lore pages or collectible bobbleheads or whatever. In this game, they actually feed into your investigative work on the mystery that the game provides. And the mystery is actually pretty cool. I am into the mystery. I have no fucking idea what's happening, and I'm enjoying the mystery overall. And it seems like there's one, and there's 3 different. Basically, you get 3 different jobs that you have to solve, and then you slowly start to figure out that they're all kind of linked, and and it's all just one massive, over-the-top conspiracy. Like one of them.
I look forward to that video.
What's up?
I look forward to that video.
It's really cool. There's one of the missions that my favorite one so far is this one about a missing magician. He just went missing one day, and then as you start looking into it, you start finding out, he was a famous magician. The game, it takes place in like the 1930s or the 1920s or something, But
yeah.
You're this magician went missing, and you knew him. Apparently, he was like in a war with you or something, and you're looking for him.
What?
Yeah, and then you end up finding out. Oh yeah, the game has like this long-standing lore and history that's based around World War II or World War II and a couple of other things. But like there's like a bunch of events that they reference that happened in the past. Apparently, your character's pretty well known. I don't know what he did, but it seems like it's aiming at the fact that he was a very well-known trench sweeper that would basically like go into the trenches of enemy combatants and just like blow them the fuck away. But like I don't know that for sure, but it seems like that's what it's leaning in. You were basically a dude who went in with a shotgun and just started blasting dudes in trenches on the enemy lines. But
this sounds very fun. I need to go get this game.
It's really fun, and it only costs $30, which was crazy cheap for what it is. Yeah, it's $30. But no, the one plot, it's pretty cool because the plot with the magician is the magician disappears and you need to find out where he is, and then you end up finding out that when it leads you to this underground lab under his mansion where he lost one of his assistants who he fell in love with, and he tried to bring her back. So he made a deal with a bunch of cultists to summon this being known as the Unknown, or we don't really know if he's summoning, if the Unknown is a being or what it is, but he started making a deal with cultists, and then he like built a robot copy of her and became like this obsessive thing. So you end up fighting like cult members and almost like cosmic horror, the occult in that quest, in that sort of storyline. And then there's a different storyline where, an actress she had an accident, but her friend thinks that it wasn't an accident, it was a murder. So now that one's like a murder investigation where you're trying to find out why she died, and that ends up being connected to a bunch of other stuff. And it's just right now it's very convoluted, and it sounds like I'm explaining it to you all over the place because the plot is all over the place. The whole point is like you have to connect, you just slowly figure out what's going on as you go through. But no, it's really cool. I'm having a lot of fun playing it. I'm legitimately playing it because I want to see the end of the mystery, which I generally don't do for boomer shooters. You don't care about the story or what's going on. But I am enjoying it. My only and the art's awesome. Like the actual visuals of it is great. It's if no one knows what the fuck I'm talking about, the visuals are basically Cuphead but black and white detective noir. It's the rubber hose animation of like old Disney and shit, and it looks really good, and it's super violent. Like you blow cartoon characters' heads off with shotguns and shit, and like there's this acid gun, you shoot them with acid, and their skin melts, and it's just a skeleton. And it's all like animated, and all of the animation in the entire game is hand drawn, and it's just a really cool world to be in. I don't know. I'm sorry if I went like way off topic with talking about it, but that's the game that I'm playing right now, and I'm just really enjoying it. So anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about before. My bad. It would be World War One, not two. The reason why I'm saying it's World War Two and not World War One, when I said World War Two, you notice I kind of stopped myself and then went back to saying World War Two, is because there's a plot line with a bunch of mice called shrews, and they're treated as second-class citizens. They're marked as shrews. Police are catching them up and throwing them, and they're disappearing off the street and throwing them in like basically concentration camps and stuff. And it's like shrew Jew. I mean, you get it. Like it's kind of World War II-ish. You know what I mean? And you're trying to stop it, and like there's also this rise of a political party called the Big Mouse Party that wants to get rid of the shrews because the shrews are coming in and they're like fucking up everything for like real mice who live in the country. Okay. And the shrews came across.
That's pretty on the nose.
Yeah, like the shrews came across after a war that had happened years prior. After the war, shrews came in. And like this party wants to get rid of the shrews, and it's like yeah, but it's not just that. It's a little bit of World War II, the little World War II Jew stuff. It is a lot of World War One. I agree with the guy. There's a lot of World War One stuff too. But then it's also like cosmic horror and sci-fi and like all this other stuff. And it's throwing a lot of cool shit in there. And I don't know. I want to see the end of it. It's good. It's cool. It's fun. It seems like it's a fun game. Anyway, enough talking about that. Where should we put Palworld? This confusing ass world that we don't know anything about. Where should it go? It seems like it's either survive if Palpagos Islands is actually disconnected from the world, or
You think there's enough to challenge pre-scourge?
Or challenge, because we don't know if it's doomed. I'll put it at challenge.
Pre-scourge,
right next to Pokemon, kind of, sort of.
I'd say above. You know, because
You think it's above? Even though they have
Pokemon's
Arceus?
gay.
Oh, Nano's gonna have a fucking fit.
Arceus that apparently does nothing?
Yeah, he doesn't do anything apparently.
Apparently, I don't know. Okay, next up we have the Mishima Zaibatsu. Someone paid to have this one added. I'm guessing I'm the only person who knows anything about the Mishima Zaibatsu?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Mishima Zaibatsu is not G Corporation, so I'm not talking about Kazuya this time. The Mishima Zaibatsu, it would depend on at what point. Because if you're taking it at when Heihachi was in charge of it, and then or if Jin was in charge of it, those are two different points in time. When Jin was in charge with it, he went to war with the world and started World War III. When Heihachi was in charge with it, he was a little more reasonable. Could they defeat the Viltromites? I don't know. That's hard to say because Heihachi. Maybe, because he built Alyssa and he built the Nancy droids, and he's got Nina on his team, and he has a powerful military that's capable of taking on the entirety of the UN. But if it's Heihachi, they don't have the Devil Gene, which is the thing that can allow them to fly in space and fuck up a bunch of dudes. The Jackbots are owned by G Corporation, not Heihachi, not the Mishima Zaibatsu. So, but if we put Jin in control, then you have Jin and Devil Jin and all that, and he's taken on basically all of the Viltromites, regardless of how many they throw at him for the most part. Because he has regeneration, he's capable of teleporting them into another universe. He's capable of doing all kinds of like crazy fucked up shit. This is a hard one because again it depends on the timeline, but I'm going to say challenge pre-scourge, but they could still show up and fuck the planet up. And then if they fuck the planet up, I don't know. Can he defend against the whole planet? Maybe.
I mean, what's stopping the Viltrumites from just blasting it with their ships?
It's Jim. He's gone.
Because of how powerful the planet is as a whole, they have technology that could defend the planet. They can they've been invaded by aliens before. I mean, when we talk about Kazuya, which Kazuya is not a member of the Zaibatsu, he literally wiped out every satellite on Earth at the same time with one attack that was surrounding Earth. So like any ship that comes up, he can wipe them out. But the problem is that Heihachi can't do that. So I think that because of sheer limitations to his ability to travel, I think it's going to be really low. But if he ever fights any Viltrumites in a hand-to-hand fight, he's going to win. That's really the main issue. But yeah, I'll put him down. I'll put him at the bottom of challenge pre. Okay, next up we have Fire Force, who is even still here? Say I if we're still here, because I see a lot of muted people here.
I.
I'm
here.
Gege, we got Mako Man, we got Kazuki. Okay,
Me.
Cool.
I here.
Cool. Nano.
Present.
All right. Cool. All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure. If it was just me talking to myself, then we were just gonna end the stream because this fucking sounds boring.
Yeah.
All right. Who knows Fire Force? Nano, you wanted to add Fire Force. Speak on it.
Yeah,
I wanted
know.
to add it. Yeah.
And depending on if we beginning story of Fire Force, they're not doing well.
Just use end of story.
Yes, Shinra's still really fast. Huh?
Just use end of story.
Doesn't he just
I guess end of story. End of story.
I don't know why.
No
There's only like 2 characters that can even.
There's more than 2 characters.
It's the majority. That's enough.
Well, hold up. So
first off,
Herb says
whole power.
Wait, hold up. Herb says Shinra becomes actual god. So I'm sure he's saying that because
he
at
does.
the bottom.
That's true.
Yeah.
Wait. What are y'all talking about? Oh, Shinra and Fire Force.
Yeah.
Fire Force, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know the characters of Fire Force. When he said Shinra becomes actual god, I thought he was talking about Shinra Corporation, because there's a Shinra Corporation. So I was confused as to what he was talking about. Okay, my bad. They have the same name. Shinra Corporation is from Final Fantasy VII, and they were already on the list, really low. Okay, continue with what you guys were saying. My bad, guys.
Welcome back.
Shinra becomes god.
Bonchomir from the end of the story is basically 3 individuals in one. So
it's just Shinra. He's using the other 2 people as like power, but it is just Shinra.
Yeah.
He can basically God can stop time pretty much indefinitely. He has planetary. He's above planetary. He can like wipe the planet. The planet becomes a sun. He reverts that. He can create planets.
I thought this was about dudes with firepower. Fuck.
Yeah. And then he becomes god.
Well, that'd be massive spoiler, so I won't say it. But he becomes god.
Obviously, that that's where the series was always going when you had dudes fighting fires. Eventually, he was gonna become a time traveling god.
At some point before that, isn't he like fucking time traveling?
That's what he said.
Yeah.
He's going so fast.
I mean, like way before. That's way before the end, though.
Okay, so are we saying that the fucking win?
It's rape.
Yes. Yes.
He could just stop time and kill all the Viltromites.
Not gonna lie.
I mean, he probably just rewrite them out of fucking reality or something.
Planetary? Yeah. Like in the anime, it shows like planetary feats, but it doesn't go up through space.
I don't know what this guy means by this, but Ghostman is saying he becomes a god and makes Fire Force into another anime. What the fuck does that mean?
It becomes Soul Eater.
Yeah,
Fire Force is the prequel to Soul Eater.
He becomes God, rewrites the
God. Fire Force is the sequel to Soul Eater?
Prequel. It's a prequel
to Soul Eater?
What the fuck?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How does that happen? Is that for real?
What?
Yeah, even if you don't want to.
How the hell does a series about fighting fires with characters with fire powers become Soul Eater? Those are two such different.
Recreates the universe and then.
Did everyone know that going into Fire Force that it was a prequel?
No,
I don't think so.
No.
That was just revealed at some point towards.
It was revealed at the end. Yeah. At the end, we have like a time skip, and we see the main characters of Soul Eater.
What?
What the
fuck? I had no idea.
Please.
How many people didn't watch Fire Force that are massive fans of Soul Eater never found that out? Never knew that it was even in any way attached?
Probably a lot.
I imagine a lot. I had no fucking clue that was in any way attached
Soul Eater
to Soul
did come
Eater.
first.
That's hilarious.
I believe Soul Eater did come first.
I have friends
it
who are
definitely did.
massive fans of Soul Eater who have not watched Fire Force, and now I have to tell them, did you know that Fire Force is a fucking prequel to Soul Eater?
They should watch it. Fire Force is good.
Yeah.
It is pretty good.
We can't watch everything, bitch. There's a lot of shit to watch each year.
No, I'm saying they should be.
There's a lot of shit to watch, bitch. What you fucking can't watch it all, okay? Alright, did you watch Country Bumpkin becomes a master swordsman?
What the hell is that?
Okay then. Alright, you can't fucking watch everything. That's my point.
I didn't say you could. I said they should, like, at some point. I'd say right now.
Like an asshole.
That's an
dude.
anime?
Just watch it. Yes, that's an anime. It's pretty good.
It is.
I actually enjoy it. It's not bad.
You do? Really?
Yeah.
I thought it'd be slot.
It's not. It's not. I like the main. I don't think it's great. I think the pacing's way too slow, and it has like very low stakes in the first season. But I like the main character, and he makes me smile with how humble and kind he is to everyone around him. It just makes me feel good when I watch it.
What is it like? Is it like typical main characters extremely overpowered?
No, he's not. He's not extreme. Well, I mean, he is an extremely skilled swordsman, but it doesn't go so far to the point that he's like a Mary Sue, and he is so humble and friendly and kind.
Oh wait, is this the one you were talking about in that? I think you were talking about in the video.
Maybe. He's like to everyone that he talks to. It's just I just watch it. It just makes me smile. I don't know. I like the way he treats everyone around him and the way I don't know. It's nice. I enjoy it. I know it's not great. I'm aware it's not great. I don't think it's bad enough to call it like a guilty pleasure or anything like that. But I do enjoy it mainly because I enjoy the protagonist and watching him go through stuff. And the sword fighting's cool. The sword fighting is more realistic than sword fighting in basically any other anime you're gonna see. It's still a little anime-ized.
The bar is in fucking
It's
hell.
very low, but the sword fighting. Didn't you agree with me, Super? That the
No,
sword fighting
no,
was,
I
like,
actually no,
on a
I
higher
do agree with
plane
you.
From most anime.
No, I'm actually totally with you. It's just that the bar is in hell.
It is. But no, there's like they actually talk
but-
about legitimate like sword fighting strategies, and the sword like some of the techniques that are used are actually like, oh shit, that
What's
was
going on with Nano?
fucking, that looks like legitimate.
You good, Nano?
What's up?
No. One thing that I do like that they go into, just like speaking real quick as like a swordsman, is they, unlike almost every other anime I've ever seen, they actually talk about the different grips. How like each one is actually used for different things. If you're going to hammer away at something, of course, hammer grip. If you're going for point control, handshake grip, and if you're trying to do like weird master cuts, the thumb grip. They go into it. They do good examples of it. The swordsmanship is basic but accurate.
Super basic. It like the stuff. That
I mean, getting away from the stupid anime shit. You know, there's the stupid anime stuff too.
The thing that I know, even as someone who's not really a swordsman at all, not at all a swordsman, is I'll watch episodes where he's teaching people and he'll tell them stuff, like characters who are supposed to be trained swordsmen, and he'll tell them stuff like, oh, you do this, and they'll be like, oh my god, what amazing information I just learned. And I'm like, isn't that common sense? Isn't that like day one swordsman 101 kind of stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Like why are they
no,
looking
that's
at him
my.
like, it's crazy. And it's like he's teaching anime swordsmen who fight like anime swordsmen how to fight like a real swordsman, and he's teaching them the most basic shit. And they're like, wait, you're saying that I don't just like do a fucking jumping, spinning air swipe? You know, like there's actually technique involved in sword fighting.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny, but yeah, I liked it. I wouldn't really blame someone for calling it slop because there's nothing in it that's like. I think slop is a harsh word. I do think it would be harsh too much to call it slop, but nothing in it is like peak. You know what I mean? There's nothing that there's not like, it doesn't have like gorgeous animation or a great story or amazing characters. I just really like the main character, and it's like a nice feel-good little story about a dude from the country who's a humble, friendly guy who gets thrusted into this bigger city world of kingdoms going to war and assassination plots and all this kind of stuff, and you just kind of see him go through it, and it makes you feel good. It's nice. It's a nice feel-good anime. Just if you like that kind of stuff, go check it out. I enjoyed it. And they're coming out with season 2, I think later this month or early next month, pretty soon.
No, but I feel like those plots usually devolve into a OP super.
It hasn't yet. It hasn't yet, and they've made it pretty clear that he is an insanely skilled swordsman. But when he goes up against a lot of supernatural shit that he is completely out of his element too. Like he's specifically a swordsman, but in a sword fight, basically no one can match him. He's like he's a ridiculously skilled swordsman. That has been consistent throughout all of season 1. When he gets pretty fucked up when he goes up against a mage, and he gets pretty fucked up when he goes up against a dude who can bring the fucking dead back to life. But against like normal people who are just swords dudes, he messes them up pretty badly, pretty easily.
Also, anime is exceptionally bad, but do many media have good swordsmanship in general? I don't really think anything.
Oh gods, no.
Some.
No, I'm gonna I'm gonna actually gotta throw this out there. Generally speaking, no.
No, but the thing is,
there are exceptions.
There are exceptions. There are not only are there exceptions.
Generally speaking,
not only exceptions, but a lot of movies and television will. It won't be accurate, but it'll be enough that it'll trick the unwise that it's accurate. And anime doesn't even attempt to do that, whereas Country Bumpkin does.
So, and I just want to throw out there, like, you don't want to watch a real sword fight for the most part. Every now and then they're cool.
Those are kind of cool.
I mean, no, but like every now and then it's cool in terms of media where like you get something that's accurate because it's like dramatic.
Crazy Nano says like, Demon Slayer has good swordplay. No, it does not.
The first season, selectively at best. But like, the problem is that like a real sword fight, The only real good depiction that I can think of off the top of my head that like most people would know of would be the Obi-Wan versus Maul fight at the end of
you
Rebels
had this
or whatever.
you told this. I completely disagree. No way. No, it's so overly choreographed and it so doesn't make sense.
No.
With
The
lightsabers?
one at the end of Rebels where it's like 1, 2, 3 done.
How have you
All
not?
right?
How have you not? Well, I haven't seen Rebels, but how would you not choose something like The King, where the king challenges the Prince of France to a sword fight, and that one's like super realistic and gritty.
Honestly, because I don't think most people know of that one. I specifically said
one,
that
right?
most people would know.
That would be one, right?
That would be one.
That would be
no.
one.
There are examples. I just don't think
they do have them. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
There's example.
When you say Star Wars, it's like really the fucking sci-fi lightsaber sword fight.
But like that's but like that one specifically because it's like 1, 2, 3 done. That's sort of what a real sword fight looks like. It's just like fast and it's technical, and if you don't know what you're looking at, it's boring. You don't want to see it, honestly. It's interesting for people like me, but like for the rest of you, it's just going to be boring over too quickly.
For all you uneducated
no spectacle.
dumb shits online.
Exactly.
You don't know.
Yeah.
It would be you'll like it. You plebeians will like it. Anyway, so is Fire Force going in rape or is he not okay? Well, is he not capable? Is he stuck on his world? Like, can the Viltromites threaten his world in any way?
Well, yeah, it's one Earth, but he could just recreate the Earth
with all the people on it too.
Yes, he brought the world became a sun. All the people died, and he just brought all the people, even people who didn't die after it became a sun. So it's like not just like a recent thing. Like people who died like seasons previously were brought back as well. Like he didn't bring back all life. Even like so, this one guy had his neck slitted or his
slitted.
Someone neck slit, and he brought it back. And it's weird. Like he still like his neck is still not attached somehow, but he can still like be alive. Like his head still fall back. It's
so
crazy.
where in the rape should he go?
I don't know about the other things, so I'm not sure.
Well, you got Mortal Kombat. You got the Illuminate. You got I don't even know what that is. Oh, the Cybertronians, Space King, the Federation.
Well, I'll say
Night Sentinels. Well, the only other character we have here that's God or that is like a god would be Sin, which is the one who's in first place. But
then I'm fine with it.
Guess around Sin.
The only problem, the only problem that I have with this necessarily is that he's just one dude. Would he go and wipe out the Viltrumite Empire and then
he could, if he wanted to, he could.
Would he know where they are?
I guess not. So no.
Would he travel across the galaxy to get to them?
He could travel the galaxy, but
Does
I
he
don't
do
think
that
he
in his own series.
No.
Well, and why do you think he can?
Characters fly in space. Characters go.
But that
in
doesn't
space
mean they can travel across the galaxy. That's a big distance. Like traveling around your planet or around your solar system is not the same thing as traveling across the galaxy. It could still take him millions of years to get on the other side of the galaxy.
If I'm gonna go to the first one, like, okay, are you? I'm fine with him behind Sin. Are you saying he should go lower based on what you've heard?
No. I'm saying that if he can't wipe out the Viltrumites because he can't find them in the galaxy and go to them and wipe them out, then he shouldn't be in rape because he can't do anything to them.
I guess there's no way to say he has omniscient knowledge and knows where they all are.
Okay, so I think I'll put him below SCP. Does that sound okay? Because the SCP is at the top of it because they literally can't even enter the solar system without being killed. This one, they can enter the solar system and they can even fuck up the planet, but he could fix anything they do and kill them. So, I don't know. Sounds...
I'd argue they can't mess up he could just stop time and then just kill them immediately. I guess if he didn't.
Okay, well that would still make him like
that's fine.
Below the SCP, more or less in this.
I can't argue he
area.
wipes them.
Either way, the Viltrumites can't actually do anything to the world, but they can't kill the Viltrumites either. So, or they can't defeat the Viltrumite Empire either. So basically, them and SCP are interchangeable.
I'll
put him in front because no, they're interchangeable. Yeah, they're kind of interchangeable. All right.
I feel like they're niche arguments because he's their world used to be our world based in the series, and think of every god that exists, like that people have thought of, like Buddha, the whole universe, Jesus, God, all of that. It was all created by this higher entity. Then like it still has all those, and he's up at that. So like I feel like you could argue omniscience, but I'm not going to. It's fine. Below pre-scourge is fine.
I got you. Okay, next up we have the Sith Empire, but during the time of the Old Republic. So this is Darth Malgus, his army of Sith, and the Empire as is. Is anyone aware of this time period?
I'm aware of it. I can't tell you much about it.
Like good aware? Like when I say aware, I'm not saying you know of it and you played a game once. I'm talking about you know it. Like you know it well.
I could argue for Revan's Empire, but not really Malgus's as much.
Okay, then we'll just skip it. We'll just skip it because if no one knows anything about it, then there's no point. If we don't get through this list tonight, which we might not because we actually haven't been getting any super chats, so we might end it in a little bit. But if we don't make it tonight, we'll have a part 3 or whatever, and we'll fucking do it again, and then we'll just finish off the list or whatever, and hopefully we'll have people then. All right, next up we have Devil May Cry. So this is gonna Jesus. This depends. This depends a lot on on exactly because I don't think the people who added this, I don't think they specified. Does anyone know Devil May Cry?
Only from your videos.
God damn it. Okay, moving Devil May Cry back.
Don't know.
I don't want to sit here and just talk about it myself with no one else. All right, what about the Planet Sakaar from Planet Hulk? Does anyone know Planet Sakaar from Planet Hulk?
I listened to those comics a while ago.
Listened?
Yeah, somebody was talking about it on YouTube.
Okay, skipping that one.
So the answer is no.
Sorry, I'm used to
Okay, this one everyone's got to know. The Frieza Force.
Yeah.
No, of course that one, you fucking nerds. Yeah. All right, Frieza Force. This one's probably rape, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason why I would say survive pre-Scourge is because, like, maybe you can argue that only the top tiers of the Frieza Force would be able to mess them up, and most of the Frieza Force are just like normal dudes, possibly, maybe. Like, would you?
They have actual martial arts.
They do have actual martial arts. That is important. But like, what do you think that literally every single soldier in the Frieza Force? And this is Dragon Ball Z
not
Frieza Force. Just to be clear, this is Dragon Ball Z Frieza Force, not Super.
But I'm going to throw this out there, okay? The Ginyu Force is part of the Frieza Force. I know you're talking about, like, the average dude, and obviously they're going to get shit stomped.
Dudes. Yeah. Like,
yeah,
they're getting shit stomped. Capable of doing anything to the Viltromite?
Not anything.
Okay. So it's really just going to be Frieza. It's really just going to be Frieza, the Ginyu Force, the fucking blue gay guy,
Zarbon.
Yeah, Zarbon. Thank you. Dodoria, whatever's it. The pink dude. It starts with a D.
You got it right.
What's up?
You got it right, Dodoria.
Dodoria. Okay, I thought it was something like that. All right, Dodoria. Zarbon, it's really just going to be those guys, and not even Vegeta. Vegeta's gone. So you have like maybe what is that? Maybe like 8, 9, 10 people, somewhere around that.
One that we know of.
I want to ask. So the Frieza Force isn't really tied down to a planet. I don't think we ever see them on a planet, like have their own home planet. So would they be going to Viltrum? Like, how are we establishing?
That's
this?
a good.
It's one empire versus another.
This actually isn't a. Yeah, this wouldn't be the video. Isn't with them invading a planet. It's just that a lot of these happen to be. That's the case. But what it really is can they survive the faction? So it would really just be if Frieza was spreading and the Viltrumites were spreading, who comes out on top? And I mean, we know that Frieza's going to win. It's just how badly is Viltrum going to lose? Basically, that's really all there is to it.
If you're arguing,
I think honestly,
in the show, a lot of his troops are getting screwed up. decides to go to the front lines and just screws up the entire Viltrumite empire single-handedly.
If he wants to, yeah. If you if we go at around the time that they have the billions of Viltrumites, he could literally just travel to their planet and just nuke the whole fucking planet into non-existence.
Oh, Planet Vegeta.
Wait, what? Oh, like Planet Vegeta.
Yeah.
Basically, a complete redo of Planet Vegeta, if he wants to. Or they can just fight in a war for however long he feels like fighting in a war for some reason.
Yeah, because he's a dick.
Yeah, but he could honestly. What do you think the odds are that he just does the exact same thing he did with the Saiyans, and he's like, "You work for me now." He just shows up,
Very high.
kills Grand Regent Thrag immediately, and he's just like, "I own your ass." And then and then literally they can all attack him, and he could just start slaughtering them by the millions, and then force them into servitude. That's probably most likely, honestly.
That's how I see it.
I agree with that.
I think that's probably what's going to happen. So, definitely survive. Rape is going to be dependent on if Frieza decides to act upon it himself. But if he decides to act upon it himself, he's winning. I'm going to put him below Space King. Because Space King has a much, much larger army. And there's a chance that Frieza, because he's extremely lazy, will not do it himself originally, and there actually will be a little bit of back and forth warring before Frieza decides to get off his ass. Because laziness is, especially in Dynamic Saga, laziness is basically Frieza's prime character trait. He's just ridiculously lazy. So yeah, but inevitably once he does it, it'll be done.
Are King Cold and Freezer part of his force too?
Did you call Freezer? It's Freezer, man.
Yeah.
What was that?
That was beautiful.
Freezer.
Yeah, cooler.
Cooler.
I wouldn't say no.
Not cooler.
Cooler.
It's Frieza. Cool. Actually, I think cooler is cooler. Huh? Am I wrong? Now you got me. Now you got me second guessing myself.
Pretty sure it's cooler.
I think it's cooler too. It is cooler.
Either way,
it is cooler. Yeah, Frieza's Frieza and Cooler's Cooler. They didn't even change the fucking name. They literally just made it cooler. Also, just want to be clear about this. Okay? Cooler is and has always been cooler than Frieza.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna beat the shit out of you.
Cooler's awesome. And Cooler's fourth form is cooler than any form that Frieza has, and cooler than any form that Goku has.
Even when he's black, but he has the end pass.
What? No, Cooler's fourth form. With the fucking big ass four jagged face
You said it's
plate.
cooler than all of Frieza's forms.
Yes, it's cooler than all of Frieza's forms.
Oh yeah.
What is it? What's better? Frieza's fucking golden version of the same form or black version of the same fucking form? I'm so sick of that. Give us a new form. I'm sick of just the color changes. I'm so sick of it.
But does Cooler get the end pass? I wouldn't say so.
Yeah, I don't care.
He was born with it.
I don't believe in end passes. I said
He gets it. I think he does.
What I want, sir.
As a white man, I think he gets the end pass.
All
But anyway,
white
so
men
are they part
get
of
the end
Frieza's
pass.
army as well?
Just whether or not they want to use it. No,
No, he's just a man of class. He just doesn't use it.
Yeah,
you know?
he just doesn't. Well, he calls them monkeys.
No. I mean, he's only so classy.
Which is arguably worse.
so much worse.
It's arguably worse.
I'll leave it to a black man. What do you think? Which is worse? I know one of you is in that. Come on.
You're just racist. You just think they're black. They're all just a bunch of fucking just a bunch of Caucasians in here.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
All right, next up, this one is weird. Yaku said it earlier. It's weird. Hellraiser. This one's weird. The Viltromite
sexual hell.
They get activated.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's weird because one person activates, and then that one person gets abducted and brought into another universe to be tortured. They don't do planet-wide invasions, so the Viltromites are going to be fine. If the question is,
not one of them,
or multiple. If they like put the puzzle box on the Viltromite world, home world, and then it keeps spreading, because the puzzle box will kind of move itself in position to be fucked with.
Open.
Basically, So it's like they'll constantly get an influx of Viltrumites. Basically, will they survive? Yes, they'll survive, but they won't rape. I'm gonna put them right up there above the Forerunners with the other guys, because any Viltrumite that gets sent to the Labyrinth, which is the name of the realm I'm forgetting their fucking names, Cenobites are from. They can't survive against any of the Cenobites. The Cenobites are immortal. They cannot die. They have a ridiculous power that sometimes gets into the cosmic realm of power. Pinhead at one point held the earth in his hands. Like, it's just they're not up to the same level.
I thought we were going specifically with like the movie version and not the comic book version because it gets so ridiculous.
Well,
I think that's what
we didn't talk about it for this one, but we can talk about the movie version. The movie version. I mean, they don't show that level of power necessarily, but they still have to deal with the labyrinth, which is still or not the labyrinth, the godlike being that is in the labyrinth. I'm forgetting his name. Actually, he might be called the labyrinth too. I'm forgetting his name.
Jesus.
Fuck, wait. I forgot his name. God damn it. Hell. If anyone remembers his name, tell me. In Hellraiser, what is the name of God? I'm totally forgetting his fucking name. Leviathan, thank you. Okay, that's why I was saying Labyrinth. It's both start with an L. The Leviathan. So Leviathan is still a god-level being with reality warping ability and can move and manipulate the world around him as he sees fit. He created the Cenobite specifically to capture people and bring them there and fuck with them. So even if you want to say that, Pinhead and all the Cenobites can't do anything, the Leviathan very likely still can. And Leviathan can still force them to be tortured. Can you imagine a fucking Viltrumite Cenobite in the movie versions? Like that would be some crazy shit. You know what? I just popped in my head. A Hellraiser animated TV show would be pretty cool.
Just be a hentai.
No, it wouldn't.
It's the worst fucking.
It'd be a horror. It would be a cool horror. It would be a cool horror. I think it would.
Some people are into that shit.
It would be really, really cool. Yeah.
Oh, it would be popular.
I mean,
no doubt
you're
about
saying
that.
Like it's some kind of turn-on thing. People don't get turned on watching the Hellraiser movies. It's not fucking hentai. Like it's not supposed to be sexually arousing. All right. Next up, we have Sonic. Who can do Sonic?
The movies?
It doesn't say. It just said Sonic. So whichever, I guess. Games, I would say. Okay, is anybody here? Because if there's no one here, then we'll just
I don't know Sonic.
We'll just drop it.
So basically,
do you know Sonic?
Yeah, I know.
Do you know Sonic really, really well?
I think I know it very well. Yeah, I think I can do that.
Okay, just flat out the bat, like Sonic needs to go into like super form.
Okay, you don't need to go through all of his powers. Just how would he do?
How would he do? I think on his own he's probably not going to do super well. I'm mostly counting on fucking super form.
I guess this would be Sonic's world. So like Sonic's world would have to survive a Viltrumite invasion.
Yeah, invasion. Probably just like including like a bunch of fucking Viltrumites and whatever.
Yeah. Just how many have you been watching the fucking stream, bro?
Okay, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
God damn it! Doesn't see. You don't know nothing. You gotta fucking.
I know.
We start them off with post Scourge, and if they can,
it removes them.
Let me fucking finish.
Oh, I apologize. Go ahead.
If they can get through post Scourge, then we talk about pre Scourge, and then if they can get through pre Scourge, then then they're good.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. You want to go first?
I don't fucking.
No,
someone talk.
What? Just say why. Say where you think Sonic would go.
I would say to my knowledge, as I said, super form. I am betting on super form.
Or wait, no, don't say super form. Where does he go? Like, what does he do?
Where's he go?
Are you watching the stream?
Yeah, here and off and on a little bit.
Okay, which category? Which box does he go into?
This dirty stuff.
Oh, you want me to classify where he counts off? Hang on, let me check it out.
Yeah, then didn't defend.
You aren't watching the stream.
I
He said
was.
awesome.
Okay, we're moving on.
Oh man.
You got to be watching the stream, dude. It's not like you need to be aware of what's happening. All
Okay,
right,
here,
next
I'll
up
just
we
move
have
on.
Captain Planet. Does anyone know Captain Planet? It's not me.
Okay.
All I know is your video.
Something about he's my hero.
Okay.
Yeah,
no one knows
I know
Captain
Pocket.
Planet. Moving on. All right, if this keeps happening for a couple more rounds, I'm just gonna end the stream because there's nobody here who knows anything. All right, not Mortal.
Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty. Does anyone know Rick and Morty?
I know Rick and Morty. I've seen all 8 seasons.
Are you sure? Are you
was
watching
about
the
to say.
stream? Do you know what's
Yes.
going on?
I've been talking.
Is everything good? You cool?
I
Okay.
was the one who pointed out the last guy.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like I've been lied to. Okay, Rick and Morty.
They lose.
I watched the show.
Well, who are we talking about? Because it just says Rick and Morty, but who? Like, are we talking about the universe as a whole? Are we talking about specifically Earth with Rick on it?
I feel like the most interesting conversation would be against the Citadel of Ricks.
Would that be the most interesting conversation? I don't think that would be the most interesting conversation.
Nothing's happening on Earth.
What are you talking about? That's where Rick is. You know, Rick and Morty aren't even on the Citadel of Ricks.
Okay, you're right. I guess you'd be
I guess
about...
technically Rick and Morty are, but the main characters are not. The main.
I think if the Viltrumites came down to Earth, Rick would just take Morty and go to a different dimension. So like they.
You think that would be? You think that would be it? I think that he would be able to defend the planet.
You think?
Yeah, I do.
He lost to Zeus.
So
Zeus
that wasn't
was
his
just-
planet. That wasn't Earth.
And
that's because he chose to fist fight him over some kids because he was dealing with some like emotional problems. We've seen him deal with god level characters in the past and like be fine. You know what I
don't
mean?
think he has very much. I don't think he has really planetary defenses.
He's blown up
guess
the
he has a
world.
bit-
He's blown up planets before.
Actually, he does have like defenses against like destroying his planet. In one of the series where they were showing that their Avengers knockoff, there was like a guy who's
No,
everyone.
not because his name is
it.
World Ender. That's not enough.
No, but like it's like a big thing, and it just shows that he does have like
No, it
systems
doesn't.
for the planet.
It's just a villain named World Ender.
No, because they show it. They show like the backstory of how like all those people who quote unquote died from him, and they said, "Oh, we're just gonna blame it on him." And they even say, "Oh, Rick saved like so I think that's Earth because he had a system already. He was in one of the specials."
Does anyone understand what he's talking about?
No,
I don't.
I couldn't understand any.
Do you
of that.
have?
There's like a thing. And
English-
it was like a stuff, and it was an episode, and it.
Okay.
was a thing.
I just have a question. Is English your concerned
just-
because like if you don't have a backup, then you're fucked, my
No,
dude.
It's on YouTube. You can watch
Okay,
it.
wait.
No, that's not. We don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're
That's not
referring
the
to.
problem.
Sorry, my bad.
I have no idea what you're trying to
That's
tell
on
us to
me.
watch.
So, I just trying to remember their names. The whole fake Avengers name
Doesn't matter. It's the yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So in it, there's like a special. They have it on YouTube, and he has a whole system for planet Earth that defends against like cosmic threats, and it's in those specials that shows it.
Oh, I know what
watch
short.
it.
I know what short you're talking about. Although you could not have said that shit worse. But I know what
That's
short
my
you're
bad.
talking. I've seen the short, but I don't remember that exact scene. But it's been a while since I've seen it. I think it's actually
Enlighten the rest of us.
So you know how do you know what episode he's talking about with the superheroes? Okay, so remember how that Vindicators. Remember how that one was the Vindicators 3?
Yeah.
Like in the episode, they're like Vindicators 3 is like, oh, we missed Vindicators 2 or whatever because they don't like you. So they actually released Vindicators 2 in a bunch of shorts on YouTube. So we got to see what was going on during the Vindicators 2. I saw them.
That's
It's
kinda cool.
been a while. I don't remember what he's talking about it being shown that he has planetary defenses. But it doesn't surprise me that he has planetary defenses because the planet's attacked a lot. So it's like it makes sense to me that like I don't question that Rick probably could just have a force field appear over the entirety of planet Earth to defend it against, incoming threats. He's done this kind of shit all the time. There's literally characters who view Rick as a god that can't be dealt with, and he's fought godlike beings. So it's not that surprising that that's something that he could possibly do. I'm trying to remember. There's so many fucking episodes. I'm trying to remember like episodes where he does like crazy. I mean, dude, remember when he gets the fucking Voltron
I don't
weasels?
disagree that he could beat
Oh
them.
yeah, and then he's renting them out or
I
something.
don't think he'd care to.
If he was protecting Earth, he would. Remember, he
I
said
don't
he
feel
can
like
only.
Rick-
Remember, he said he can only
Protect
change, or he can only change universes a couple of times. Like he does everything he can to not have to do that.
I think part of it is it's just really hard to find an alternate Earth that's like
similar to
fits
the one
his-
that he has.
Yeah.
But also, he's specifically attached to this version of Morty, and he doesn't want to leave this version of Morty behind. That's been
That's why I said
very
take him.
clearly.
No,
shown.
that's true.
So
Okay, if you don't think he'd take Morty and run, I can see him coming up.
He said it multiple times that he can only do that a couple of more times. If he does, once he runs out of Earths to run to, that's it. He can no longer live the life that he currently lives. Like they would just have to go to a totally different world where Beth's not the same and everything else. Remember when he was jumping different worlds randomly and like every world
It
he
just
went
kept
to was a
being-
Nazi world?
Yeah.
And he's like, most worlds are fucked up, like bad, or
Wait,
like a
wasn't that
world
'cause he
where they're all
died and was
chairs.
respawning
What's up?
specific places?
Hmm?
Wasn't that because he died and was respawning at specific random places?
No, it was just random. Yeah, but it was just but like 4 or 5, and even though in complete random and
The
infinite
different
number of
worlds that
universes,
didn't get rid
he
of the
randomly hit like
Phoenix
4 Nazi worlds in a row, and he's like, "What is going on?" Because I think the show makes it relatively clear that most universes suck, and then he doesn't have that. So I don't think he'll just abandon the moment. Also, I don't think he needs to abandon it for the Viltromites. He literally has an ability that if anyone comes near him, they die of death. Just death happens. And then when they try to, it's like, what did he die of? Death. Remember that? Like someone tried to kill him. They just literally collapsed of death. Like he's been shown vaporizing people. He does like all kinds of wild shit. I don't think it's that crazy. His little fucking shitty saucer ship that he has. He once used it to blow up a planet. He just drove up, blew up a planet, and flew away. Like his little ship should be able to kill Viltromites without any issues. I think he'll be all right. I think Earth will take some damage, but what else is new in this universe? I think he'll survive. I don't know if he'll rape or dominate or anything.
Fuck my mouth.
I think he'll survive. I'll put him at the bottom of survive. Because I think if the Viltromites show up with a couple of dudes and he has to defend the world and kill them, then he'll do that. And if he knows more are coming, then he'll just prepare for them. And I think that's possible. He might fuck with them. It would be very funny, a whole episode where Rick is just trolling the shit out of Thrag. Every time Thrag tries to come up and fuck the planet up, he's just like there prepared to mess with him. That would be pretty funny. But then again, you also have situations where like Rick's fucking dumb, like Nimbus. Is that Nimbus? Is that
Nimbus?
him?
It's
Nimbus. Whereas like, why is Nimbus his rival of all people? He fights cosmic beings and gods in the entirety of the galactic group, but Aquaman is like his rival that he just can't get over for some reason. He just can't deal with Nimbus, who controls the police.
And he's very flamboyant.
Mr. Nimbus. He's Mr. Nimbus. He controls the police. Shut up. All right. Let's see. What do we got next? Okay, Jesus. I feel like no one's going to know any of these. Okay. The Unbidden from Stellaris. We got the Earth Defense Force. We got Clowns from Outer Space. And then, what's that last one? Undead Unluck. And then War of the Monsters. Does anyone know any of those things?
I mean, I know a bit about the Unbidden.
A bit? Define a bit.
Not enough to defend them.
Not.
Yeah. Probably
Alrighty, so guys, looks like we've come to the end of today's stream. I'm not fucking talking about the next 9 or 10 fucking things by myself while you guys breathe in your mics listening to me. Are you out of your
I'm dead on Lux, not on Crunchyroll. It's not
I'm
my
not
fault.
doing that. That's not what this is about. Okay, it's about us all coming together and discussions and shit. Look, if you want a part 3, we'll do a fucking part 3. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more to go. And then maybe next week you can add more to the back end, and we'll fucking do that. But whatever, it is what it is. Yeah. I think we're good. I demand justice for Fire Force. Well, you should fucking be here to talk about it, Nano. Where were you? Where are you? Where are you at? Where were you? You're not here. You're not talking right now. You are currently not talking, despite being in the chat. No, you left. Where'd you go? Why would you even?
And I did a good job defending him. He can't argue he's omniscient.
Nano dipped out of the voice chat stream to watch the stream on YouTube, which is like I don't understand. God damn! If you were here, Nano, I would change your name. This might be the first
there could be extraordinary circumstances
ever that I haven't changed Nano's name. I can't.
Could have got caught or something.
I can't let that happen. Hold up. Where's Nano? This is not. I am not allowing this to happen. Where the fuck is Nano? There we are. Hello, Nano. No, we're not doing this. We gotta. That's not.
There's certain standards you gotta keep, you know.
It's not letting me do it. Which capitalist can survive Captain Planet? Okay, well, it's not letting me change his name. Damn it! I cannot let this stand.
Someone will probably remind you next stream.
No. Change. There we go. I got it. There we go. Yeah. Again. Nano. There we go. We are still undefeated with changing Nano's name. You almost made it, Nano, but then you did some stupid shit. Leaving the fucking chat to go talk in the fucking thing. That's stupid, Nano. It's stupid. Alright. And EDF could win, but don't due to lack of space travel. I demand just okay, I think we're good. We're done. We're good. This sucks. It feels weird ending it this early. For
I could talk about Sonic if you want. That's mostly why I came up here. I saw someone trying to talk about Sonic, and I'm like, dude, Sonic's pretty easy.
I mean, I can try and defend the Unbidden.
No.
Probably won't go
I want
well.
you to try. I don't want you. I need you to do. I need you to like.
All right, I'll defend the
Unbidden. No. You already admitted you can't do it. Stop it.
All right, fair enough.
I don't want you coming up here and bullshitting your way through it. I can do the Unbidden. Huh. Alright, Sonic person. You know Sonic really well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so then don't say super form. Does he get that?
I don't even think he needs the super form.
Survive the Scourge? Because
I'm thinking he does survive, if not outright just rape, just because Eggman's gonna be there, and I don't think he's gonna be too keen on like the Viltromites coming in trying to take over while he's also trying to take over. And he has like a bunch of machines that could just.
Well, no, it depends on what we're doing. Are we doing Sonic and him defending Earth, or Sonic and his friends defending Earth, and not also counting all of the villains of the series? I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know. Pick something.
Even with Sonic himself, I think he's just like super fast. He's just way fast for them to deal with. Yeah,
not in most games. He's not. In most games, he's pretty like deal withable speeds. Like he can run on water, and he definitely runs hundreds of miles per hour in basically every game. But not every game is he going massively faster than light and shit. That's not the majority of games. Actually, I would say the vast majority of games he does not go that fast.
He's pretty aim. But like, well, like
so,
the bigger threats,
think
like
he could be able to do it, mostly because
y'all are talking over each other. I don't understand none of that.
So the way I'm saying it though is because his speed is still really good because he doesn't just use it for travel. He also uses it for combat. He knows how to fight and everything. So I think just like in a fight where they're gonna have to react to that, I think the one person he's gonna have to have trouble with would be Thrag, because as we've seen in like the latest episode, he's able to just dodge Space Racer's Infinity Ray. So he's gonna have trouble there.
He didn't dodge. He didn't dodge the Infinity Ray.
Really?
He didn't move.
Oh,
it
no.
passed by his face.
Yeah, then I'm confusing him with like.
No,
when one
the
of them
Space
tried to
Racer
attack
shot
him.
the gun at a different person, and then it happened to pass in front of Thrag, and he just didn't move. But it did not. He did not shoot at Thrag and on purpose, and Thrag did not dodge.
Yeah, then I'm confusing the scene.
Okay, so you know what? I think we're gonna end it because we just need more. We need more people. We need like, some excitement and shit. It's just we're just kind of getting through a bunch of horse shit just because, and it feels like all the excitement is left to stream, and it's fine. It's fine. We'll pull it up next week, and we'll do it, and we'll continue on with these, and then add more at the back end, and yeah, it'll be great. It'll be awesome. I don't know. I don't want to force us. I don't want to force anyone to try and get through this when they clearly are just. I don't know. It would be more interesting to cover Sonic when there's more people here to like talk and discuss and debate, and you know, it's just that's what makes it fun. That's the whole thing.
Also,
yeah. See, look, the stuff enjoyer agrees with me. He's saying that's the case. What's up?
Yeah, it also would have been a little bit better if they clarified a little bit whether it's just the Sonic universe.
Nope,
or
they just
Sonic
said
itself.
Sonic. It would be up to the people who know Sonic and want to talk about Sonic to choose whatever they want in Sonic as long as it's Sonic related, you know. Okay. All right. Wait. So we're in the stream now. Thank you guys for coming by, doing the stuff. You'll probably get a video Tuesday if I had to guess, but possibly Monday, but probably Tuesday. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I will see you guys next week. Okay. Totals.
Goodbye.
Now let's just stay here for like 5 minutes.